Welcome everybody to this June 1st, 2023 Gainesville City Commission meeting. I will let you know that Commissioner Sacco has an exemption to be on Zoom today, so she's with us, just not in the room with us. And I know Commissioner Eastman is here. I swear I saw him back there. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first item is invocation by Pastor Beth Snar with First United Methodist Church.
Welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Bring you greetings on behalf of First United Methodist, your neighbor right down the street, and I invite you to pray with me. Good and loving God, our source of love and light and wisdom, bless all of us, commissioners and citizens alike, as we continue working on behalf of our beloved city of Gainesville. It is our privilege and our responsibility to support and foster the common good. Therefore, give us foresight by which we plan for the future. Give us confidence to discover and explore new possibilities. Give us wisdom to discern what is right and good and just. Send your creative spirit upon us. We ask for your guidance and grace. And all God's people said, Amen.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have the adoption of the consent and regular agenda with the following updates for consent. Item number 2023-466, Magnolia Street Hospitality. That item was removed. For regular agenda updates, item number 2023-480, FY23 Mid-Year City Investment Performance Summary Report. Item added. Item number 2023-487, fourth budget amendment for FY23 General Government Financial and Operating Budget. Move to consent. Item number 2023-167, Restoration of Exclusionary Zoning Land Use Amendment Ordinance. Backup added. And finally, item number 2023-546, Consolidation of City Clerk's Office under City Manager's Office. Backup added.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My understanding is that the applicant has asked for 2023-79, the Rural King Plan Development Amendment, to be pulled as well. Is that accurate, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Madam Manager.
Yes, sir. The wall is still being constructed.
Okay, all right. So, okay. Commissioner Eastman.
Can we get some clarification on 2023-466, why that was pulled?
Yeah, I asked for that to be pulled so there could be more clarification for the members of the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull 2023-497.
Okay, which one is that?
That is professional design services for wild spaces, public places.
Okay. Is there a motion to?
I guess it'll come up under exclusionary. So
Okay. All right. Does anybody have a motion to make these things happen? Commissioner.
Yes, I move that we accept the agenda with the modifications just stated.
second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. We have an agenda. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment on agenda items.
So this is public comment on items that are on the agenda but that appear later that you are unable to stay for. Do you have any of those?
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Move ahead, please.
Our business discussion item for the morning is item number 2023-523, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, quarterly update with recommendation that the City Commission, 1, reduce the Vision Zero Southwest 6th Street project by $100,000, and 2, increase the Vision Zero Northwest 8th Ave and 6th Street lane repurposing by $100,000.
All right, Madam Manager.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, good morning. Cynthia Ramos is here from the City Manager's Office, Special Advisor responsible for the administration of our American Rescue Plan Action Program.
Good morning, Mayor
Good morning,
and
welcome.
Commissioners and Charter Officer Cynthia Ramos, Special Advisor to the City Manager. The city received a $32.4 million grant from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Program, approved by the federal government back in June 2021. The funds are set aside in a special revenue fund, and this presentation will provide an update on staff's progress to implement the City Commission approved projects. Next slide, please. I don't know how to use this thing. Okay, so we do have reporting and compliance requirements that we have to meet with this grant. The first one is the U.S. Treasury reporting that's due every quarter. The last report was submitted on April 30th, 2023, representing activity through March 31st, 2023. And we also come to the City Commission on a quarterly basis, and today is our second quarterly update for the fiscal year 2023 activity. Next slide, please. We have also internal audits that are conducted here at the city for this project. We last updated our program manual on April 18th to include project funding reallocation progress or process, and that's on section 5.7 of the new ARPA manual, and that is included in the backup for any of you that would like to read through it. The ARPA program manual is reviewed and approved by the ARPA Action Committee, which is comprised of the city manager, our Director of Office of Equity and Inclusion, and senior leadership team members from the city manager's office. Also includes our consultant, GSG, and the ARPA program manager. We meet monthly, and we go over the project status, updates, any challenges and issues that we may face, and discuss how to get through those, and then make any recommendations to the City Commission as needed. Now I'm going to jump into project updates. The first update is on the affordable housing project. We put out a notice of funding availability to release $7.2 million for owner or renter occupied single or multifamily housing projects. We received 7 applications totaling $11.9 million, and a recommendation is coming to the City Commission on how to spend that money on June 15th by the Housing and Community Development Department, and it has also been reviewed by the Affordable Housing Action Committee. The application cycle for neighbors who apply for down payment assistance or owner-occupied rehabilitation projects is on a rolling basis, and those funds continue to be spent down. To date, we've actually spent down $15,000, and I believe the Housing and Community Development Department is working to ramp up to get these funds out the door as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. The Aid to Nonprofit Organizations program is moving along. We have 35 of the 36 nonprofit organizations now under an executed subrecipient agreement. That represents about 6.96, or almost all of the full allocation for this program. More than half of those organizations have now received reimbursement. And we have one organization that we're working on really hard to get a hold of and get them executed with a subrecipient agreement. If we're not able to get a hold of them before the next ARPA update, we'll come to you all with a recommendation on how to move forward with those funds. To date, we've spent $1.7 million through April 30th. But as of today, we have $2.1 million that we've reimbursed to the organizations, representing 31.2% of that project allocation. Next slide, please. The general government services set aside will be backed up for our records with combined communication center expenses, which total $4.3 million for fiscal year 2023. And we are working with GSG to get that those funds and our audit files for that ready and good to go. We received one invoice through today, and it's $1.1 million, but we do expect for this funding allocation, this project allocation, to be fully expended before the end of the fiscal year. The next project is the Energy Rehabilitation Project. This is the LEAP Plus program that's run by GRU. These funds are on their way to being fully committed and spent down before the end of the fiscal year. So far, we had in fiscal year 22, we had 57 homes that were improved, and in FY23 to date, we have 186 homes that were improved through this program. Next slide, please. Our next project is our Vision Zero project. With the exception of the Southwest 6th Street project, all of the designs are complete and ready to be moved over to construction. For the Southwest 6th Street project, the cost of implementing this project are much higher than expected. So we are asking the City Commission to approve reducing the funding for that project and moving it over to the Northwest 8th Avenue 6th Street line repurposing project and increasing that by $100,000. And our staff is here to answer any additional questions you may have on that project. Next slide, please. Our community resource paramedicine program is moving along. On our last update, we were expecting our ambulances by March, and we didn't get them. Now we have a new revised delivery date of September 2023. And once those ambulances come in, we'll be stocking them with the medicine and all of the product. So once we won't be spending those funds down until the ambulances get here to make sure that the medicine is in compliance with timing and expiration dates. Next slide, please. For city administration costs, we continue to move along and spending down the funds, and it accounts for staff time spent on administering the ARPA project, as well as other expenses like audits. The audit of this project and all of those expenses are booked to this account. So we expect this to be spent down much faster in the next coming months. The next slide, please. The National League of Cities One Nation, One project is actually very well underway now. They have established a youth steering committee. They have kicked off community listening projects and received 66 proposals, of which 20 projects were selected, and $100,000 of funding will be distributed. Our artistic director has a fully executed contract, and they have begun planning the summer 2023 event. And we actually, the team actually held an event on May 24th, the Never Had a Friend play that was attended by 250 attendees, including high school students from high schools here in the city. So we expect this project to go full steam ahead in the next couple of months. Next slide, please. Our violence intervention program continues to move along. GPD is implementing their crime watch details, and they are also hoping to host a gun buyback event probably closer to the fall of this year. And their forensic truck and brass tracks machine is expected later this summer. Next slide, please. Our homeless outreach program is also moving along. We have processed 6 invoices. Almost half of their budget has been spent to date. And we are working on a contract amendment extension to, their contract was for ending September 30th, 2023, but they were able to receive additional funding that expires earlier than the ARPA money. So we're gonna give them a couple extra months to spend on the ARPA money so they can take advantage of those funds. And that's an administrative task that we're working on behind the scenes. Next slide, please. Our personal protective equipment project is also almost fully spent out. We are just waiting on the delivery of the surveillance kiosks. And once that's here, we'll be able to book those expenses against this. But we expect this project to be fully expended before the end of the fiscal year. Our utility debt forgiveness program, which is on the next slide, has assisted a total of 839 customers in Gainesville. We are 95% of budget spent here, and GRU is working to conduct one additional survey to move out the rest of that funding before the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. The Grace Marketplace agreement is probably going to go out for signatures today. I was hoping I would have that ready before today, but it is in the final stages of review, but they will have it before the end of the week, and we'll get that executed, and I'll be able to move along with that project. The next project on the next slide is the Language Access Ginny program. For this one, the Office of Equity and Inclusion is relaunching the city's first immigrant affairs manager, and immigrant inclusive training is beginning with frontline workers. And I believe Mr. Folston is available to provide any additional statistical questions that the commission may have. The next project is the Culture Arts Center. This project is also moving along. We had an event, a community workshop just yesterday to gather additional public input, and the consultant is working on developing a report for the City Commission that's expected to be delivered probably in late June or early July. Next slide, please. The Human Rights Coalition Community ID Program. This project is currently on hold pending legislation that was just recently passed. We are working with the City Attorney's Office and GSG, our consultant, to figure out what the appropriate next steps would be for that program. Unfortunately, I don't have more of an update for that for you today, but we are actively working to figure out how we can move forward with this and then come back to the City Commission with a recommendation if any changes are required. Next slide, please. So these are projects that are still in development. The Eastside Urgent Care Center is in the permitting process with a groundbreaking scheduled for summer of 2023. The Community Land Trust Agreement is fully executed, and Bright Community Trust is working to develop a plan to build the 10 affordable homes. Gainesville for All, their contract is actually in their inbox to be executed right as we speak, so Mr. Lawrence is aware of that. They are hoping for a fall opening of the Gainesville Empowerment Zone Family Learning Center. The central receiving facility is also expected to be executed. We are finalizing that agreement, and the construction is expected to be completed by June 2024, which is way ahead of our December 2026 deadline. And our nonprofit capacity building work has also begun. There's currently an invoice underway of being processed, and the Community Foundation will be sending us an update on the work that they've done to date, which we will share with the commission under separate cover. And that wraps up our presentation. So any questions from the City Commission, we're here to answer to the best of our ability.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm concerned about the 35 of 36 contracts. We've been operating almost a year, and I'm concerned about that outstanding contract, and I'll get with the manager off camera about that, because those funds may need to be retrieved and dispersed further. Secondly, I'm very pleased to see receive the report on the Gainesville for All. We all look forward to that fall opening. My concern is with the nonprofit capacity building contract. I'd like to get more information and a schedule of training opportunities. I'm not aware of any organizations in the community that received under $20,000 that have been contacted for training. This is an issue that I follow closely. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Madam Clerk. Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple follow-up questions. Could we go back to the list of nonprofits that have received funding? Sorry, Ms. Ramos, you went through very efficiently, and so I couldn't follow all that detail, but you said one organization we're looking at as a subrecipient, and they haven't quite accessed their funds yet?
Correct. NAMI
Um,
Gainesville.
Okay. And you said we're trying to figure out how to make that happen, and if it doesn't happen, you guys will come back with a recommendation?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know roughly what your deadline for that is?
I'm going to reach out for another 30 days and then present an update to the ARPA Action Committee with a recommendation. They'll make a decision, and then that'll come to the City Commission. And this represents $20,000 of funding.
Okay. Okay. And so 30 days. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were figuring that out before budget. Okay. And as far as the language inclusion, I do have some follow-up questions. I'm not sure if Mr. Folston is in the room.
Yes, he is. I'll defer to him.
I can only see my lovely colleagues. I can't see the audience.
Welcome, Mr. Folston.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Folston.
Yes, ma'am.
So just as a question, I think the word Ms. Ramos used was relaunch of the position. Are we putting it out once more to get applications?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, the position is actually on the street right now. It is live.
Do we know when the closeout date will be for that?
There isn't right now it's open into field, but we're looking to gather in. Matter of fact, I've already contacted HR, our talent acquisition rep, to figure out who's in the pool and who from previously who has applied has reached out with any questions. As soon as I get back with that, we plan on go ahead and starting interviews as soon as possible. So I'll say 2 weeks from today at best.
Okay. And as far as beginning the training for frontline workers, beginning is a word. Do we have a date for when we can expect that at least the first batch of training?
Yes, it's our hope to have the first batch of training also done within 2 weeks. Right now, we've been finalizing, figuring out who all the frontline workers are. And in some departments, you have multiple people and they all can't take off at the same time. So we need to make sure we set training opportunities in batches so that different people in the same department can participate.
Okay. And as far as that training, is it going to be purely on the language line, on cultural relevancy, on what?
Great question. That training is going to be on twofold. It's going to be on cultural relevancy. It's going to be on immigrant inclusion, but it's also going to be on the language line as well. So half of the training is going to be on that. Half of the training is going to be on how to access and utilize the language line to make everybody more comfortable with that process when people call in.
Thank you. Would it be possible to notify, I'll say all of us, but I would be interested in sitting in on the training if possible. We often get folks who don't necessarily speak English, or in my case, Spanish. And so I think it'd be helpful for everyone. We are also frontline folks at the end of the day. So whenever that training is set up, I assume you'll have multiple
Yes,
dates.
ma'am.
Whenever it's set up, I would love to get those details.
If the mayor and commissioners want to attend, that's perfectly fine with me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fulston. And I just want to, I'll close up my comments, Mr. Mayor, by saying, as far as the change and opportunities afforded to some of our nonprofit partners through these ARPA dollars, I had the privilege of going to Peaceful Paths yesterday, and I saw what our small investment in their work has been able to do to transform their facility, to make it safer for survivors and clients that they serve, and for their staff. And it's I've been going to Peaceful Paths for 9 years now. The small change had a domino effect that really transformed their facility and made it so much safer for their community and their staff. And I really wanted to offer my firsthand account of how transformative that was. And I said I would pass along their thanks.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner. Thank you. And Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia. I had a question about the Community ID program. I know you said you'll get back to us, but when, just the timing of when if it turns out that this is something that we can't or should not continue to fund, what time frame are we talking about needing to make a decision about where to reallocate the dollars?
So we would discuss this in the ARPA Action Committee, and we meet monthly. And after that, we would, because it's an off-cycle update, I would defer to the city manager on how she would like to bring it to the city commission.
As soon as we can get, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as soon as we can get feedback from the Attorney's Office and GSG, who's the consultant for ARPA, we can bring that back at any meeting, GPC or commission meeting.
Okay. Very good. Commissioner Chestnut, you want to follow that up?
And we probably need that information as soon as possible. I think what Commissioner Willits is referring to is, I believe legislation was passed in Tallahassee regarding this. And so between you and the Attorney's Office, we need to be brought up to date on the impact of that legislation.
Understood.
Thank you.
I had a question about the utility debt forgiveness program, and this is partially, preceded me. 839, that's great. Do we keep track of whether these people, these customers kind of get back into arrears on their utility debt, or is this something that's kind of helping, change and help them kind of get settled and get right and move on? So I just kind of wondered about the tracking of that data.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, we're doing this through GRU. I don't know if I have anything available right now, but we do look at customers that might continue to get into that situation and try to continue to provide assistance through programs we have. I can report back on these specific customers if that's helpful for the commission.
That would be, I think, if it turns up that it's, life-changing, that they never ever get behind again because they just need it out, the first time. It tells us a little bit about our customers and about how impactful it can be. So I would appreciate, it's a little bit of a, reporting back on the data. The original program probably wasn't to follow them forever, but I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, so we can definitely do that. Just also keep in mind there are other programs that we've been continuing to either we do internally or partner with others like Project Share and it's escaping me, the North Florida Community Outreach. I can't remember.
Community Action Agency.
Community Action Agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we're continuing to work with them, and we do find there are a segment of our population that seem to fall into that challenge and not just necessarily a one-off. And so those other programs help as well. But we'll report back on these 839 and provide an update. The last thing I will just say is, as we've gotten down to, less than $13,000 left. We're trying to be more targeted in outreach of the monies available here so that we're not reaching out to thousands of people and then only 10 get assistance. So this last survey, we're trying to be very targeted on a smaller number of customers to try to finish out this program.
Thank you. I think my last question is about the Northwest 8th and 6th lane repurposing. That lane repurposing, those are the lanes on 8th Avenue, not on 6th Street?
I will defer to the acting transportation director.
To Mayor Commission, yes, that's the 8th Avenue.
All right, and that's 8th Avenue between 6th and...
6th and Main Street.
And Main Street, okay. The description is not as clear about kind of what that is. I think I understand it. And the other project had been Southwest 6th between Depot and 16th, correct?
6th Street, yes.
Right, and that was moving from 4 lanes to 2 with a turning lane, or some sort of turn lane.
Yes,
and
yeah.
Similar to other sections of Southwest 6 between, I guess, probably 4th and Main. More similar to that?
Yes, similar to that.
Something like that. Okay, I was just trying to understand, because it's, though the southern portion is looking more expensive, I thought it would, I think that's a really important link in kind of north-south transportation, because the Depot Avenue Trail at Depot, or excuse me, the 6th Street Trail at Depot turns off and goes east, but people attempting to get from South Gainesville, Southwest Gainesville, particularly because bike lanes on 13th end at basically DNA Bridge, bike lanes end. People who want to bike, they can try, is it the 12th Street bike kind of corridor? They can try that, but that's still pretty busy. And so being able to get to 6th Street, to get to the 6th Street Trail is important for people who are trying to avoid biking on 13th, because it can be deadly. So it's a little disappointing right now to see that, but I understand that if it's, well, I don't know that I actually understand it, because I think that southern portion is important to link up. Yeah, I think it's important to link that kind of north-south corridor, because we've done some great work on the rest of 6, and I think I'd argue that the rest of Southwest 6 has been great since, particularly next to Corby Robertson Park, slowing down the safety. I know even driving, I feel safer. A lot of work has gone into that, and this is like completing a section of it. So these two competing projects, I feel like this is a situation where the projects are competing with each other, and I had my heart set on Southwest 6, though I appreciate the idea of kind of reconnecting the neighborhood on Northwest 8th as well. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a number of questions, but I first just want to start off giving ourselves a little bit of a pat on the back for all of this. What was interesting about, I think, the ARPA funds is that every city got a large allocation of these funds, and so you can kind of look and see how other municipalities decided to spend their money. You can see in a lot of areas they just kind of, they might have used it for sewage or infrastructure. They might have used it for any number of things, which was all important to those local communities. But, you can see with ours, I think, kind of the priorities of this community. $7 million went to affordable housing specifically. Another $7 million aid to nonprofits, which was largely affordable housing, but I'd love to hear a little bit more detail as to those at some point. But a lot of focus on homelessness and ensuring that we are reducing homelessness. Our Vision Zero funding in order to make sure that our roads are safe for everybody. I think that what we have done with our ARPA funds really shows the priorities of our community, which is helping our most in need residents, ensuring that we have safer roads, looking at ways that we can keep our residents safe through different ways of doing policing, through violence intervention, the One Nation, One Project, our youth programs. I think we've really shown, what our priorities are as a community, and I'm very proud of what we've put forward here. So with that, I would actually love to hear, because that $7 million from the nonprofits, I think there's a lot of good projects that are coming out of that, and I'd love to hear a little bit more details of what those are.
Of course, I don't have the details with me. We did develop for the last budget meeting that we had, workshop that we had, a list of all the ARPA nonprofits with a more detailed, and we can recirculate that report. But off the top of my head, looking at the list of organizations, we have the development of early learning childhood centers. We have construction of new affordable homes. We have rehabilitation of owner-occupied homes. We have mental and health assistance for families. We have rent and utility assistance that's being delivered by other organizations via the city. And I think top of my head, that's what I would say are the main expenses. We also do have the mobile health outreach clinic that's being run by the UF Health Program. So it's a variety of programs all throughout
Well,
the scope of services.
All right, thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, it's thank you for reminding me. Also, as GRU rates are coming into there, I'll point out that $250,000 went to utility debt forgiveness. We have about $1 million here, or $1.9 million for energy rehabilitation to lower people's GRU bills. So, while we're talking about GRU has been in the news, it is something that we've tried to use what funds we have at our disposal in order to try to give bill relief and for those utility bills. I wanted to follow up on the also on the Southwest 6th and Northwest 8th and 6th. I agree, Commissioner Willits, on the Southwest 6th. That's always a pain to get further south there if you're trying to go in, and there's a number of apartments that are going up. Though I will say that Northwest 8th and 6th, it's got to be one of the 8th is one of the oddest roads in the city, right? You go from 4 lanes down to 3 lanes in that infamous little section there next to Loblolly Woods, down to a 3-lane road, then it spikes up into 5 lanes again, then down into 2 lanes. There's bike lanes in certain sections and then no bike lanes. This particular section is right along the Hawthorne Trail, so there's a number of bicyclists that use it. It's in a walkable area where there's retail on both sides, which generally speaking you wouldn't want it to be a 5-lane highway that's going through there, but mostly as someone who drives it frequently, everyone sort of, as you're coming through, you're on those 3 lanes, there's bike lanes on one side, the bike lanes go away, and then everyone sort of shuffles in the 5-lane area to speed around one another so they can get back down into the 2 lanes. It becomes quite dangerous both for bicyclists or for walkers and for cars. It's and that's just because that one little section is a Florida Department of Transportation section. So it's a very odd section of road that doesn't really match anything that's around it. So I'm excited to see that move forward, just to find more thoughtful ways that we could do that, because it doesn't really make sense to be constantly shuffling in and out for Northwest 8th. But I am curious, what the overages are, because we're working with FDOT on that project, correct? Can you talk about what the overages are as we're kind of voting to move funds around? Because it would be important, I think, also to do the Southwest 6. That's a really nice, important corridor.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have the details. I know that we sent all the information on the public hearings to DOT, and we're waiting for the permitting process to continue with that project. Okay. There are no details on cost or anything like that yet.
Okay. And then I also had a question about security improvements. We've talked before about with Grace Marketplace giving them site control of that location, which I think would potentially have we followed up on conversations from that, or who would be in control of the Grace Marketplace location in the near future? Is that
Mr. Mann, would you please, if you have information available to that regarding Grace Marketplace, the facility that the city currently owns, obviously, if there are any plans to shift that over to Grace in terms of.
Welcome, Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, the Grace Marketplace facility is owned by the city of Gainesville. We have an arrangement with the Grace to operate it. There are currently not any plans to transfer that ownership. That would be examined as we move forward in the various budget processes.
It may save us money on that. It may be that if that's something that they are owning, that this $260,000 would be passed on to Grace as a cost. I know this is something that they've been wanting for a number of years, is site control of that for a number of reasons, and might be a cost savings for us in the future as well as this ARPA portion. So it just might be something worth bringing up in the future. And then I don't have any other questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Special Advisor Ramos. So, bouncing around also on a few of the different slides, Division 0, could we go to that particular slide? Yeah, interestingly, the $100,000 that's transferred to the Northwest 8th Avenue corridor is, in fact, Main Street to 6th Street. I attended part of the FDOT workshop a month or so ago, and there was not a great amount of feedback. The feedback that was offered was about split between folks who wanted to reduce the lanes and provide dedicated bike lanes, and then those who said it's safe now within that the pedestrian use and bicycle use and car use is not mutually exclusive. Anecdotally, that area I travel, it also does not appear to have the same safety issues as some of our other corridors that travel east to west and north to south. And at the time of the workshop, they said they were still determining the actual plan and if it was going to be finalized. But it looks like, seeing it here, it's been finalized. So the question realized is, we're asking for the 100,000 that they talked about at the workshop. This plan is moving forward, and FDOT made the decision to go forward with those dedicated bike lanes and reduction to single traffic lanes.
Mr. Mayor, no decision has been made by DOT yet.
Okay,
We sent all the information on the public hearing. Yes, we have like 19 people in favor, 16 opposed, and 4 the undecided during that hearing process.
Okay,
All that information is for under DOT review right now.
Thank you, Director. So actually, this project, so these monies are then supposed to do what on that corridor if it hasn't been finalized?
That's mainly for the actually restriping of that to reduce it from 4-lane to 2-lane. It's not gonna be a major construction, it's just that the painting pretty much the pavement. So to try to see how that works, and DOT in the future may go to reconstruction of that road.
All right, so it actually does confuse me a little bit. Are we moving forward with single lanes on this road with these monies?
Yes, with the markings, yes,
And the dedicated bike lanes?
yes.
So what part is still not finalized from a planning standpoint by FDOT?
But they have to analyze the permitting process, look at the public hearing and make a decision. If they are allowed, issue that permit to do the project.
I'm kind of thinking out loud. I'm really uncertain. So we have the money, it's going forward.
So if I might intervene, I guess the question might be, will the 100,000 that we're asking to be shifted from one project to the next be on hold until we hear from FDOT?
Yes,
Okay, so,
yeah, you can do that.
All right, so these are monies that we've asked for, that would be anticipated for the project if it moved forward, but it's actually still in FDOT's realm of control to determine if that's going to be the case.
It's the DOT road, so there.
Okay. There is a couple constituents, business owners in there, and their feedback related to the fact that in the early components of planning, and before a few of us were up here on the dais, components of the original plan also involve parking, because for the few businesses that are there, that's a real shortcoming. So I just mentioned that on their behalf, and hope that before we finalize the monies for this, we can actually have another conversation on the dais about that actual project moving forward. I think there's probably some split decision specific to that roadway. Downtown businesses, I spoke to 2 of them, so that's a very small percentage, but the downtown businesses also are concerned from a downtown urban vibrant environment, that every time we restrict roads that make it downtown, that the folks who are not within bikeable and walkable distance no longer can make it there, or they're not interested in doing it because it's not convenient. So it makes me think the key about that safety in Vision Zero, which we all support, is that sometimes these multi-mode uses are not exclusive, meaning you can have safe bike lanes, and you can have pedestrian walkways, and you can have cars moving through the area. This is a comment, Director, and it still be safe for all, which would be the ultimate Vision Zero, is that you can do that. So that's just a comment on that. Thank you for clarifying, sir. One Nation, One Project. This is just a very brief question. I know that there's still organizations interested in potentially acquiring or getting involved in this particular thing. In phase 1, didn't we just close phase 1 and now we're moving forward on the projects?
Good morning, everyone. Brandy Stone, Community Health Director with Gainesville Fire Rescue and co-lead of One Nation, One Project. And yes, Commissioner, Phase 1 has closed and projects will be rolling out through the summer. And in the fall, we'll be opening Phase 2, which is larger funding amounts.
Okay, that's good to know. It's an exciting project and it's very innovative. So I like it. But there are nonprofits now, knowing some of the budgetary constraints that we're facing, that are looking for other ways and other inroads to get the funding streams, and I spoke about One Nation, One Project this morning, but I thought it had closed, so thank you for that.
Sure.
The PPE surveillance project, Ms. Ramos, what is that? I just didn't know what it was.
So
Okay, I will do my best to explain what the surveillance kiosks are, but I think they're scanning machines to help identify where there may be elevated health issues that could be addressed. So it's part of our personal protective equipment inventory that we have available for use. But I can get back to you with more concrete details on what the surveillance kiosks are.
I was just mainly curious on what it was. Is it a,
Yes, it's managed by Gainesville Fire Rescue. So I will confer with them and get back to you with
this
it.
sounds like something that's mobile, it's put in a location, goes to an event, and then we're able to basically ascertain some data or information, is that?
I do not want to assume, so
Okay.
I will get back to you.
Okay. I was just wondering, these freestanding structures that are going somewhere in our city at a fixed spot, or do they have more capability to move around where they're best needed in the community? So, thank you for that. My last comment, same question that came up from some colleagues, deals with the one organization that has so far not executed an agreement. And I would just say, I'm going to assume the answer is yes on this, and we've attempted multiple times to get this contract executed with this organization, made multiple attempts to contact?
Yes, phone, email, short of a site visit, which is next on the
And
list.
you've been working on it for how long with these organizations?
Since the funding was approved in April 2021, 22.
So then I would say that I tend to think the sentiment may be you make multiple attempts and we're actually trying to help something. This is a positive. And at this point in our budgetary process, even though this is an external funding stream, 30 days is awfully generous to reach out. And I would say that we need an immediate report if they haven't complied with that in 30 days. And then those are monies that we reallocate however the commission decides. And now would be the time, not the next quarterly report. But I think, Madam Manager, you said you'd probably bring that back as soon as we, yeah. So I would agree with what I think was alluded to up here is we have great organizations and we want to do good things with them. And if we can't get an organization to reach a contract after multiple attempts to contact, that makes me worry about their ability to follow through with other capabilities that are more operational in nature, even though they may be doing very good things. So thank you. That's just a comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. It's very good.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the presentation. I just had a couple of brief questions. The first one has to do with, it's actually a piggybacking off of a point that Commissioner Chestnut made, and I wanted to thank her for bringing that forward because it is important for us to make sure that we are mindful of those organizations who had made their submissions, were not awarded, but what the process is for reaching out to them, because there is a process that was put into place for some professional development opportunities. So I too am very interested in hearing about how the Community Foundation is reaching out to them and what has happened in that space, what opportunities have been provided. That's particularly concerning because a number of those organizations have reached out. They want to know what's going on. And to be quite honest, a lot of them were quite concerned that even after their application process, there were individuals who applied for ARPA funds, did not get them, but were still able to come to the city and get money. So this is very, very important that we follow up on to make sure we're being fair to everyone in this process. My next question has to do with the violence intervention. And it's part question, but part comment as well. It's actually comment. I believe we gave roughly $1 million to the Gainesville Police Department for their violence intervention projects, gun violence, etc. And I don't believe I've seen anything about that on the website, their website. I think it's very important. They're doing some things from what I understand. They've shared those things with us. And I think that that's important for that to be visible, for that to be something that not just we as a commission can go back and look at, but that the community can see.
Yes, ma'am, I would agree. We actually enhanced, after my meeting with you, the website for gun violence on the city's overall website.
I saw
Did
that.
you see that? And
I
what we will
did.
do is we will make sure that we
On their
put this
website.
element on the one
Gainesville
relative to
Police
guns and the
Department.
police department. We'll put it on both.
Yeah,
That's
let
good.
me, I thank you very much. I'm glad you mentioned that, Madam Curry, really briefly, because On our website, that was something in my motion that really was designed for a very
That.
specific purpose.
Right.
But I definitely think that we need to see on the Gainesville Police
Police
Department what
departments.
they are doing
Sure.
in this space.
Will do.
Okay? The final thing is the Cultural Arts Center. I noticed, if we could go back to that side really briefly. I had hoped to be able to make that presentation last night. I got a number of phone calls about it. I had to work, so I was unable to be there, but there was a bullet point as you're getting to it, if I recall, that said venue visits have begun, and I was curious about what venue visits, what venues those were.
Mayor, Commissioners, Roxy Gonzalez, Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. I'm leading the Cultural Arts Feasibility Assessment. And so the visits that were had were, they went to some private, they were all on the east side, and so they went to private owned properties that were either up for sale. So Gray Bar location was one of them. The property that's between the Cade and Gray Bar is another location, which is Depot Park property that's underdeveloped at this moment. Is another location they looked at. They looked at Duval Early Learning Education Center. They also looked at Thelma Bolton. They looked, they went to a couple other properties I don't know off the top of my head right now, mainly on the east side. So what the feasibility assessment was doing, including last night, was to kind of get the interest of knowing where, how, what, through the workshop. And so those are pretty much the locations they went to, and they explained some of the locations out there. They showed a map of the locations that they were looking at, and they looked at and then asked the community of other locations, of other areas that they are interested in seeing it and the benefit of having it in those locations. And so that's kind of where they're at right now. And then when they pull the report together, we'll be able to present that.
Thank you. Can you speak to us briefly about the public survey? I see that that was issued on May 10th. Are any
Yes.
results back in?
Yeah, not a lot. So we're going to resend out the survey. We also have Carol Richardson, our cultural affairs manager, is now also resending that link again to the public. There was 280, I believe it was either 38 or 83 surveys that went out. We only received 34, but at that same time, there were other surveys that were going out from UF Cultural Arts and other entities that were sending out surveys. So we were getting responses are like, are we supposed to fill this out? Are we not? Like, we just did one. So we're now re-kicking it out again to the same 238 plus more with the recommendations we received last night.
I'm going to ask kind of a basic question here. What's the purpose of the survey?
The survey is to establish where the Cultural Arts Center would be, what they want to see within the Cultural Arts Center, and kind of get the feedback from the community as to how and what.
Gotcha. The reason I asked, Roxy, is because if you're getting just very few results from the electronic version, and we genuinely are concerned about getting feedback, then perhaps we need to consider some other mechanisms. So have we considered doing something outside of the survey?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, yes, so we had that discussion last night with the company. There might be a delay, so I know we said late June, July, but due to last night's community engagement, we are also looking at doing another community engagement in another location to be a little more welcoming to more individuals, because we did get that feedback as well. So we're going to kind of extend this a little bit further to be able to get the right feedback, to have the right information for the feasibility assessment. So as we go through, we're making those adjustments.
Thank you very much for saying that, because like I said, I fielded a few phone calls last night from individuals who either A, wanted to go to the community engagement experience or did go. So if we can expand those opportunities, that would be great. In a former life, I was in research and evaluation. And so the efficacy of certain types of surveys is a little arguable. Okay, so what I would really urge is to bring the people in to hear from them. Thank you for saying you were going to expand that. And let's not just rely solely on that survey, because people don't have time. You can't rely on what people are, let me just do it to get it done, send. And we really want some honest, earnest, genuine results. So thank you for your work on this, Roxy. I look forward to hearing more about it later on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So before we go back for another round, I'll give you a few thoughts that I have. And please, y'all don't jump up unless I ask. I don't need everybody trying to come up at once. I want to be real clear that when we talk about 8th Avenue between 6th Street and Main Street, we are not talking about eliminating car traffic. Okay, but let's not let that get out there. Cars are still going to be able to move just like they do on the rest of 8th Avenue. To the east of Main Street, to the west of 6th Street, I drive it nearly every day, and traffic flows in a lovely way through there on 2 lanes. We're talking about making it safer for about not having a highway for 6 blocks. I don't think anybody thinks that several miles of 2 lanes broken up by 6 blocks of highway is a safe way to move forward. Now, it's change, and change is frightening. So let's keep that in mind. But again, I drive it nearly every day, and I see that we are lucky to not have had a number of pedestrian and cyclist accidents there regularly. So this will make a better stretch of street, and one that I think is probably more favorable to people trying to do business along there. If people don't stop to go into your business from a highway, they don't. If they're going relatively slow on a 2-lane road that has some alternatives and some possibilities, all the research shows that they're more likely to stop and use whatever you're offering there. But again, we're talking about 6 blocks. So let's keep this in mind. We're not going to stop auto traffic on 8th Avenue. And I say all this because I've been through a number of these things before, and I know, when a discussion gets a little bit taken out of context from one of our meetings, it snowballs into something entirely different. We are not talking about cutting off cars or trucks from 6 blocks of 8th Avenue. I would recommend that anyone who is concerned about what those sorts of changes mean in the long run to go take a look at South Main Street between Depot and South 16th Avenue. That's an entirely different place, and it's similar to what we're talking about here, minus the roundabouts. So I would strongly recommend that folks go reassure themselves. And unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of before and after photos of South Main Street, because the before was a highway. It was a 3/4 mile highway that people treated like a highway. And it was not safe, and it was ugly, and it was not conducive to a good urban environment. Go take a look at it now, and it is all those things. It is safe, it is conducive to a good urban environment, it feels good to be a part of. That's what we're looking for on the 6 blocks of 8th Avenue. So moving on from that, I think Commissioner Eastman, you mentioned something about, and probably some other commissioners did too, about what amounts to telling the story a little better and a little differently. This is doing and has done and is going to do tremendous good for our community. We got more than $30 million that we have poured back into the community, and the good that it is that we're going to be able to talk about is enormous. By my count, if you include all the different housing pieces of it, we've spent more than $11 million, or are in the process of spending more than $11 million of our $30+ million on housing in one way or another. I would like us to get some sort of reproducible pie chart, basically, that shows where the money went to in large pieces, not in tremendous detail. That detail should be available to anybody, but something that we can pass along that says, this is where the money went. And I think folks are going to be shocked at how much is earmarked or has already been spent to make housing more affordable for folks. And if we don't know exactly what the number is, I'll promise you the community has no idea. So just, and I'm not talking about, you know, a tremendous amount of work here. I'm talking about just get us like a pie chart that we can point to and send to people and let the world know what we're doing with this money. I am curious. I know we're going to make some determinations within the next month or so about $6+ million of housing. And Mr. Harris, if you would come up and just give us an idea of what that looks like and where we are in that particular process.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, to the Commission. Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. At the next City Commission meeting, we'll bring back a recommendation that was done by the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, as well as a staff recommendation for the $7.2 million that was earmarked to subsidize the development of for sale housing as well as rental housing.
And we'll be able to make commitments on that $7+ million at that meeting.
Yes, you would be able to make the final determination as to how those dollars will be invested into the community.
Excellent. That is a big deal that we should be looking forward to before the end of the month. That's very exciting to me. I'm reasonably certain that there will be funds from the community partners beyond just the contract that we don't have signed yet, that just don't work out for one reason or another over the next year or two. Obviously, with the other budget circumstances that we find ourselves in, we're all thinking about, okay, how can we spend that money? We don't know what that total is going to be yet, but we can be fairly certain that not all of it will be able to be spent within the guidelines, which means there will be other funding opportunities to come back and redistribute. I will tell you all right now that one of my guiding principles going forward is going to be to make sure that anything that we have to cut from the budget otherwise that are direct services to people, to actual humans, that if other money drifts back to us through whatever means, that it gets reallocated to the things that we had to cut from serving people. That is just what you can expect and should expect from me over the next several months, is that when we find other opportunities for money to come back, I want to spend it on people. That's just what you should expect from me as we move forward in the budget process outside this particular process. One other thing before I move on back to the other lights, the central receiving facility, our portion of that through this is $250,000, correct? And we expect that to be moving forward pretty soon.
Yes.
Excellent. And that is in partnership with the state and with the county. I will remind everyone that the first conversation I was involved in with that was in 2013. So the idea of seeing it actually move forward and save lives, because it will, is very exciting, but I can't wait to actually see ground broken on that. So thank you very much. I appreciate all that. And I know that's a lot to get back. This is a huge topic. You know, this is something that reaches into every portion of general government and some of GRU. So it's a big update to bring back to us all at once, and I appreciate everybody being ready to field lots of different questions this morning. So that said, Commissioner Willens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just ask a few more questions, clarify the Northwest 8th and 6th project, because I think from Commissioner Book, I can understand why there might be a little confusion about kind of the process of this. The monies we're talking about are not so much tear up asphalt, rebuild, whatever, hardcore infrastructure. Because the dollars we're talking about are really, and thank you, Director Gover, for mentioning this is kind of like the restriping. And in essence, this is the test something out kind of process before you really start deconstructing certain parts of a street, right?
Yep. Mr. Mayor, yes, it's just pavement marking. It's
So-
phase one. We call
So
it
this is phase
on
one,
that.
and so I think there's some concern from what I'm hearing, I think Commissioner Book, is that there's some concern about we spend money and then it gets kind of undone, or there's a different funding stream for it later on, but this would potentially be more quicker, immediate changes, because the FDOT process is certainly going to be much longer, and so sometimes we talk about kind of like some people call it guerrilla urbanism, where you just go in and you try something, a much cheaper process to see if it works, to see how, what's good, what's bad, how people respond, how it changes traffic patterns perhaps. And so I think that's perhaps where some of the confusion is. This is just a potential, like you said, this is like paint and signage maybe, as opposed to rebuilding curbs or moving curbs or changing the physical structure of medians. So though in the end, perhaps some of our effort might be, some of this might be undone in a few years because of changes that FDOT can make and invest in, or we might find funds to invest in. But this is just the kind of first potential, let's see how we like it. So what we're spending out of ARPA is not the final of what we might think or plan, or FDOT might plan for this section of 8, right?
Correct.
Sorry, that was a lot of me talking, not actually letting you answer questions.
Yeah, let's say future phase could be reducing the lanes and on-street parking, stuff like that. But that would be in a different phase of the project.
Okay, that helps me understand as well, because yeah, $350,000 is not enough to really be bringing in the backhoes and changing asphalt and concrete. So, thank you, Director Gomez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And I would remind everybody that much like the central receiving facility, this conversation about 8th Avenue has been going on since I've been on the dais. So, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Yes, so central receiving is 10 years, and I think 8th Avenue is 20.
There you go.
However, I'm very pleased that Commissioner Book brought up the issue of parking and bringing that issue back to the commission, because there are businesses in that stretch of lane that people need to have access and be able to park. All right, now what I wanted to come back to was Commissioner Duncan Walker's issue on the Cultural Arts Center. And looking at the TV coverage, I was very concerned about the composition of the audience last night and who was there, who was providing comments. I don't know how they were contacted, but I think your recommendation in terms of moving that, the next public meeting to perhaps a different facility, and since we're talking about East Gainesville, we need to come deeper into the heart of East Gainesville to get that participation, whether it's at a church facility or a center over there. But I was just concerned that with the complexity of the audience, the diversity, the lack of diversity of the audience, we might not be getting a true picture of what we want to put there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're actually going around in a couple topics that we're all thinking similarly of. I was attempting to reconcile the planning with FDOT versus what I'm seeing on the slide, so I appreciate the clarification. My grasp is not as great for that because I see we're allocating funds on the 8th Avenue, and I do know that it is at least 20 years. I haven't been sitting up here 20 years, but I know that the roadway redesigns on 8th Avenue have gone back and forth, and over the course of time have consumed a lot of money to reduce and refer and backtrack on things that have done in the past. So I am mindful of that, Mr. Mayor, so I appreciate your comments on that. The Cultural Arts Center, when I met with the consultant, and this is for director, this is just comments for you to take. I told them specifically that I thought that surveying via mail and email would probably not be very effective. They're going to get a limited response. And the contacts that I gave them, so I give this to you so that you can make sure they're following up, was I gave them the contacts for the East Gainesville Alliance. Right, that's a couple that right now has kind of got this informal coalition of neighborhoods, and they're pretty active at the moment. So you get a lot of diverse opinions if you go to those meetings, as occasionally some of us pop in. So that was one that I told them they needed to contact those particular organizers and go and attend. And certainly they would be welcome. I also said that they need to go to the city department that deals with our neighborhood associations, because on the web, we have a list of about 55 neighborhood associations. They're probably somewhat out of date only because the pandemic has taken some of those leaders out of the equation. But I said they need to take that list, download it, and they need to contact everyone on it, because that's all across the 4 quadrants of the city. So I mentioned that so that you can make sure that they're doing those things to do direct outreach at the source in the neighborhoods. And then lastly, probably most of us, when we were interviewed for our thoughts, gave them some community leaders. It was across a broad spectrum. And so I would hope that they're doing that part of their outreach, and maybe that's coming, but it is time for that. So that's related to the Cultural Arts Center. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, no more lights on this. Do we have anyone from the community? Mr.
Yes,
Folsom?
I want to make sure I add some comments based on my comments from the last time about the Jenny process language access and the training. I do want to let the mayor and commissioners know we're not waiting on a training to engage staff. So, for example, our staff, since your subsequent meeting, last meeting, has already called every public number that we have on the City of Gainesville website and reached out to staff to provide them with assistance and support in understanding what the process is for how they handle language translations, as well as services for the public. So I want you to know that has already begun. That's continuing to take place regardless of the training. We're still going to do the training, but proactively we've already taken the step to go ahead and contact our frontline workers. One of the things that we've realized is in a lot of departments, while it is that some of us have executive assistants that answer the phone, technically we all can answer the phone. So it's a phone tree essentially. So if you don't get the first person, it keeps circling on and on. So a lot of people who may not feel like they're frontline workers have realized, you know what, I am frontline because this phone call, I can answer this phone call. So making sure that we're proactively engaging staff on the front end prior to any training is something I want the commissioners, mayor and commissioners to know we've already started doing, and I want the public to know that as well. And if you have any issues, please give us a call. Please let us know. This is something that we want to get better at. This is something that we want to do efficiently. And I just want to let you know that we've already begun that process of trying to do that. So that's all I wanted to share.
All right, thank you, Mr. Folston. Do we have anyone from the public?
Mr. Mayor, no, there are no speakers.
Okay, very good. All right, Commissioner Sacco, are you good? I don't have a mechanism for.
We're good.
Okay, all right. I see no further lights. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
Commissioner
well, I was going to make the motion, but first I just kind of wanted to jump in on, I kind of wanted to reiterate or kind of repress what I heard Commissioner Willett say. I am a big fan of this sort of interim design structure which is what I think you were, which is what you were referring to, which is kind of been changed as a best practice in terms of transportation planning, which is that used to be we would try to get all this feedback on the front end, say like, what would you like to see with this road? What is the best way to do it? You would spend all this time, then you would spend millions upon millions of dollars because infrastructure is incredibly expensive, moving concrete, putting things in, and what you're seeing a lot of cities move to is instead of doing all that front end work for something that you hope works better in the future, you're saying, well, let's test out a concept, let's see if this works, let's move some things around. Paint is very inexpensive in comparison to moving concrete, and so you're able to get feedback, check, do research on the front end to see what will work for these various street designs. But then if it doesn't work, if people don't like it, they can always come back and say, this didn't work for us. We can go back to the way it was before. We can try something different. You're seeing that. I was recently in Austin where they have implemented this, and you've seen a lot of good changes, some of which worked, some of which didn't, but they were able to go back and try it again. And I think that is a much more thoughtful way to approach transportation planning, because I know even for me, someone who tries to think about streets, who rides his bike everywhere, it's hard to picture a road and say, how is this going to look in the future? How will this impact me? And it's much, much easier if you try to implement something, see how it works, and get feedback as you're going through that process instead of trying to think that you could create a perfect widget, spend millions of dollars, and then go back later. And that's what I think what we're talking about with Northwest 8th. That's what I heard when I was also at that same thing. So I like that as well. I want people to that are worried about how this will impact their commute, who are people that are worried about that this is just a temporary measure. We're going to test it out. We're going to see how it works moving forward, but it's not necessarily going to be the end. And at least the research that we have seen shows a fairly small, I think they had a great graph up there showing how much this will slow people down by 2045, which they have, 2 seconds to 3 second changes in time, that it will not, the huge impact. I'm not necessarily opposed to on-street parking there as well. Obviously, I would prefer bike lanes in certain areas, but certain streets are for certain things. My only worry with that is it is a fast road, and so you'd have to have parallel parking, and so people stopping in the middle of the road and pulling back in may not be the safest way to go about it, but I think it's worth, still exploring. I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
If you have a business, you are quite concerned.
Oh, yes, yeah. And there's a number of businesses there, and on-street parking works great in retail areas. I mean, I bike everywhere, but I certainly agree that you need to have, there needs to be roads where people can go through. Roads not everything needs to be for one purpose. You need to make sure that there's a road system that works for everybody. So anyway, I will motion that the City Commission reduce the Vision Zero Southwest 6th Street project by $100,000 and increase the Vision Zero Northwest 8th Avenue 6th Street lane repurposing by $100,000.
Is there a second? There's no second for that.
All right.
Okay. Seeing no further lights?
What does it mean exactly if we don't move forward with staff's recommendation on this? Like, where are we at that point? We have money allocated to something that does not have the funding, right?
Correct. That is correct. These are ARPA funds, and we're trying to move them so we can spend them. Otherwise, we lose them, or we can reallocate them. The commission can reallocate them to other projects. We have a project that's not moving. The recommendation from the working group was to move $100,000 to a project that is under budget that needs to move forward, and that is the recommendation here.
So it's not that we're deciding to not do one project or do another one. It is simply saying that that we will not be moving forward with anything otherwise unless we choose to reallocate this. We are further along, it sounds like, with the Northwest 8 project. Do we own Southwest 6? Is that our road?
Yes.
Okay. And if we move forward with this, would that deny us the ability to come back and have these conversations in the future related to on-street parking, different redesigns? So this is just moving it over and saying we have to choose something here. The cost of we need to pick something to go with, and we're choosing to go with this one because we are further along. We can use it through ARPA funds at the moment.
And that is correct. If we don't do this, quite frankly, it would come back probably in another month or so, asking the commission to move it from this project to other projects that are ARPA supportable.
Okay.
Mr.
Commissioner,
Mayor.
you,
This is on a different issue.
okay. Commissioner Eastman, you good?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, all right. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Sacco would like to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think to Commissioner Eastman's point and part to follow up on what the manager just said, I think Ms. Ramos said that in about, what was it, another 2 weeks with that one organization that hasn't really responded to our request for information, that they're going to have to come back and have a recommendation anyway. If we don't pass a motion today, then within those 30 days, the manager just said, we'll be able to talk about a more complete number of funds that have been, I guess, actuals that have been audited would be the best way to phrase that. So I'm okay coming back in 30 days unless the manager thinks that this motion is something that needs to be done today for that project to move forward. But I'm not sure what she would prefer.
I can wait.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm okay waiting for that. That way we have as few modifications to this as possible, and we have the largest number of the most accurate number of sums, so we can see where we are reallocating. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So let's be clear before I move to the next commissioner. We've talked about the 30-day period several times. I want to get everybody's calendar straight. We have a meeting today. We have a meeting on the 15th. We have some other special meetings and workshops and things. But after June 15th, our next regular meeting following that is July 20th, I believe. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. It is when we talk about 30 days, we have a recess meeting there. So keep that in mind. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just closing, well, some of the things we didn't cover here, and we kind of talked at length about the Cultural Arts Center and the 8th Avenue. This is one of the more motivating and positive reports that we're getting, because we're doing a lot of things with funding streams that are not coming through general revenue. And I've looked at the community-based organization grants report that the manager provided to us, and you look at the amount of organizations and the breadth of what we're covering with the monies that are going to these organizations and not impacting this revenue stream we're talking about, and it's fantastic. So I just want to say, in spite of the fact that we're kind of looking very closely at a couple things and we want to do them a little better, overall, the ARPA, the manner in which we're using ARPA funds and the way that Madam Manager, you and the staff have got this going to multiple organizations in the previous commission is outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We want to get a report back before July. I would suggest that we have a report come back to us by June 15th. The group NAMI that has not responded, this has been going on since April of 2022. So I'm not sure, because that's when we started the process, April 2022. I'm not sure we need to give another 30 days there. There are organizations that applied for funding last year that could impact our summer program this year, and they were not funded. So so hopefully we can come back June 15th. That's one. And I'd like to be sure we have a clear process for reallocating additional funding. First, I agree with the mayor, we want to look at organizations and people that are being displaced from lack of funding. But I also want to have a preference given to organizations that applied for ARPA funding who were not funded. And that was the importance of having the community trust, no, what's the name of the group? The community foundation to provide training to them so that they would be able to prepare themselves for future funding. So that's why it's so important for them to have an opportunity to get that training. But that we prioritize and look at those organizations as well and looking at reallocating funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. All right, I don't see any other lights. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is our resolutions by roll call for the morning. Our first item, our sole item is 2023-487 for budget amendment to the FY23 General Government Financial and Operating Plan Budget, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is the fourth budget amendment for 2023 General Government and Operating Plan. This item went before the Finance Committee chaired by Chairwoman Chestnut, and she had her members present. They vetted this report, questioned staff, and of course they have recommended it today to be considered and hopefully approved by the commission. This is standard. It is additional revenues and of course allocations on the expenditure side across all of the funds, general fund, special revenue fund, special revenue grant, proprietary enterprise, capital, all funds involved that have had additional revenues or carryover associated with the appropriate expenses. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, but it was reviewed by finance, and of course we're asking that the commission approve it so that we can make this a part of our regular report or part of the actual budget that has been adopted by this commission, because it would be amended based on what is here. During that meeting, we also had extended conversation regarding Ironwood and their revenues and expenses as well. With that, I would recommend that the commission approve at least this fourth amendment.
Okay. Do we have any public comment signed up on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, do you have a motion?
Move staff's recommendation to adopt the proposed resolution.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. And that's a roll call.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. So it passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is our first reading ordinances for the morning, also by roll call. Item number 2023-477, Expenditure, Reporting, and Audit of Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Funds. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 2-407, Annual Work Plan, Annual Report, Action Requiring County Commission Approval, and Section 2-409, GCRE Fund in the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances relating to expenditure, reporting, and audit requirements of applicable funds, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is an item that we were assisted with the city attorney in preparing this ordinance, as they would normally assist us in preparing ordinances or take responsibility for preparing ordinances. This is an item that comes out of the 18 findings from the State Auditor General asking that we have more transparency regarding GCRA's expenditures and funds. And so what we are doing here is recommending that when we provide the annual financials for the city regarding general government, pension funds, police, fire, et cetera, that we have one more audit associated specifically with GCRA. And so that is what this does. And so next year, you just received on yesterday the financials for 22. You had the big binder, which is the general government. You had several small binders that had some of the other fund programs. Next year, you would have one specifically associated with the GCRA. That will address the transparency issue that was referred to in the State Auditor General's report. This ordinance makes that happen if it is approved.
So to be clear, the GCRA has been part of the larger audit anyway. This
Yes.
just splits out that portion of it as a specific area of audit.
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, anyone from the public on that?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt on first reading the expenditure reporting and audit of Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Funds.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, it's a roll call. Yeah.
I want to.
Yeah, okay. Go
Just,
ahead.
sorry.
Commissioner
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just also in there, and I think it's kind of important, was adding a line about the report to the extent to which the city achieved the goals set out in the work plan. I think that sounds obvious, but I think it's good to put it in ordinance that report is not just what they spent, but to actually line it up with the actual plans. Often we get, that's what staff tell, they say this is what we set out, this is what we did, but it does add that as well, which is nice in the huge volume of what we see when it comes to kind of financials audited. Sometimes we're stuck in the numbers and not in the, did we achieve our goals? How many people were impacted? Did we get done? So I just want to add that that's one of the lines that was added, and I really like that as well. Thank you, Mr.
Very
Mayor.
good. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further lights. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this really has not as much to do with this item in terms of making this an additional audit, but this is a general concern of mine with regards to GCRA. I would just like to hear from Mr. Folston. Is he still back there? Yeah. Mr. Folston, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, please. Because once again, this is one of our larger pots of money that we have to deal with that dwindles down over a very specific and dedicated amount of time at this point. Mr. Folston, if you would, please speak to us. I know that you're in the process, have probably spoken to all of us about how you will be operationalizing equity. Can you speak to us about that briefly before I pass my vote on this? Because it's very important for me to hear that the remaining balance of this $70 million that sits within this fund will be dispersed equitably, and that there is a plan that will be coming before this commission to make sure that that actually happens.
Yes, it's Ryan Folsom, Director for the Office of Equity and Inclusion. I believe that that plan is going to end up coming before you as commissioners to make a decision on as a group. I believe staff has reviewed it. One of the things that we will be able to assist them in is the fact that making sure that we provide plans and opportunities across the city of Gainesville at its core, because I believe that's core to you guys' mission as a whole, is to making sure that equitably we look at the whole entire community and that we're providing services throughout the whole entire community. So that's something that we're going to be responsible for working with staff on, collaborating with them just as well as collaborating with you on to make sure that we do that moving forward. That also means in terms of procurement opportunities, make sure that all those opportunities are available to everyone in the city of Gainesville, all small businesses, all races, all genders, all creeds. So that's something that we want to make sure that we're focused on, and I believe that we can do that and have done it to a degree with staff. And so I'm supportive of that action, but I do agree with you. I think that's one of the underlying themes of this commission is to make sure that we're equitable, and that's something that we want to make sure that we're trying to do.
When can we expect that plan?
We would get with staff. You talking about my personal plan for the city?
I'm talking about the operationalizing equity that would impact GCRA, et cetera.
That's something that we'll come back to the commission with once we've gotten back with the charters on to make sure that they're aware. We're in this new climate, and I want to make sure that they understand what that would mean for their particular service areas as we move forward in this new climate. Because it's something that we really want to do and implement, but I definitely want to make sure that they're in a position to be able to implement it in this season that we're in. So I would like to give them opportunity to weigh in first in terms of what the plan is and to see if we need to tweak it based on the climate that we're in and see what are those core things, though, that we got to keep in and we got to move forward with. Even on a smaller scale, but I want to make sure that I give my colleagues a chance to review that first.
Thank you for that, Mr. Folsom. I'm going to sum up my questions and my comments by making a request that we see something within the next month. We've been talking about that for a little while. I don't really want to tarry as GCRA and other departments, et cetera, continue to spend money and continue to hire vendors, et cetera. I want to make sure that operationalizing equity is something that we actually make good on. I brought that up here at this particular point because GCRA is GCRA, and it is $70 million. And there are people who need to be brought to the table in a fair way. So I'll conclude my statements with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. To remind everyone, this motion is to split out the already audited but separately now audited requirement for the GCRA to have its own separate audit as opposed to being a part of the overall general government audit. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. So, Madam Clerk, let's go back to item 2023-497 that we pulled off of consent and go ahead and address that since we have a few minutes in the morning agenda.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not looking at the number, but I believe that's the one that I pulled with regards to wild spaces, public places. I see Betsy, thank you so much. I really just have a basic statement. It really just dovetails on what I was just speaking about. This is talking about operationalizing equity. If you would kindly step forward a little bit for us to the mic, please, Betsy. Because we have 18 firms that we're dealing with here, and it's just one question. How did we arrive? Because we're not yet at the place with the Office of Equity and Inclusion where we are making sure that they're involved in these conversations, but how did we arrive at this list?
Yes, Mayor, Commissioner, appreciate the opportunity to speak to this item. So we submit a request for qualifications. So we specifically reached out to small local firms, and there's also a broad reach through Demand Star. I don't know the specific number of firms that were reached out to, but I can definitely get the information and bring it to you from procurement staff. So we had a very broad reach, and we also had a targeted local reach. So our goal is to work with as many small, local, and diverse businesses as possible. We're proud that this list of 18 firms who decided to submit qualifications, 6 have offices here in the city of Gainesville, 3 are diverse, and we are really proud to work with a number of small, local, diverse businesses.
Okay. Was equity and inclusion included in this process at all?
I don't think it specifically went through their office. I know we have a list of small vendors that we utilize. So we look at that list of small registered vendors within the city of Gainesville to help with this solicitation process.
Gotcha. Madam Manager, I don't know if it applies here, but there is a checklist that I believe came out of your office. Okay.
Yes, so thank you so much. Great question. So of the 18 firms that were awarded, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are local firms, Gainesville based, and 3 would fall upon our minority and small business categories.
Okay, so you worked, Mr. Folston, kindly step back, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So were you involved in the process?
Not directly, because this question has come up before. I try to make sure staff reviews every item of such nature that comes before the city commission so that we're prepared to respond to it. But in terms of directly being part of the solicitation process, no, ma'am, we were not directly involved, but it's something that our staff does monitor. It is something that potentially we could look at in the future of doing. It's something that is going to come back as a recommendation in the disparity study when that comes back. But currently right now, it's just something that we proactively do to make sure we go back and monitor what solicitations come forth and who those businesses that get awarded are.
Thank you. And
Yes, ma'am.
when does that disparities study finally come back?
We come back and we meet next week as a disparity study. We actually meet on next Friday with Griffin and Strong. That's our final meeting with them. And then after that, we'll be setting up time to walk the halls with each commissioner through the process. And then we'll set up a formal meeting for the community.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And I conclude.
Commissioner Sacco. I assume that's what that was for. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Duncan Walker's point, and I think to show a bit of some of that involvement that Wild Spaces does have, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago now, Department of Equity and Inclusion had their small business, it's kind of like a small symposium, welcome event, conference. They have them twice a year, I think. Wild Spaces was one of the city representatives that was there to really show what our opportunities are. And I think there might have been at least 50 representatives in the room. They came in and out. I think the mayor also attended for part of it. There is outreach happening. And I think Ms. White might have mentioned, but I think overall, I might be getting the number wrong, so she can correct me, but I think overall Wild Spaces, about 70% of our contracts and subcontracts have been to small businesses. So they are trying to work off those lists off that equity and inclusion have cultivated over the years. So I don't know if 70 was the correct number, Betsy, but I think that's the number we had discussed. I'm just trying to say just how great they are at that effort of trying to reach out.
Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners. So Commissioner Sacco is really close. So in the last fiscal year, so every fiscal year we do an internal audit process to really track each expenditure. So we know how much money we're spending locally with small and with diverse businesses. And in fiscal year 22, we're proud to have spent over 70% of our funds within the local Gainesville and surrounding community, and over 60% were with small vendors. And I don't have the diverse percentage memorized, but I can definitely give you that information. And we're seeing you again next week.
Thank you.
I think that would really, well, that'd be great for the update, for the plan. So I think that would kind of help if we look at the lifespan of the program, since you do that audit every year, just to show the trends and what efforts we've been making because I know you show up at just about every small business kind of breakout that we have, and I really try to engage with all those small businesses to see just how they can be incorporated. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Thank you, Betsy Waite, for that information. I did want to just expand on that just a tiny bit, because while it is important that the businesses that we bring to the table are small, they also have to be other things as well, which is why for me, it's important to make sure that the Office of Equity and Inclusion is ingrained and embedded in all of these processes in some way. So I'm looking forward to that conversation when they bring back how that will actually happen and be operationalized. But thank you very much, Betsy. You answered my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Walker. All right, do we have a motion? Actually, let's hear from the public.
Mr. Mayor, we do not have
Okay.
any speakers.
All right, thank you.
I'm,
Hang on.
Oh, I was
Commissioner
just going to make the motion, Alyssa. I move that the city commission award the professional design services for Wild Spaces Public Places, continuing services contract to the 18 design firms listed here, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute all contract documents and other necessary documents subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
second.
All right,
Second.
there's a motion and a second, and Welcome back to the afternoon session. We have a lot of good work to do this afternoon. And I would remind everyone that Commissioner Sacco is joining us virtually. And we'll have everybody else back any moment, I am sure. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, our first item is Gainesville History Moment. We have Ms. Donna Waller, followed by Linda Bassan.
Bassan, yeah. So, Donna, why don't you come up first, and then we'll go to Linda. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Today, what I thought I'd do was to talk to you about the history of the economic engine of Gainesville, the University of Florida, and a little bit about the relationship between the city and the university in history. The University of Florida was formally founded and moved to Gainesville in 1905, but that was not the first time it had been here. The University of Florida is actually a merging of 4 different schools when it was formed in 1905. And the oldest institution of higher education in the state was an institution called East Florida Seminary. And briefly in the post-Civil War era, it was moved to Gainesville. And if you ever wondered why suddenly the city fathers in 1905 went, ooh, we should have the University of Florida be here, it was because the East Florida Seminary, which was part of what the University of Florida became, had already been here in the 1860s for about a decade. So in 1905, these 4 schools, the largest of which was the Florida Agricultural College up in Lake City, decided to merge, and that was a land-grant college, and that's how the University of Florida became a land-grant college, was that school that was up in Lake City was already one. So Lake City naturally thought they were going to get the University of Florida. But if you were here a couple of weeks ago when I talked about the music scene and the Thomas Center, Major Thomas and a group of city fathers and the city commission decided that Gainesville was a much better location. So they started a media blitz to bring the University of Florida to Gainesville, and they offered 500 acres of land, which was then west of the city. They offered to extend Alachua Road out to the 500 acres, and that's University Avenue. All of this was done by the city. And last but not least, and relevant today, they promised to give the University of Florida free water in perpetuity. That's how it reads. And that's why Bulwer Springs is a neat place to know about, because that was the water that the University of Florida got. So the University of Florida opened in Gainesville in 1905 with 103 students, and all white males. Florida's women got what is now Florida State, and Florida's African Americans got what is now Florida A&M. And the University of Florida remained pretty much all white males. It did open enrollment to mature women of good character in 1924 to be able to take courses that they could not get in Tallahassee. And so there was limited coeducation, and most of those women were in medical fields, if you wanted to know how that happened. The university grew slowly, but World War II gave it a bad hit and then a huge spurt of growth. During the war, nobody went to school. Everyone largely joined the Army. And so the University of Florida offered all of its buildings to the U.S. government for training members of what became the Army Air Corps. That would be my father, actually. That was probably his first trip to Gainesville. So in the 1940s, all the buildings were used by the U.S. government. And after the war, the university became genuinely co-ed in 1947. And part of the reason for that, the University of Florida resisted it, but men coming back from the war on the GI Bill wanted to go to school in Tallahassee. And so when 934 men enrolled up there, the University of Florida said, oh, I guess we got to take women. So in 1947, the university became coeducational. One of the articles I read talked about how easily the University of Florida went through integration, and actually said that the university was integrated in 1958 by its first African American law student. And the first, to wrap this up and bring it back to Gainesville, the first African American undergraduate BA at the University of Florida was awarded in 1965 to a Gainesville resident that many of you knew, Judge Stephen Mickle, who was actually the first African American undergraduate at the University of Florida to get a degree, and that was in 1965. By 1950, there were 10,000 students. By 2015, there were 50,000 students at the University of Florida. And the relationship with the city of Gainesville has been intermittently taxed by that. But as I used to tell my students at Santa Fe, we should all remember that if Gainesville is a plantation, the University of Florida is the big house, and we will always have to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. And today we're going to do a twofer for Gainesville history. I've invited Linda Basham to come give us a second dose. And if we get the overhead for that, there we go, perfect.
My name's Linda Basham. I've been a member of Gainesville's community since 1964 when I came to go to school here. And as such, I took part in a lot of the history that I will be talking about. So I know it, if I can remember it, that is. June 1st, today, marks the beginning of Pride Month, which is celebrated in major cities around the world and a lot of smaller communities like Gainesville as well. If you want to see what events are scheduled for this Pride Month, you can check social media for groups like the Pride Community Center, and you will see there are quite a few things scheduled. However, many of you say, but I know the Pride Festival and Parade is held in October. That's true. Many, many years ago, it was decided that June is just way too hot to be holding a parade and a day-long festival. So that's why we do it in October. To kick off Pride Month, I want to tell you about 4 people that I knew pretty well, some better than others, who are major contributors to making Gainesville a more welcoming community for LGBT individuals. They were all leaders for equal rights in our community. I'll start with Bob Karp, who recently died a couple months ago. Bob was an early gay rights organizer, worked in the early 90s to add lesbian, gay, and bisexual to the groups protected by the Alachua County Human Rights Ordinance and later the Gainesville HRO. There's a real long history associated with the county HRO that includes votes and passages and repeals and court cases, and then the final decision that it would stand. Electing Margaret Epps in 1993 to the County Commission, and Begin Hanrahan and Sandy Calkins in 1996 as commissioners to the Gainesville City Commission helped the cause by making these major votes in those decisions. Bob worked on all those campaigns. The Human Rights Council of North Central Florida was also founded right around that time, 1993, and has existed for the last 30 years to further fights against discrimination for LGBT individuals. Abby Goldsmith was a bisexual woman, an RN, raised her 5 kids here in this community, and was devoted to any number of causes, social justice causes. In the early 90s, she came to the realization that we needed to elect progressive candidates who would support LGBT rights if we were ever going to move forward in this community on that issue. And so Abby decided and went forward to reorganize, revitalize, and re-energize the Alachua County Democratic Party. She did so quite successfully, and as already mentioned, Margaret Epps got elected very shortly thereafter, and many, many candidates since then who support progressive causes have been elected as a result of the work of Bob and Abby and the other 2 individuals I'm going to talk about. I think we all remember Craig Lowe, who also passed earlier this year. Craig ran and was elected to the City Commission in 2003 and later mayor. He served until 2013. During his mayoral campaign, there was a group that posted handmade signs around town that said, "No homo mayor." Hopefully, Commissioner Willits here and Commissioner Alford on the County Commission have not had to face this kind of opposition, certainly as strongly as he did. And I think it's because Craig paved the way. Craig was a private person. He didn't seek the spotlight. And he was, frankly, it was not in his comfort zone to be a public figure. But he was very astute politically. He worked with Bob and Abby on campaigns, and he felt that he could help change Gainesville for the better. And I think he did. And finally, this is kind of an iconic photo of Terry Fleming. It was taken in 2019, right after the 3 rainbow crosswords were laid on First Street. And by the way, he led the effort to raise $7,000 to help pay for those crossroads. Terry came a little bit later to Gainesville, mid to late 90s. He became very active in electoral politics, progressive politics around issues and candidates. Worked hard with Abby and Craig and Bob. He was part of that think tank, and he was also part of the boots on the ground effort to protect LGBT and further LGBT rights. But he, like many of us, knew there was more to it than just elections, candidates, and issues. In 2000, Terry joined with others to create a community center for education, resources, services, and fellowship. The Pride Community Center of North Central Florida continued from 2002 until 2020 under his leadership. It's still serving the area's community after his death. I really don't want to leave you with the impression that Abby, Bob, Craig, and Terry lived and breathed only LGBT issues. They all served on numerous boards. They were advocates for the environment, for transportation. They loved to hike, camp, cook. They loved their families. They were active in many causes, from the homeless to labor. But these 4 friends and allies did provide leadership to our LGBT community, and they were an incredible think tank. They contributed both individually and together to make Gainesville the welcoming place that it is. Sadly, they all died before reaching 70. Terry died before 60. And I feel the loss every day. But I know Gainesville is better for them having been here. Thank you.
Linda, thank you so much. I appreciate it. History is about places and events, but it's mostly about people. And it's always good to be reminded of those people. And for any of you who are not aware, we do a history moment at the 1 o'clock, open at the 1 o'clock session at every regular meeting now. And I'm really glad that we do it. Deepened my understanding of our community, and it's always good to be reminded of friends who are no longer with us. So, happy Pride, and thank you, Linda and Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next item is early public comment on agenda item. And we have Ms. Tana Silva. She has 3 items that she's speaking to.
A reminder that this is early public comment on agenda items. And if you want to speak on something that is on the agenda later but can't stay for it, this is the time to be part of that. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Happy June, everyone. I would ask you 7 elected representatives to be the peacemakers, to be the good stewards of public resources, to be informed by diverse collective experience, to put aside the random upzoning, tend to the budget, and then pick up where the Commission's Housing Summit of July 2018 began, but its good intentions derailed the next week into a divisive 5-year push to upzone the entire city. And that's another history moment, or a lot of them. For now, if I could have the overhead for a minute. Thank you. For now, here are just a few slides from that presentation by the Florida Housing Coalition and Schimberg Center for Housing Studies. First was the purpose of that housing summit was to begin to prioritize the needs and do some careful analysis. This was just one of many slides showing kind of a snapshot of where the city was at. These were more affordable, small complexes, 2 to 9 units. And you can see that they're spread along transit lines and in concentrated areas. And those were said to be in need of preservation. That was one of the most urgent findings of the Schimberg Center and the Florida Housing Coalition. Surplus lands was another item that the commission and the entire audience at Spring Hill Baptist Church or Community Church looked at and discussed. And surplus lands are, as it says, every 3 years, the state requires every city and county to report an inventory of surplus lands to be used for affordable housing. Funding strategies, this was just another of many pages of findings and discussion points. SHIP programs, so forth. The SHIP programs are dependent on incentives for affordability, and not just, and probably the most important one, prioritize strategies. Now that we've heard Gainesville's affordable housing needs, a lot of people from the community had really valuable input, and I think it pretty much got shut down the next week when the planning staff introduced GNV-RISE, Gainesville RISE, to the plan board that no one seemed to know anything about, and it's just been presented the week before. So anyway, the prioritization didn't happen, and precious time, money, opportunity, and trust were lost. And increasingly, over 7 years now, the public was pushed out of participation in policy decisions and replaced by pricey consultants and paid college interns. Homeowners were called racist, wealthy minority. Trees and green space became obstacles. Development was deregulated, and corporate interests, including UFs, were served to the point of being embedded in city government. The previous commission, over strong objections from Commissioners Johnson and Simmons, bypassed the recommendations of staff and the plan board to implement, and suddenly appeared a version of ADUs, accessory dwelling units, that went to 2 dwelling units per property citywide and 3 stories tall. This was not considered in the plan board or with the public. Also, transect zones were made in the previous commission last year, in fact, to be applicable anywhere in the city of any size. That means a lot of these, build to the lot line and that kind of thing. And it's all going toward multiple family, not single family. In short, my suggestion would be to approve the rescission of the zoning and land use ordinances today and not jump into one commissioner's version 3.0 of all of the aforementioned. Instead, take care of the urgent budget issues before you, tone down the vitriol and harsh language, and work toward genuinely reopening discussion, true data, and analysis for the long-term well-being of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anyone else for early public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, that concludes our early public comment. Next, we have general public comment with Mr. Tom Camilio as our first speaker, followed by Ms. Monica Fraser.
And I would remind everyone, this is for items not on the agenda. So,
Not on the agenda.
correct.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, thanks so much for your hard work. This is a great city, and I'm proud to be a voting member of the city of Gainesville. My name is Tom Canilio. I'm with the Center of Sustainable Agroforestry. Our history lecture was about the land grant university that came to Gainesville. I'm a graduate of the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. When I left Peace Corps South America, I was so excited about what was going on in Brazil with ethanol, and they were using sugar cane. So I came up here and I studied under some of the best. And I was really fortunate to be in agronomy, which later developed biomass energy crops. And suddenly, we find ourselves in a really tough situation. The city of Gainesville, it's terrible that we're going to lose control of our utility, apparently. Chuck Clemens is wrong in doing what he did. However, the board can help you, if they appoint a board, get to our goal of zero carbon by 2035 or 45?
45.
45. It's a huge goal, but it can be done. And this university city nexus with our energy crop development in both forestry and agronomy. And I'm showing you a crop from the agronomy department, is part of what Dr. Rockwood and I are calling dedicated energy crops. We're a long way from having it possible, but GRU has shown interest in this particular energy crop. It sent up one of its planning directors to look at it because JEA paid for a study, Jacksonville Electric, paid for a complete study of this crop after it's frosted up here in North Florida. And it turned out that there's more BTUs in this plant after it's frosted than in the wood that we're using, the waste wood that we're buying now. So the GRU is quite interested in this concept if we could grow enough of it. My suggestion to the city is that you open up a dialogue with the Dean for Research at IFAS, Dr. Rob Gilbert, former agronomy chairman, and try to get something started. I'm very small. I'm not going to be able to do that. There are issues. One of the issues, unfortunately, is that the city GRU just agreed to no longer take the wood ash from our biomass power plant and give it and spread it on the land. And I want the commission to ask questions about this. Why was this done? The contract is now being under the same person, under the same little company from St. Petersburg, outsiders. They're selling it now to a landfill in GRU. We were spreading 10,000 acres last year. It was the last year I was involved in this, of the wood ash on our farmland. You probably had hamburgers today, or you ate some meat today, or you will eat some meat this week. And these farms and ranches are producing the food. So take a look at that for us, please, because we're no longer using our wood ash on our land in a conservative way. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelia.
Our next speaker is Ms. Monica Frazier, followed by Joe Beatty and Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Good morning. So, Monica Frazier here. Last night, I attended the Cultural Arts Center workshop that was held at the Thomas Center. And the announcement that I read, and I quote, it says, "The City of Gainesville invites all neighbors to attend a community workshop this month to help shape the vision of a cultural arts center in East Gainesville." The opening statements that were given said that this art center can be held anywhere in Gainesville, not just East Gainesville. And so there was an outcry, and everyone was like, what? Because it felt like bait and switch. And it felt like the opening of the door to renege on actually putting something in East Gainesville. And we all know the desperate need, because they had the map that showed all of the sites that were on the west, and then there's just 1 or 2, 3 little dots that were on the east. And there were many failures with advertising, conflicting messaging, failure to accurately document the feedback that they were given last night. And we should not be paying almost $200,000 to people who live in Connecticut to lead this process, to only have them talk directly to heads of art departments and send out 288 emails, I think was the number they gave us last night, of the people who they wanted to get feedback to. They need to be talking to everyday people who live and reside in this community who will actually use it. That's a waste of our money if that's all they were going to do. They showed a slide that they have interviewed 21 people. And from what I could tell, because they listed the people and who they were and what they did, less than 5 of them lived on the East Gainesville side. And that was including you guys. And so we need a better process. When we hire out consultants and bring them in, we need to be telling these people who they have to talk to and not just let them figure it out. Because last night was a wasted opportunity where they could have really gotten better participation for advertising. It was a mess. But I did watch this morning, and I saw that you guys have already discussed it. I was very pleased to hear from Commissioner Duncan Walker and Mr. Book, but that they had already tried to reach out and tell them what their plans were not going to work, and that they gave them direction of how to make it better, but these people still didn't do this, and we're paying them, and they're not listening, and they're not doing what we said. So we need to change that process. And then also, I just want to say that as we talk about locations, some of the locations that are being floated are only on Main Street. And while technically, if you're on the east side of Main Street, that's East Gainesville, but really that's downtown. And if we want to be true and do revitalization of East Gainesville, it needs to move off of Main Street. And then one last thing, I was really offended last night. They put up a list of all the places that they consider cultural arts centers, and they listed Evergreen Cemetery as being a cultural arts center on East Gainesville. I mean, I questioned that. And they said, well, there's this nice big memorial that we put out there and we have a service. That does not equal an art center. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier.
Next, we have Joe Beatty, followed by Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Ms. Beatty.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As you know, Joe Beatty. I was listening on and off to your meeting this morning, and I just can't believe the direction you all are going. I don't hear anything changing. You've been warned, that there's an iceberg ahead, and it's like you're on the Titanic and you're rearranging the decks of the chairs on the deck, and you're not really making any significant changes. You need some structural changes in this city. I've been watching how the commission's over 15 years. I've been looking at budgets. I've been seeing programs. And I can tell you, you add programs, you never evaluate them. You're adding new programs now when you should be hitting the pause button. A lot of these ideas may be good ideas, but now's not the time. You should be starting at the bottom and building this budget up. You should be looking at the structure of your government. You've got duplication. You've got different departments that kind of do the same thing or have a person that does similar things, but they don't talk to each other. I spent one Friday trying to get to someone, first of all, not having the phones answered, being told how important my call was, but leave a message, we'll get back to you, and getting referred around in a circle. And it's a waste of the public's time. It's a waste. It was real obvious. It's also not efficient government. And you really need to look at some of the structural issues. You need to hit the pause button. You're just rubber stamping the ideas that you have, some of them very good, the Cultural Arts Center, the park, whatever. But right now, you really need to fix the structure and look for where you can get efficiencies. I just hear you moving money around and programs around, and I think Mr. Book was asking a question. I forget what the issue was, and it sounded like he wanted to kind of slow down and not go forward with this, but everybody's like full steam ahead. So I've been here 15 years. I've spoken for most of that 15 years, been at most of the meetings, offered suggestions. It really doesn't feel like it's taken in the vein it needs. I've got a lot of information. I've got a lot of suggestions. If any one of you, all of you, I am open, but I will not approach you anymore because I seem to be ignored. If you value information from citizens, and I'm not the only one, I can name many others who have good information to offer you. And I think you really need to reach out to people who have been trying to get the commissioner's ears over the years and, make a difference. So I welcome if anybody would like to talk to me. There are many people in this room and all throughout this building who know who I am, where I can be reached, and I'd be more than happy to spend some time and point out specifics. Ms. Chestnut asked me for specifics a few meetings ago. I don't.
I'm going to wrap up.
Yeah, okay. Everybody got an extra minute. I'm going to go with.
Ms. Beatty, you're trying to
Excuse me. Please don't argue with me. So all I'm saying is I was asked for specifics. I am not paid. I've given 15 years of my life. I am more than willing to share knowledge and insights. Any one of you is welcome to reach out to me. Thank you.
Stop now. Okay, for the record, I need to point out that we've had a number of, and I forget exactly how many, but a number of budget meetings where we've talked very specifically about major budget cuts. This morning's item was a specific, I beg your pardon? You had something to say. What is it?
At these meetings, we get 3 minutes, and your issues are much more substantive and need more than 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. We've had many budget meetings already. We have many more scheduled. I'll be happy to get you that schedule if you'd like it. We are cutting millions of dollars from the City of Gainesville general government budget, and you can sneer at that if you like, but we are. This morning's agenda item was for our ARPA funding to account for this federal funding that has been brought to us, and that's what this morning we went through. Those are items that had already been put on the ARPA schedule, and again paid for with federal funding. It was an update on exactly that. I want anyone watching at home to be fully aware that that's what this morning's item was. Yes, ma'am, we are spending federal money that is allocated to us. And I would welcome folks. The next budget meeting is January 14th. We'll be talking about millions of dollars in funding. I'm sorry, June 14th. Millions of dollars in funding cuts from our general government budget. That is on the table, and if anybody's looking for those big cuts, they are on the table, and we're still talking about them. Who's our next speaker?
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Chuck Ross, followed by Collie Blunt and Justin Smith.
Welcome, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon. So speaking of ARPA funds, I watched the meeting this morning, and I had some concerns. Yeah, I didn't catch the beginning. Did you guys address some of the provisions in the bill that was passed last night by the House of Representatives? Because I'll read it to you real quick if you didn't, because I'm not hearing an answer. Rescission of unobligated coronavirus funds, and that includes the ARPA funds. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated otherwise made available by the American Rescue Plan and by each of the following, they've listed public laws, are permanently rescinded. So unless they have not been obligated, and obligated is a word that I think we have to refer to your attorney. I listened to the meeting. I heard some mention by the manager that you could, if you don't use it here, you can move it over there. My understanding of obligated is legally committed, something that you're required to pay by law. But, as I said, I would like to hear the attorney if he could weigh in on that.
So we're unlikely to get a legal opinion on something that
not this minute.
Less than 24 hours.
Not today, not this second. I'm putting it out there that I think this is a serious matter because I looked at what you spent so far, and it's, according to this, 20% of the total $32.4 million, according to the schedule that was on the agenda this morning. And if you haven't actually obligated, in other words, I don't think budgeting is obligated because budgeting is subject to change. So this is a real serious matter, and it may not be too late, and that's why I'm bringing it up to your attention, because sometimes they make these bills effective retroactively, and sometimes they may make it effective when the Senate passes it. And you don't know what they're going to do. I'm speaking for someone that used to deal with tax law all the time, and it would make things retroactive, or you'd find out later that it was, 3 months ago you had to, be aware that this change was going to take place. So anyway, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Colley Blunt, followed by Justin Smith.
Welcome, Mr. Blunt.
Hello. I wanted to underscore what was just said to you. If you've been following the federal Congress's efforts to avert a federal government default, you hear that one important item in there is clawing back all unobligated ARPA funds. So prior to if they succeed, and the president has signed that by June 5th, then you should rightly expect that before your June 14th budget meeting, you will have a notice to return all the ARPA funds that are not obligated. But that's going to give you some time on your hands. You won't have to worry about scheduling all that money. It'll be going back. I've been involved with housing authorities. I can tell you HUD claws back money all the time. They do it fast. And it's no joke. That money will just be gone. So your plans for it may be spinning wheels, time you could spend doing other things. Like the number one I want to see is saving Reichert House. I want to go in mid-August, close to school reopening, and ask the Juvenile Detention Center about their occupancy throughout this summer up to that date. I want to go to the health department and ask them about juvenile health issues over this summer. Reichert is a program that's been running for years and has had noticeable success. It is a very odd pick for an early cut to this city's priorities. And I would say that whoever tightly recommended that, who suggested that was necessary, and I won't drop names of who I'm told that is, but I think that person must have taken a blow to the head to make that recommendation. It reflects a brain injury, I think. I also want to make sure, maybe you've heard about it, but the spot that hosted a Confederate statue for 110 years will become instead a memorial to a towering black scholar. And I hope everybody will come out and show respect for that. But it's not just that's just a symbol. The real thing is, if we really respect her work, we don't just brag about it, we continue it. So this body has a chance to continue the work in justice that she was bringing about. Especially some of our most outstanding issues like affordable housing that you're going to take up in a little while. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Our final speaker is Mr. Justin Smith.
Mr. Smith. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Justin Smith. I am here to advocate on behalf of Tiger Bay Apartments. Tiger Bay Apartments is an economically disadvantaged community, as evidenced by the fact that they receive Section 8 housing funds. There are 2 bus stops which serve Tiger Bay. They serve the number 3 and the 711 bus routes. Approximately 3 months ago, the shelters, the benches, and the trash cans from these 2 bus stops were completely removed, leaving nothing but a barren concrete slab for the residents of Tiger Bay when they're waiting for the bus. I reached out to RTS customer service to inquire as to what the plan was for returning these amenities to the residents of Tiger Bay, but there appears to be no plan whatsoever. So my simple question for you, Mr. Chair, is what is the plan to return these amenities?
Madam Clerk, if you would, or excuse me, Madam Manager, if you would check into that and be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that all?
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our speakers.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, if you're not going to, that our ARPA funds are encumbered.
Yes.
I think that is the word that we want to use. They are encumbered.
Yes, I think that's accurate, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we are aware of what has been placed in the news. There is a question around the word obligated, and I think since those funds have already been awarded, obligated actually fits in that particular reference, and I don't believe at this point in time we should be concerned, but we are following it.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ditto. We need to just make sure that if there's any legislation that's impacting our ability to use ARPA going forward, we've got as much clarity, and it sounds like you're way ahead of us there. The one of the speakers referenced affordable housing and you know what we're doing going forward, going back to a 2018 session, and we do have, I think, Madam Manager, is it June 15th that we're going to be speaking about affordable housing projects? Do we know where we're going to have the 5 projects that are coming for us to discuss that are pretty monumental?
You're correct. It is June 15th. Those are the recommendations coming from the affordable.
So this would be good to get on the record that there's going to be companies that have put forth to access some of these 7 million plus that we have that are going to, and they're across the city. I haven't seen the projects. I know that I'm assuming that will be in our backup sometime between now and then, and we'll be able to evaluate what these projects are doing to add capacity, which was a word that was on one of the slides, capacity to our affordable housing. So this is a big thing also where we have funds that are not coming through the general revenue. It should be exciting, should be a challenging discussion once we have to see and evaluate these projects. So I just thought that's important for the public to know that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Book, for mentioning funds not coming through our general fund. I want to circle back to some of the comments that were made and thank the members of the community who brought forward information about the Cultural Arts Center community engagement piece. As I stated a little bit earlier before, it was really my hope to be able to get out there last night. I had to work. But it is very useful to be able to hear input. And your experience is something that I think that should be listened to. We need to be mindful of the comments that were made in here today. And I want to be really clear as the commissioner who brought this forward, who was blessed enough to get unanimous support of all of my colleagues to bring forward this facility, why it was brought forward in the first place. At its core, the Cultural Arts Center is designed to be an anchor, if you will, and it was couched in the ability to serve as an institution that could help to address the root causes of gun violence. It was based off of experiences that I have had at the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center in Miami, Florida. And so I want to make sure that it is very clear and that I put it on the record what my intentions were when I brought it forward, because any deviation from that will not be what the original vision and intent was. So I'm hoping that staff hears that, and that as we move forward in all of our community engagement processes, we improve the process. Thank you, Ms. Frazier, for that. And that we make sure that we are pulling in the individuals who are impacted by gun violence, who are a part of the deeper portions of East Gainesville, that they're around the table. That's how this conversation will effectively be rolled out and how I think will best serve the motion that was made and supported. Thank you. I did want to also say this as well to Mr. Justin Smith. I thank you too for being here today, and I want to thank in advance the city manager for looking into that. I had no idea that Tiger Bay had suffered that. You are in my district. And I appreciate you for being an advocate here for the residents of Tiger Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure we take the opportunity to tell Mr. Smith, we have also proposed eliminating Route 3. That's one of the routes you mentioned. So just in case you didn't know that, that has been proposed. Since you're advocating for Tiger Bay, I wanted to make sure you knew that going forward. I don't know what other buses besides that and the 711 route. There may be another route that still goes there. So, yeah, I don't know if it's I just wanted to make sure you didn't miss that opportunity to hear that from us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, next we have our second reading ordinances by roll call. The first is 2023-167, Restoration of Exclusionary Zoning Land Use Amendment Ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending future land use element and map of comprehensive plan by adding the single-family land use category and amending associated property as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney, did you want to give an intro to this, or it is second reading? So.
This is second reading, as we've discussed multiple times. These ordinances are just what they purport to be. It is undoing the 3 exclusionary zoning related ordinances that were passed last, I think, October, putting things back word for word as they were before, underlines replaced with strike-throughs and strike-throughs with underlines, to give you back to that ground zero where you were at that time before those changes. They've been submitted to Tallahassee. It's come back. I think it's right for us to hear them on second reading now.
Okay, thank you. So we have a couple of lights up here, and then we will, when this round of lights is finished, we'll go to the public, and then we'll take a motion. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to place the motion on the floor.
Oh, let's wait till we
So
arrive
we'll
at the
wait.
public. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Same comment. I'll defer to Commissioner
Okay, all right.
Chestnut.
Okay, so you know the lights. Madam Clerk, we have, I assume, a list of folks.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Donald Shepard, followed by Kim Tanzer and Monica Frazier.
I would remind everyone that we do try to stick to our 3-minute system. The green light means you have plenty of time. A yellow light means you have about a minute left. When you get to a red light, sometime soon thereafter, I will ask you to start wrapping up. We probably will have lots of people who want to speak, so please try to keep within that 3 minutes. That makes it handy for everybody. Mr. Shepard.
This is public comment?
This is comment on item 2023-167, the first, the land use item for exclusionary zoning.
Okay. I don't know nothing of it, so I'd like to reserve my time, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Monica Frazier and Susan Maston.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I am hopeful that you'll vote as you did last time, and I want to thank Commissioner Chestnut, Commissioner Duncan Walker, Commissioner Book, and Mayor Ward for following this torturous process all the way through to the end. I think many of us appreciate your dedication in the midst of lots of other things to making sure that you are listening to your citizens, and we appreciate it. We all look forward to working going forward on truly affordable housing and other city matters. And Mr. Mayor, I especially want to thank you for the tone that you're setting and for keeping your word in running for office and bringing this forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanzer. Welcome back, Ms. Frazier.
Hello again. So I'm here, to say, put it back. But I'm just really want to say thank you for continuing the process. Hopefully we will keep all the votes that we already have. But in going forward, I really want to engage the community. I want you to engage the community in a really meaningful way as we move forward and looking at other opportunities to how to really bring about affordable housing. You know, you've got all the neighborhood association information, you've got the people who have been showing up for all of this. Make sure that you reach back out to us, and we actually have some good conversations as we come up with ideas on how to better our community, how to plan our community, because it just doesn't stop today. You know, the need doesn't go away because we put single-family housing back the way it was, but we really need to engage together and work together in the future, and just thank you for doing all of this.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Maston, followed by Casey Fitzgerald and Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Ms. Maston.
Hi, everybody. The last time we were together, we had this great moment in which you said, you don't need to wait for the city to organize your workshops to share information. Good luck, and go see what you can do. So I'm here to give you an update on that. So Gainesville Neighborhood Voices has come together to share ideas, and this is where we are. There are so many topics, each of which is significant, meaningful to the people of the city, to all of you, that is going to be quite a process of workshops. We probably will start, as you have years back, in identifying the pieces, the steps of affordable housing. But we have an idea. We're going to have an open roundtable, not a presentation, and people will gather in the room from different points of view. The folks that and a lot of people have come up to say, we want to be part of this, which is so encouraging, I believe. Definitely the voices from the community, those people we've been meeting over the last year or so in their rising up and sharing their ideas, particularly people in the room right now. We want a city commissioner over the process from all points of view to be present. Builders, especially builders from East Gainesville, and it's quite a list already. So we're hoping for the first workshop to happen at the Blunt Center, at the welcoming environment at Santa Fe, right on University. It'll be in the evening, definitely round table discussion. And Richard Allen is someone you may have met, has volunteered to guide it, so that we have continue that civil, respectful conversation on how do we honor everybody's concerns and well-being. So I hope that is uplifting for you, that part of our vision was to take that next step and what can we do, and we'll be sharing all this feedback with you as the months go on. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Next, we have Casey Fitzgerald, followed by Chuck Ross and Collie Lunt.
Welcome, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you all for having us all here. For the record, I am Casey Fitzgerald. I currently serve as president of Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, and Susan's one of our directors. You've had a few of our other directors already speak today. We are serious about working on meaningful, affordable housing in the immediate future. My comments today will apply to all three ordinances, as I think most comments have. It was a year ago this month that I first testified on this before the former commission and the plan board, and of course the plan board and all the other germane advisory committees suggested not proceeding with the items that were proffered at that time, but that commission did that. I am very grateful that the current commission has reversed that, and we can put an end to this rather tumultuous year that we've all gone through. So quite simply, we are quite pleased that 3 ordinances on there recommended for approval and look forward to your favorable action. And as Kim suggested, we really want to recognize Mayor Ward and Commissioner Chestnut, Duncan Walker, and new Commissioner Book for your votes in the past, and hopefully your post votes later this afternoon. We didn't call for a major turnout today. We thought we've done that before. Just so you know, there is still a profound sense of support for getting these ordinances passed today and getting back to a reset, as I'm sure you assume. And the overarching goal of Gainesville Neighborhood Voices is the same as the majority, and I think, frankly, the entirety of the commission, which is to do meaningful, affordable housing in Gainesville. And as Susan mentioned, Mayor, we took a lead from your comment, and we're going to be holding a workshop pretty soon, kind of a grassroots, organic gathering of folks that we think can provide some meaningful input to the city. So we look forward to working with the city and the neighborhoods in Gainesville to, again, get some meaningful, strategic, affordable housing. On a personal note, I wish you all the very best in grappling with the looming budget challenges that you're facing and the GRU takeover efforts. These are profound issues, and I'm sure you have spent a lot of sleepless nights already, and hopefully we can get some positive results, especially on the GRU takeover efforts in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Welcome back, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon again, Chuck Ross. First, I want to echo all of the speakers that went up now and complimented the commission on doing the right thing. And just as a reminder, what the state demanded that you do, in the sense that they put a halt to the ordinances that were implemented, and they were never put into effect. So this is just one more way of saying that you're complying with and trying to work with the state and doing the right thing. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Collie Blunt, followed by Robert Mounts and Joe Beatty.
Mr. Blunt stepped out, so Mr.
Ms.
Mounts,
Beatty?
you want to go ahead and go?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mounts, followed by Ms. Beatty.
Welcome, Mr. Mounts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Robert Mounts, again, on behalf of UPNA as an associate member. We had a good, positive discussion a week or so ago with Commissioner Eastman about future possibilities. One of the things that we talked about is his starter home proposal, which I've suggested if you can find a way to allow lot splits and reduce setbacks to build starter homes by exception in single-family neighborhoods where it's marketed to real families and not by the room to students. I think a lot of people could support that. I also think that going forward, we need to take another hard look at inclusionary zoning for any project that's 10 units or more, requiring a mandatory percentage of affordable housing in those units. We might want to look at Stephanie Sutton's suggestion of having a neighborhood residential type zoning available to areas where it's appropriate, particularly along transportation lines and things like that. There's a lot of people willing to explore these alternatives, and I would encourage that you focus primarily on those that are homeless, getting them into some kind of housing, and those at the very low end of the scale, not average income, above middle class. Let's focus where the real need is. And so I think with that in mind, we can hopefully put aside pejorative terms like, exclusionary zoning, which is not really, it's single family. It's not excluding anyone on the basis of race, color, creed, or anything like that. It's a pejorative term, and realize that the definition of family in the code comes from the U.S. Supreme Court case in 1973, Village of Belterre versus Boras, where a neighborhood in that village was trying to protect itself from a big student development. And it was not unconstitutional. It didn't violate anybody's rights. So, and lastly, I have to say, this is an aside, as a golfer, I read your discussion the other day about Ironwood Golf Course. I hope you don't close it. I'm a regular user of it. The fees are ridiculously low, Commissioner Book, and you mentioned raising the fees. One of the things that the federal government did in the mid-90s was to require all clubs to operate like a business and pay for themselves. And you might want to consider that as an alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts.
Ms. Joe Beatty?
Talk about Ms. Beatty, and we'll get Mr. Blount after Ms. Beatty.
Yeah, I just would echo all of the people that went before me, but specifically, I'd like you to think about Ms. Monica Frazier's comments. And even after this, go back and play them, because she said it, what I've been trying to say, she said it very well. And I think you really need to hear that. It's about the process. It's about being inclusionary. I thank the 4 of you that voted for this ordinance the last time. I expect that you'll vote for it again. And Commissioner Eastman, as I recall, it was your campaign promise that you would also vote for it. So I look forward to seeing you join at least the other 4, and maybe Mr. Willetts will too. I would hope this is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Colley Blunt?
Mr. Blount?
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed your calling my name. I had to step across the street to the county's Development Review Committee and see if they would listen to not put in another 294 units with no affordable housing. That's our problem, that we are continuing the pattern that has existed. Last fall, that commission thought that they could magically create affordable housing, reverse the terrible exclusionary trends of our history by eliminating one important factor, when it's such a huge network of factors that created the housing pattern and the lack of affordable housing that we have. If you were to open this door of eliminating single-family housing, you will get what the market presents. That idea last fall had no price points, nothing in it to enforce family-oriented design. You throw that door wide open, you get what the market presents. And right now, the crack for developers and builders in this country, anywhere near a major college or university, is concierge student housing. That's what you will get by eliminating single-family zoning. You don't get what you wish for, you get what the market presents, unless you include parameters to create something different. That is not a way to get affordable housing unless you address price point and family-oriented design along with eliminating single-family housing. So if you want your previously single-family neighborhoods to all get the same treatment you're seeing in Fifth Avenue and Porter's, where they're putting in 4-bedroom, 4-bath student apartments, whether it be in a 4-plex or a 300-unit building, that's what you're gonna get if you eliminate single-family zoning now. So the smart thing to do, the true thing to do to get affordable housing in this town is for the city and the county to press the private sector into that production. And the way you do that is inclusionary zoning, and the way you meet the state legislature's demands to compensate those developers is the same set of incentives you've offered uselessly almost over the last 20+ years. Those same sets of incentives that we thought would get housing built. We got Lewis Place and I forgot the name of the other one, Tiger Bay, located in the wrongest possible places for them to be, further concentrating poverty. So along with your affordable housing issues, never forget location. You've got to get affordable housing in areas of opportunity, not further increasing concentrations of poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our speakers, but Commissioner Sacco did have her hand raised.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we voted or put forward a new motion, I did want to make one last comment on the matter. As we face our budget conversations, The change that was made last fall, last winter, with the previous commission, brought forward a potential for tax increase. If any one or two properties in a space take advantage of this opportunity, that increases the potential for taxes, the revenue, and the services the city can provide, the employees we can retain. It gives the potential for density, which is one of the major factors businesses look for. Businesses like grocery stores that are lacking in several areas, that have openly told us a lack of density and population is what keeps them from going into certain areas of our city. It has the potential to slow sprawl. Many up here swear by environmental protections, by protecting our water, our trees. We've had community members come out explaining, crying how important those elements are to them. Eliminating exclusionary zoning protects that. Voting to bring back exclusionary zoning is a vote for cementing the rights of those privileged enough to have housing already and the flexibility to be here. Earlier this morning, one of my colleagues said, the diversity of the audience is very troubling when talking about the Arts Center. The diversity of the audience when talking about exclusionary zoning has been worrying from the start. Support has come in to ban exclusionary zoning to keep things as they are now. And it comes from younger people who literally cannot afford to be at this meeting in the middle of the day, who have to work 2 jobs, who have young children to manage, who are under 50 and just cannot be here. Moving forward with this vote is telling those human beings, I'm not going to say voters, I'm not going to say neighbors, human beings, that the imagined harms of property owners matters more than their economic stability, and that we don't care that they are struggling. That will be remembered. I think one of our speakers just said, the lack of affordable housing, the lack of housing overall, is a network of factors. The previous commission put forward 6 initiatives to try to fix or at least alleviate some of the pressures of housing in our city. We don't think any one item is a silver bullet. This is certainly not a single silver bullet, but it was one element of that. Same with IZ, which is coming forward in the summer. That will be another element. Same with our rental permits to make sure renters not being abused. That is another element. We were building a network. We were trying to build a better city. And I will add that the several departments that contacted us, including FDOT, Environmental Protection, St. John's Water District, all of them said, this doesn't pose any harm. But the perceived and imagined harm brought forward by a loud majority who is privileged enough to be here was enough to vote in people and sway votes. I know my words aren't probably going to change any of your minds, but I wanted them on the record. And I wanted those who are going to keep struggling if this moves forward to know that at least one commissioner understands and is trying to make sure that the city is better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. So before we go around to the lights, I do want to ask Commissioner Chestnut if you were going to put your motion on the table.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, move that the City Commission adopt the proposed Ordinance 2023-167, LD 23-00020, Restoration of Exclusionary Zoning Land Use Amendment Ordinance B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Now, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for coming out and speaking on this. This is, I I know such a personal issue. I know it's where we live, right? And I know it's personal for me. I can think through all the places that I've lived over the years, how important those have been to just, whether it was, living in an accessory dwelling unit near downtown where I was able to walk downtown and able to meet my wife in 2014 as we were watching a FIFA World Cup game, to where I raised, where my daughter's able to run around in the backyard now in the single family home that I live in. I mean, housing is just, it's land with some wood in the ground, but it matters so much to our day-to-day lives. And so I mean, there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue, and I appreciate people coming out and talking about it. I'm glad that we live in such a passionate community. I did want to respond to a couple of things. Ms. Beatty mentioned, my campaign pledge and talking about this, and it's true. I'm feeling the same way today as I did back then when I was campaigning. There are aspects of what the last commission passed that I did not feel comfortable with, partially because I'm hearing from the community, and I think it is our job to bring the community along with us. And if the community is not comfortable with the decision that we're making, then we need to hear that. But also, I mean, there are potentially unintended consequences of when you make these big sweeping changes. And I am not in favor of big sweeping changes. There are things that I liked in the ordinance, there were things I did not like in the ordinance, but I hope that, as Chuck mentioned, that while this was on hold, we could have the conversations about that. Because I ran personally because I believe that our job is to find solutions up here, is to reach out to our communities, to work with one another. It is to ensure that we are finding ways to find win-wins that can move our community forward. So it is antithetical to me that I would be voting to put back an old zoning code that we all acknowledge has some very serious issues with it right back on the table, when we could have instead spent all of this time kind of figuring out what we could come together on and what we could win on. That's not what we're doing today. I recognize there's multiple ways to get to an end goal here, so it's but I hope that when we walk out of here today, we show the community that that what was passed by the last commission is no longer in effect, that we are not moving forward with it. That will be something that is voted on, but that we are also taking seriously the many, many people that when I did speak with and said, I am opposed to certain aspects of this, but can we talk about, for instance, smaller lots that homes are on? Can we talk, how would you feel if a duplex were going in there, but there were no accessory dwelling units? The kind of in-depth conversations that honestly, this very thoughtful community that I live in wanted to have these conversations. I sat on people's front steps for 30, 45 minutes talking about what would they be comfortable with within their neighborhoods. And I think I won my election in large part because I was willing to have those in-depth conversations that weren't always easy, but this is the type of community that expects their leaders to have those kind of conversations, to get into the weeds and try to find a solution and a way forward. So I hope when we come to the end of this, and I want to have a motion once we're all done with this for a potential way that we can move forward. But I hope that when we do that, we're showing our community, one, that we are moving past this point, which everyone understands was overly contentious, that the last commission pushed much too hard, that it was another one of the last commission seemed really interested in these big omnibus bills that was going to have 100 policies all wrapped up into one that was going to solve all of the problems. And as I think Commissioner Sacco mentioned, nothing solves all of the problems. What we need to do is, as we move forward, let's take one idea at a time, consider it, think it through, let the community grapple with it, and then pass those as we go through. Do this in a thoughtful, incremental way that allows us to really wrap our heads around what these are, instead of these kind of big omnibus packages that are in there. And I also want to respond to Mr. Blount about the market. It is true that anything that we do here, the market is going to have an impact, and but the market's having an impact now. I mean, it's not like we have a socialized system of housing. And the market as it's currently working is absolutely not working for a lot of people. Anyone who's not currently a homeowner is being locked out of homeownership. I have some numbers here. Back in January 2021, according to Redfin, the average house is going for $227,000. That's gone up 41% to $322,000. So if you think about putting 20% down on a house, that's a significant increase. I mean, what you are seeing with the rise of housing costs over time, that it is being locked out for anyone except the upper middle class of people are able to get into home ownership for the first time. Rent for a studio apartment went from $850 in 2021 up to $1,350. So anyone not currently living in a home, which I am, I'm very lucky that my wife was smarter than me and decided she wanted to go into home ownership when I was still somewhat uncomfortable with it. Anyone who's not in there is really hurting from this. And so I remember in the last one, people talked about a generational divide, and there is certainly a generational divide. There is a divide between people that are, that were lucky enough to get into homes, myself included, and then the ones that were not lucky enough to get into homes. And so we need to find a way to bring people together to say we are addressing the concerns of everybody in our community, whether you are someone who cares deeply about, everyone cares deeply about the quality of their neighborhoods and protecting the character of their neighborhoods. But also the people that say, I want to live in those neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods are great. We love the neighborhoods of Gainesville. How do we make sure that people are able to have something that they need, whether you're a retiree that is looking to downsize from the large single-family home that you raised your kids in, and you're looking for a condominium where you can walk, but it's not a student apartment. It is something that works for you, or a duplex or a quadruplex that allows you to have that smaller living facility. We need to find ways to make sure that everyone is taken care of. And the last commission did it, and I consider, very ham-fisted sort of way, but I want to make sure that we are taking real action at the end of this that says that we are serious about actually solving some of these problems, because I think one of the real problems that we've come out of the Trump era and the DeSantis era and all of this is that we feel like every public policy has to be a winner and a loser, that everything must be zero sum. And we can find win-wins. We can find ways that people can actually come together and we can solve people's problems while making sure other people feel comfortable. And I'm happy to see Gainesville Neighborhood Voices trying to find those solutions. And I just hope that when we come to the end of this, that is where we are, because we need to make sure people know that this is behind us, but we are not going to let this die. And we aren't just going to kick the can down the road or say, sometime in the future we'll address this. Like, it needs to be addressed now. We need to figure out solutions to this, and then we need to move on to other priorities that we have, because there's a lot our community has. There's a lot that we can come together on. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on this is really probably 3 ordinances in one, but on this issue, people who live in multifamily housing are my people. I live in multifamily housing. Everywhere I've ever lived in Gainesville, I was in one form of family housing, another. Some a single building, but multiple unrelated people renting together. And so my district is people who live in multifamily housing. I'm someone who lives in multifamily housing. These are my people. And to say, or rather, I want to push back on something. In our community, homeowners are the minority. Definition, minority. They are not the majority of the people who live in the city of Gainesville. So in our community, homeowners are the minority. Homeowners in general, everywhere across the United States, are wealthier. They are wealthier, they are a minority. And though homeowners are not racist because they're homeowners, participation in a racist system, it doesn't make you a racist. It means you're participating in a racist system. And we've had conversations in previous commissions. We have them, I think, kind of continuously, but not directly, kind of obliquely or tangentially. And we're going to continue to have conversations about where we talk about racist systems, and people will have their feelings hurt because they think it's being told that they are racist. We're going to have it when we talk about our police forces, when we talk about how we spend money in this city, when we talk about equity. We're talking about potentially racist systems and a lot of people who participate in them, actively or kind of tangentially. So this system, I want to make sure that I clearly say that land use and exclusionary zoning is absolutely about race. Exclusionary zoning came as a pushback from federal court cases that said you couldn't do racial zoning, and so they had to figure out a new way. It is absolutely about race in the end. Now, whether this is the solution to fix it, because we are talking like 100 years of development and in the past, and things are far different now in a lot of ways. We can't cut that history out. We can't pretend that exclusionary zoning isn't about race. It's also about class. In the United States, class and race are highly tied. We can't cut that out. That's like saying the Civil War isn't about slavery. And anytime someone says that zoning, and particularly exclusionary residential zoning, does not have a racial component, all I hear is someone saying the Civil War wasn't about slavery. That's a lie. This is a lie. Now, whether the solutions, I think a lot of people can have disagreements on it, but I'm not willing to cut out this idea that exclusionary zoning is not about race, because it is. That's where it started. And specifically, though, this is not the Florida Supreme Court of the U.S., probably the largest current court case that we look at about exclusionary zoning is the Mount Laurel Township court case in New Jersey. So it's through their Supreme Court. It is absolutely a civil rights case. That's how it was decided in New Jersey. Though that exact case has not been taken up on a federal level to kind of apply that everywhere, that is the court case that almost, from everything I read, that's what people look at to say in a case where courts finally admitted that exclusionary zoning absolutely is about civil rights and is about race. So I can't unpair those things, and I'm not going to, because I frankly don't. I do not believe that is true. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to continue conversation. Commissioner Eastman's proposal, or what he wants to begin talking about, is not one commissioner's version 3.0. It's not. It's already trickled up through community conversations. It is a conversation I have had with our policy Director Morgan Spicer, that I have brought up to staff, that I have expressed already an interest in, to some degree, about lot split starter homes, because I know that's a piece of it, and I respect that Commissioner Eastman has held on to something that a piece of it he really wants, that he has been in the past still willing to vote no on the recension because it gets rid of too many important pieces. I know that's a hard decision for him to make. But I respect him for staying committed to that. And I respect Commissioner Sacco for sticking with this as well. I respect everyone for sticking with it and listening. There's been more listening probably out of this current commission about this issue than on any other topic, and probably comparatively to past commissions as well, because it's front and center before us. I know it's the thing I probably have read most about, listened to. I don't know about other commissioners, but I follow it on Twitter. I follow it on Reddit. I follow it on Nextdoor app. I follow it in a lot of places that are not just here. I follow it on, I always want to call it QGenda, and that is incorrect. Our system, Madam Clerk, eScribe. And we have 2 comments on this against recension. I mentioned that because it's not something that everyone may have got to see. So we listen to it, and we come to differing opinions. But I'm not going to change my vote on this, because multifamily people are my people. People live in duplexes and townhouses and quadplexes. My district are people who are forced into my district because it's the only place, to a large degree, they can find multifamily housing, particularly multifamily housing that's been around for 10, 20, 30 years. That's a little cheaper. There's a lot of brand new multifamily right near the university, but that's brand new, and it's high end of the market while it is still shiny. Someday it will be less shiny. But that's part of what forces that into Southwest Gainesville. Previously, it was in the county, of course, and it was zoned a certain way, and we couldn't avoid it, and then we brought it in. But the current zoning means that multifamily in general, unless you're looking for an exception, does get pushed to Southwest Gainesville. That's not fair. And the creation, and I do not use this word, I don't like to use it because it's used improperly. But when people talk about a student ghetto, and I don't like that word, I don't think it's proper. It's not just about what happens there. It's about what you make illegal somewhere else, so the only place it's illegal to do it is there. That's the process of ghettoization. So the fact that we have so many apartments in Southwest Gainesville, and this talking big multifamily, not this 2, 3, 4 unit that these ordinances deal with, but the way you get there is you say can't do it anywhere else. That's where it happens. All the places you can't do things create the place it all ends up, and we need to not look at that and consider it is it's not being true to policies drive outcomes. So when we say the only place you can go build that quadplex are in these existing zones, then those quadplexes end up in perhaps Southwest Gainesville, perhaps. There are some other places. There are places in Fifth Avenue, Porters. These are already perfectly fine. And I always one of the thing when we did talk to people, and Commissioner Eastman mentioned this about these kind of longer conversations where people kind of saw potential benefit for different types of housing diversity in all corners of the city, and that was my thing. Housing diversity at all corners of the city, including duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes in all corners of the city. That when we have these conversations, they see things like smaller lots as being beneficial. And when I provide the basic example of in a single family zone, a large 2,400 square foot house with 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, that most families, particularly starting off small families and families of moderate income, they're never going to be able to afford. So they'll probably go to 4 individual people who have 4 individual jobs or income streams that can afford it. That same building, and a lot of these are 2 stories, can be cut in half to a duplex. Two two-bedroom duplexes. Those duplexes are something that small families, single parents, starter families, or retirees, that's something that's possibly attainable for them. So these types of homes, to some degree, is just about where you draw the walls and where you put the doors, because we still allow, and this is now going from 2-story to going back to 3-story. We allow 3-story mega, mini mansions to be built that are never going to be affordable. And I'm gonna say it, the hypocrisy of almost no one I have heard in this room, in an email, to then go and look at, they're always worried about the affordability of apartments, of a duplex, a quadruplex, never worried about the affordability of a brand new home that they're cleared off a lot in Kirkwood, and I can only assume it's going to be a $500,000-$600,000 house on a full acre and a half. It's close to my neighborhood. I was cycling by, and I saw they had cleared the lot, and I think they tore down an existing structure. I can't be sure, but we so infrequently do we look at the affordability of the housing that a lot of people in this room want to live in, or can, or do. The people who are already, yes, wealthier, yes, they're a minority, and yes, they participate in a racist system. We don't really worry about how expensive that housing is. We don't worry about it, because those are the right people who are going to live in those houses. And I'm very specific. I use that. It is the right people, and we know what that means. They look like us. They earn money like us. They worship like us. They love like us. The right people will be in those houses. Perhaps even wealthier. Why not bring someone wealthier into your neighborhood? Maybe it'll improve your property value. But the hypocrisy of not looking at all of those individual homes, those neighborhoods, those we zone, and we do a lot of it. We preliminary plans, that I've been a part of. Some of them will come down the pike where we're actually approving. Never worry about the affordability of those homes. Because we think, they must be modest. They're going to be, 3-bedroom, and they're going to be in Northwest Gainesville, and they're going to be a little closer together because it's going to be in a PD. But we never ask them, what's the sale price going to be? And if someone had to rent them, how much would it be? Because those brand new average homes are probably going to be, Grand Oaks in my district, those are all brand new, and some people would say those are starter homes, and some of them at the very beginning sold for $350,000, and now they're selling for $450,000 or $425,000. No one worries about the affordability of those homes because the right people are going to live them. I conclude, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've had so much discussion, I actually thought we'd probably be a little shorter in our time this afternoon, and we'd make it forward since we've had well over 1 year's worth of community input, state opposition, county opposition, and at least in the city of Gainesville, it seems to me, majority community support for exactly the action that we're attempting to take right here. So that's important because you have a lot of components that line up, and when you have many components that are in alignment that deal with community and legislation and codified ordinances, that means that deserves a serious look, and I think that's what we've done, Mr. Mayor, over the last 4 months. Across the board changes and across the board land use and zoning across the city. That's not the way we improve the city. And I think, Commissioner Eastman, I appreciate you alluded to that, too sweeping. And where you do sweeping things, you have collateral impacts. You are not able to preserve your neighborhoods, and you're not able to, for example, put density exactly where density should probably be, which is in areas that already have density. So that's kind of where I lie. In short, I did think about something that I think was important. It's going to be a post-vote factor, and that's when we deal with things in statute and ordinance. We really need to be careful about our terminology. This is a sidelight issue that directly bears on the way people feel about exclusionary zoning. So if something is not in ordinance, if it's not codified, we probably shouldn't use the term. Even if it's a best practice, even if it's one that's used, people will use things that are basically soundbite-ish, and they will line up on various sides merely because they heard a term or they read maybe a minute or two about an issue without really understanding what's in depth. I do it too. This is media articles, this is public input, this is social media. So I would like us to be very careful in our nuanced conversations going forward, that when we use terminology, for example, here, that we're using terminology that may end up in the ordinance, because exclusionary in and of itself, it's a terrible term. I hear something that's exclusionary, I think, who are we excluding? And that's not the intent. These ordinances are not about exclusionary nor inclusionary zoning. They're about people who are living where they wanted to live, and they knew the rules of engagement when they moved into those neighborhoods. Whether it's actually like your distinction also with multifamily housing. A lot of times we talk about neighborhoods, and a neighborhood can be an apartment complex or it can be a condominium. And that's just as much of a neighborhood. It's just different looking units on different types of property. So I think the nuanced conversation about our terminology would just be something I would like us to be a little more mindful of going forward. And certainly, Madam Clerk, this has nothing to do with saying you put the wrong term, so don't get that. This is simply that this is a term that's been brought forth for the last year. We do see it everywhere, and yet it doesn't accurately describe what we're voting on, in my mind. With that, I mean, everybody knows kind of where some of us are on this. I did want to avoid redundancy, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to make a few comments before we vote on this issue. This issue is about neighborhood preservation. Neighborhood preservation. At the crux of it is where people live depends on their income. Their income depends on what jobs you allow to come into your community. So I think that's something we really need to stop and think about up here. As we recruit businesses, as we work with the Chamber of Commerce or whomever we work with to bring jobs to Gainesville, it's very difficult for anyone to buy a house on an income of $15 an hour. However, when they buy a house on $15 an hour, they don't want an apartment complex next to it. They want their investment preserved, they want their neighborhood preserved, and that is what these three ordinances will do. For me and for many people in this community, this is where we begin to create generational wealth. And it is, we often say in my community, once we learn the rules of the game, then someone comes and they change the rules. And that is not right. My house is perhaps our biggest single investment. That is where we will create the wealth that I pass on to my son, to our children. I do not want that destroyed. And that is what we're fighting for. Do not want it destroyed. I have one question, Mr. Attorney. Did the state make any comments on any three of these ordinances as they did in the past when it was first sent to them?
I don't think so. Andrew,
Mr. Persons. Mr. Persons.
He did not.
Okay, well, if we could put that on the record, if that could go on the record, because in the first, no? Okay, thank you. In the first, when the first iteration was sent back in October, the state made many comments. And so I'm asking now, did the state make any comments on these three ordinances that would slow the process down or make us reconsider? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Andrew Persons, Special Advisor. No, the state did not make any comments that would otherwise slow the process down. They did provide a technical comment that is doesn't not really have anything to do with Commission's action.
Thank you.
Mr. Mounts, we'll ask for a public comment on the next round. Mr. Mounts, we'll ask for public comment on the next ordinance as well. It's not a round table, I'm sorry. Anything else? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I am appreciative of this process. It has been enlightening in so many ways. And even though there has been somewhat of a contentious sentiment that has been felt, I think probably on both sides, probably from this dais as well as out into the communities, we have now reached a point where we have the opportunity to hit reset. And I think that that is important because reset allows us all, particularly everyone who sits at this commission, now to be a part of the discussion. It allows us to be able to move towards the decision. Reset allows us, Commissioner Willits, I heard your comments about zoning and race, and you're right. Historically, zoning has been tied to race. You look at the federal government, and if anyone has ever read The Color of Law, you understand what the impacts of zoning have been. And yes, it has been directly tied to race. We have the chance to hit reset now. Root Shock was another really good book. If you have a chance to read it and you have not, I highly encourage reading that book. We have a chance to hit reset. We can now write Gainesville's history now moving forward. And what I would hope is at the core of that would be a concept that we have discussed in policy. It is equitable development. That is something that I ran on. It is something that has been a vague concept, I think, somewhat in our discussions, but it's in our framework. It's in our housing plan. And we have the opportunity now to decide what that is. I am excited. That's what happens when you hit reset. You get to step back and you get to look at a situation. You get to hear the voices of the people. You get to hear the voices of your colleagues. And you get to craft what we want Gainesville to look like with the input of the people who live here. I think hitting reset is one of the best things we could have ever done. Commissioner Chestnut, it is absolutely about protecting communities. Hitting reset allows us the opportunity to consider multifamily housing and how we address those needs in the myriad ways that that can be done. It allows us also to take a look back, if we're going to use that race lens as we should. How do we meaningfully protect, preserve, and revitalize historically Black and historic other communities? How do we really do it? Because we talk a lot about it. But as we talk, gentrification continues to rapidly run through them. But today, we can hit reset. And we can consider what the policies are that actually would move us towards the equitable Gainesville that I believe we all want to see. I think equitable development is the tool. And so as we consider how we roll that forward, I'm looking forward to when we will have that discussion again. Perhaps I need to agenda it. I don't remember, Madam Curry, if it was something that staff was bringing back. Either way, I will assume responsibility for bringing that back. But I'm grateful that we have hit reset. Because there's also a group that I think we don't talk enough about when we discuss affordable housing. And that's affordable housing for the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable. Well before I ever thought I wanted to come to the commission, I created a campaign called Stand for Seminary Lane. And that was to address individuals and affordable housing, the most vulnerable populations in the urban core, who no longer have a chance to live in our urban core, who we can call it pushed out, we can call it displaced from a historic community, from an urban core that was very close to everything that they needed to survive and thrive. Close to healthy food, close to health care, close to the jobs. But no longer do they have that opportunity to live there. Their housing for the people who are the most vulnerable was replaced by luxury student housing. And that's important for us to hear, because hitting reset today allows us to consider everybody who is at Gainesville's table. I'm going to conclude my comments by saying reset today is a good thing, and it's a wonderful opportunity for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Walker. I have just a few comments to wrap up before hopefully we move to a vote on this. The first thing I would say is, and I've said this before, is whatever decisions we make, no matter how well put together we believe they are, and no matter how much input there is and how much study has gone into it, 40, 50, 75 years from now, they're going to think we're wrong, because that's just how it works. So what we do is the best we can do with the information in front of us in the moment. And that's what we have to do. It is also true that while we are reflective and deliberative and work hard to get to the best opportunities, the world changes around us all the time. And toward the comments of some folks, it is unaffordable to go rent a place in Gainesville or in the United States right now. If you want to rent a home that is near the things that you want and need, education, jobs, healthcare, etc., it is out of control. The cost of rental housing has far outpaced the growth of salaries, of income. If you want to buy, it's even worse. And it happened very, very quickly. Commissioner Eastman pointed out, gosh, I mean, the growth of housing prices, both rental and purchase, in the last 3 or 4 years is like nothing we have seen in generations. And it is important to note that. There are folks of means in our community who cannot afford a place to live. People with good jobs who cannot afford a good place to live. We have to work on that. But we also have to keep in mind that it is not just a Gainesville thing, and there are forces at work there bigger than what we can fix. And that is the case with a lot of the things that we have to reflect on and have to work on. But it is especially true of housing. If you are trying to find a place near the things you want, it is more expensive than you're going to be able to afford for most folks. Not for everybody, but for most folks who are trying to move into something for whatever reason. So we don't have all the tools to fix it, but we have to respond to it in Gainesville. So we have to, being on the verge of the reset button here, we have to do something. And I'm not a proponent of the do something even if it's wrong state of affairs. That's not a good way to approach things. But we do need to move forward and not assume that the status quo works. Because the status quo's got a lot of problems. So there's a lot that we need to work on in many categories, but it doesn't make us different than every other community out there. I say that. I assume the Villages probably has very different issues than we do. But for the most part, if you're living in America, we share problems with other cities. I hear this from leaders in other communities as well. This is not unique to Gainesville. I will close by saying this, Commissioner Eastman, you're absolutely correct. We cannot look at this as a winners and losers sort of thing. We are all caught up in the same web of shared humanity and of being neighbors in this community. And if we look for wins and losses against each other, we are going to be sorely disappointed, because what we win today, someone is going to come after us to try to make us lose tomorrow. Much of our government beyond the municipal level in America right now is absolutely caught in that loop. We cannot be caught in that loop. We can be annoyed at someone's proposal. We can be disappointed in someone's proposal. We can hope that they would listen to us more, but we cannot look at it as a win or a loss. We've got to work together, and we've got to be willing to work past those annoyances and disappointments and inspire hope in one another. And I do believe that this gets us a little bit closer to that. For everyone who is real happy with us passing what I think we're going to pass today, there are folks at home who are very upset about it. Recognize that. Now, don't go home thinking that everybody in Gainesville is happy about this, because they ain't. But we have to reach out to each other and work forward. And I'm pleased to know that Gainesville Neighborhood Voices is working toward that end. I know Commissioner Eastman is going to put some things probably on the table in a few minutes here. We have options ahead of us, and we have to be willing to listen to each other and work toward those options. And I believe if any community in America can do that, we can do that. So that said, I don't see any other lights. I will ask for roll call.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Nay.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
No.
Commissioner Sacco.
No.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Willets, Eastman, and Sacco in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is
Hang on just a second. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, sorry, I probably should have said this just before we vote on the ordinance, but we talked about incremental change where it's best, and I know that's something now we'll be considering going forward, probably over the next 1, 2, 3, and 4 years, and obviously taking into account budget. But I did want to say we've had at least 2 votes in the last 4 months where we actually put in some additional capacity building in affordable housing in 2 different areas, and they're going to be over the long haul. One was a development that deals with 5%, and one deals with 10%. So we're already starting in those incremental changes, and it may even be more than 2. There's just 2 that come to my mind just within the last 4 months, and that's important because that's building off of the discussion and the decisions we just made. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Book. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is 2023-168 LD 23000021, Restoration of Exclusionary Zoning Amendment Ordinance, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code and zoning map atlas to provide regulations for and rezone associated property from neighborhood residential district to single-family zoning districts, RSF-1 through 4, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city manager, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that for a motion, Commissioner Book? Okay. Let's hear from the community if there is any public comment, and then we'll come back for that. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Susan Maston, followed by Casey Fitzgerald and Chuck Ross. No? You don't want to speak again? Okay. All right, thank you. I have Mr. Mounts, followed by Collie Blunt and Don Shepard.
Okay. Mr. Mounts.
Robert Bounce again, Mr. Mayor. I didn't really want to go negative. I wanted to talk about doing good things in the future. But what was just said earlier, Commissioner Chestnut, is simply flat wrong. In the letter dated May 25th, 2023 from the Department of Economic Opportunity to you, Mr. Mayor, it says the proposed plan amendment 23-01 ESR adoption ordinance trans section 7 of ordinance number 2023-167, the last issue, is intended to repeal all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with ordinance number 2023-167. The department recommends that the city revise ordinance number 2023-167 to specifically reference a repeal of ordinance number 211357 adopted October 17, 2022. And you may recall, I've argued from the beginning that this convoluted process of starting all over with plans, staff recommendation, plan board review, 2 hearings, review by the state, were unnecessary because you had the power on your own volition to do a straight repeal of these 3 ordinances. You chose not to do that because of your advice, I assume from the city attorney, that that's what's necessary in order to make it airtight. All right? Well, it's not inconsequential what they said. Maybe in the drafting there was something missing or something left out, but they made a technical suggestion that should have been followed. The city attorney said, oh, there was nothing. Mr. Person said, oh, it really doesn't pertain to this. That's just not accurate.
Well, it was specifically a technical suggestion, so, right.
Mr. Donald Shepard.
Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you for having me. My name's Donald Shepard. I see myself as the people's representative, and this single-family housing is a must. You said about hitting the reset button. Let's do it. Let's hit the reset button. Let's go back through all these ordinances. Let's go back through all these petitions that Mr. The former gentleman that spoke stated. Let's reset them and take and make them to fit towards income levels, towards the size of house you want. Let's reset that towards making them affordability. Then we won't have a high number as 294 houses that are not affordable. There's way more than that. There's way more than that, because why do we have homeless people? If we were adopting something to be in effect to help the people, right there's one step. The other step is to take and go to these probation offices and these court hearings and hear these mothers that are having to work 2-3 jobs just to raise their children. This here is something that slaps you in the face. So thank you for bringing up the comment about reset. Let's relook at what our people are looking for us to do. I didn't make it into the office of being mayor, but I had all the plans down towards making that happen. Nobody asked me, what's my plans? I've been up to this podium as much as Joe Beatty, as much as Debbie Martinez and so many others. Went in one ear and out the other. Through the other commission and so many other mayors, I went in one ear and out the other. Direction is a reflection, and that is the start of the reset button and the acquisition of what is our goals as commissioner and mayors. These are vital. And when we don't pay attention to that, we're losing our election. We're losing our position as being a mayor or a commissioner. And this is what is being looked at in Tallahassee. I have a lot of faith in what is to be, and I pray that they go back through the votes and find out who really was voted in. Because I had 1,498 votes, and I didn't get into being mayor. Why? Because they did not take no Republican votes. And this is a fact.
We need you to wrap up,
So,
Mr. Shepherd.
That's what I want to leave with, sir. And thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our speakers.
Hold on a second. It's the wrong place to have the discussion, but it's important to note that there's no voter suppression, no voter hiding going on in Alachua County. I have great faith in our supervisor of elections. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our speakers.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, this is 169.
This is 168.
168. I move that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance under 2023-168.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt this ordinance on second reading by title only. I see no further lights.
Roll call.
No, wait. Commissioner Eastman.
I just, as we go through this, and I think you mentioned this, Mr. Mayor, how the zoning is always going to be controversial. There's always people that will be opponents and proponents of it. I did just want to do just a quick Gainesville history moment here. About 65 years ago, when we implemented single-family zoning, I just so happened to have it up here on my thing. Back then,
what a coincidence!
What a coincidence! I just so happened to have it up here, and just to reiterate just how much, I mean, this has been the discussion of the city of Gainesville for years. We had not, prior to 1958, we didn't really have anything like single-family zoning. The idea was you owned your lot, you could do with your property what you wanted to do with it, so long as it wasn't a commercial use. You couldn't put bars. It was mostly separated by commercial use. Back when that was passed, it was incredibly controversial. Opponents came to the city commission meeting and called it fascistic, because of how restrictive it was, and the Gainesville Sun came out with something that said, for the most part, the highly restrictive measure outlined in R1, single-family residence district, for instance, will mean little to most people unless they find their property tinted in the shade of yellow for R1s. They had to calm everyone down that your property is not going to be put under these highly restrictive zoning regulations. By 1960, the city manager was fired. December 1960, a year and a half later, the city manager was fired because they said they were too zealous on zoning, and the plan board resigned en masse. And so since we're going through another historic moment here, I just wanted to talk about the last historic moment when we implemented single-family zoning, and just kind of point out to people that history always seems to repeat itself. These will always going to be tough discussions, and just thought it was an interesting point to add in there. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I see no other lights. All right, let's have a roll call.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
No.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
No.
Commissioner Eastman.
Nay.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Willets, Eastman, and Sacco in dissent. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is 2023-169 LD 23000023, Restoration of Exclusionary Zoning Text Change Amendment Ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code regarding the development and use of neighborhood-scale multifamily dwellings, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date, with a recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
All right, is anyone for public comment on this one?
I have Mr. Mounts and Mr. Shepherd.
Come on up, and we'll look for a motion.
Robert Mounts, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I would comment on this one is this is where the discussion about occupancy limits comes into play, and lot splits and so forth. And a lot of that is the lot splits, I think, is relatively non-controversial, but for my former neighborhood, University Park, an occupancy limit has historically been a very important thing. And again, based on that's 1973 Supreme Court case, dealing with homes that get turned over to property managers and become full of students with no owner occupancy requirement, no owner required to live there, and with maybe 5 or as many kids and cars as you can have in the house, and the problems that result from that. And I do believe that the neighborhoods like that, who are close to the university, have an interest in protecting the quality of life around a family-centered, child-centered neighborhood, especially around Parkler Elementary School and that sort of thing. And that's why they are concerned about it. Over the years, the definition of family in the code, which you probably need to read again, it's people who are interrelated by blood or marriage by all sorts of different ways. And there's a lot of different types of families under that definition. But the code language of today says that plus 2 unrelated persons. And over the years, that's morphed into 3 unrelated persons. And over the last at least 7, 8 years, code enforcement has found that difficult to enforce. Why? Because you don't have a requirement that the leases be filed, with the city, so that first responders can immediately find out who's responsible for that property. What button do they push if there is a big loud party? And who belongs there? Who's on the lease? If there were measures like that, code enforcement and first responders would have a much easier time. But what's happened over the last few years is they give up. They can't enforce it. And so, let's just do away with the occupancy limit. Problem solved. No, problem created.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I'm so sorry. I think Mr. Shepherd needed to speak.
Mr. Shepherd,
You still? Okay.
go ahead if you have something, yeah.
What I wanted to say is this is true what Mr. Blunt said. I followed all the mayors that he has mentioned, and this has been a problem. They had tried it here in the Duck Pond area with Thomas Hawkins' family. So if you can look that up in records, and you will see where that concludes what I'm saying. And we need to work on this, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Mr. Mayor, I move Ordinance 2023-169 LD23000023, restoration of exclusionary zoning text change amendment. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move this ordinance on second reading by title only. And Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to comment on this one because this is the one that it deals with a little more of the how a diversity of housing ends up happening, how it is enabled, different housing types and different types of buildings for different types of people in different stages of their lives. I think this is where a lot of it actually comes to bear. Though we had most conversations about the first ordinance, the conversations about moving forward, should there be a reset, some of that lies in here, so I want to make mention of it now in this one. And I do want to talk about when we start asking who belongs there in housing. I don't want the city to be in the business of asking the question who belongs there, or giving super easy access to every neighbor to question who belongs there in someone else's home, because we cannot begin to start to talk about housing the most vulnerable in our city, or our unhoused or underhoused neighbors, without the flexibility of people being able to live unrelated in a home together, because that is the reality of people who are poor. They live wherever they can, and they often live, those who have not had the luxury of staying in a community forever and living close to their family, extended family, because they had to move for a job at one point, or they got pushed out, or a million other things that happens in people's lives. They rely on people who they are unrelated to. It becomes a chosen family. It becomes perhaps a forced family. And the ability for people to be able to live under a roof without their neighbors, or people who aren't even their neighbors, asking the question who belongs there. And it's just funny that the language gets mentioned, because that is the kind of language that we're seeing, that kind of invasion into people's privacy and their freedoms up and down this state, I think is happening about all kinds of things. And it's just another example of, at some points, government does need to butt out of people's personal lives and keep their noses out, because it's really easy to find a million excuses why and say, this isn't proper, we don't like this, and when the truth is, again, you just don't like the type of people that live in your neighborhoods. Be they poor, be they a different color, be they young, be they students, be they people who have to wake up and go to work at 11 p.m. At a hotel like I used to, and they're back at 7 a.m. for a myriad of reasons. So I just want to bring it up that when we, and this is something that if there's a reset, we're going to continue to look at, this idea of who belongs in those homes. I don't want us to be real super in the business of snooping and saying who's in it. And this is why occupancy limits have been difficult, because no one wants to snoop and is at the job, and we have bigger and better things to worry about. But when it comes to a very expensive market for housing, the ability for people to make do for even short periods of time, that's the truth of, I don't want to say that I don't encourage people overcrowding individual units. I don't believe in the idea of general overcrowding, because you build more units, the units aren't overcrowded. But I want, as part of that reset, us to remember that some of the things that make living in a city possible, some of that is this. And some of our response to a housing crisis is some of this, particularly when we start talking about who can live under the walls of under a roof of a house and the arrangements of that house. So I just want to make sure that we bring that back now as that conversation as we go forward. That is in our memory for any other future kind of policies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Mr. Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Willits. Before we take the vote, I did want to say I hear you. I definitely hear you. And with that, I did want to see if I could get, I know that Andrew is not here, but I do see Forrest, if I could just hear when that equitable development plan or framework is going to come back, because I think that is one of the vehicles or mechanisms that will give us the room and the latitude to have this conversation in a more robust and meaningful way to address a lot of these issues, including that one.
To the city plan.
Yes, it is a portion of it, absolutely. Forrest, are you able to speak briefly to that? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. We being the Department of Sustainable Development and OEI had a meeting yesterday to discuss how we were going to move forward with folding that equitable development framework into our comprehensive plan draft as we have it currently. And so we're planning on rolling out the staff training program that is going to be associated with how do you use this equitable development framework and comp plan going forward over the summer in the next couple of months. And I expect as a part of that, we'll be coming back to tell you what our plans are and what the rollout is.
Okay, thank you. Don't want to belabor the point too much with that. I still think that is there room for us to, well, never mind. Bye, Forrest.
Good time. He worked this one out just right.
He kind of did. I think there is still room, no matter what, for us to have, for us to be able to envision how Gainesville grows and how all of our neighbors have an opportunity to live here in a very fair and safe and equitable way. So Commissioner Willits, just to that point, I just wanted to add that and say definitely I hear you. Thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. So I want to to follow both those just briefly. When we talk about occupancy limits specifically, and nobody get nervous, I'm going to vote for this. But when we talk about occupancy limits, I do think that we need to have a conversation in the community. There are neighborhoods who very rightly are concerned about occupancy limits, because what it means for their neighborhood is house parties, big loud house parties on a regular basis. But we are no longer a city that is entirely ruled by is the wrong word, entirely responsive to neighborhoods next to campus. We're a much bigger city than that now. And we have to find a way to meet the needs of specific neighborhoods, in this case, that are near campus, and weigh them against the needs of folks who don't live near campus. The occupancy limits keep, it's a a regular analogy that I've heard used. The television show The Golden Girls couldn't happen in Gainesville under the occupancy limits that we're used to discussing. And that's a very real thing. I mean, as our population ages in an expensive real estate market, you want people who are friends and acquaintances and can trust each other to be able to share expenses. And that's what occupancy limits make you bump into and make different. So we need to have that conversation, again, in a way that is not fraught with friction, but that tries to solve a problem and meets the needs of neighborhoods near campus as well. And there's a way to do that. I'm confident that there is. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing approach. That and lot sizes and lot splits and those sorts of things are all things that we need to have conversations about. And I hope that we do, and I believe that we can, again. But specifically to occupancy limits, that is something that I believe there are other ways to solve the problem that neighborhoods near campus experience without shutting down an entire class of housing that used to be a very traditional, very affordable way of housing yourself. So with all that said, I don't see any other lights. So let's call roll.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Eastman?
Nay.
Commissioner Willets?
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Willets, Eastman, and Sacco in dissent. And I see your light, Commissioner Eastman. I'll continue just a second. What we're going to do when we finish the housing conversation here in a moment is take a little break, come back, and we'll talk about the rest of the agenda. At that point, I want to thank everyone for all their input, people who are here and people who are not here, and everyone's patience on this topic. I do feel like we've hit a reset button, and I think that's a good place for us to be, to have good conversations moving forward. So, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been struggling with how exactly to move forward after this. As I mentioned before, at least my approach to how I think all these zoning should go is instead of looking at this as sort of large omnibus bills, but to sort of try to take each one on its own merits and try to go through, but then also be very intentional about engaging with the community, working with the community, and hearing from the community. I guess what I propose is ask staff to create and promote a process to receive and review ideas from residents, potential reforms to land use and zoning. Well, Mr. Persons, before I go forward, we have something similar to that right now, correct? Where people can send to the city plan board, I believe, or is there a process in place right now where when Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, for instance, comes forward with certain ideas and proposals, so they could formally present that?
Yes, the city commission has created a sort of longstanding provision that we accept private amendments to the land development code, and that's an application process through sustainable development. There is a fee associated with it for any applications. We get them occasionally, privately initiated.
But it's
And
very,
of course, the
it's
commission.
very formal, right? Like it's
Yes.
at least the ones that I've seen go through the city plan board, or this, like it's usually someone who's having a specific issue that wants very specific strike-throughs and underlines. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's the same as if we had a rezoning request, same process essentially. And then of course the commission that's part of your role is to make amendments to the land development code, and then staff will occasionally make recommendations based on what we're experiencing on a day-to-day basis with code changes.
Well, I think we probably need something that's a little bit more simplified that, that would work for kind of regular community members as opposed to, like someone with the kind of technical expertise to understand where the code goes. I'd like to also schedule a meeting with the city plan board. This is something that they had requested previously to discuss the upcoming comprehensive plan and how we move forward with land use reforms. And then I would like to also present an application reviewing the changes that I previously proposed related to lot sizes that would protect single-family zoning but allow it on smaller lots while allowing cottage neighborhoods. Mr. Mayor, I did not previously want to do the occupancy limits just because I kind of wanted to do one thing at a time. But I am, I'm happy to include that if that is something but I don't have an exact proposal that I have, ready to go. And my personal preference, as I mentioned, is sort of to have a proposal. People can kind of, poke at it, prod at it, see where things are with it, and then kind of go from there, which right now we just have we have either one end, which is no occupancy limits at all, or 3 people, which is very restrictive. But I guess that is my proposal. I'd like to hear from my other colleagues if they have any changes or anything like that, but I think that is something that we can move forward with.
Okay, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just have one concrete question related to the city plan board and the way it operates. Are they able to approve exemptions to land use or zoning? Does that also come through and must come to the commission?
No, sir. There's no exemptions to land use and zoning. That's strictly any changes to land use and zoning are reserved to the commission. The plan board makes a recommendation vote to you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman, for bringing up just that. Made me think about a question that probably dovetailed to some future conversation related to these issues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chestnut.
I'm just a bit troubled by your proposal, because it seems to me like what you're proposing is to undo what we just did. That's how it sounds.
I was told, so as I said, my hope for how this process was going to play out was that while we were on a pause, we had it, the whole zoning was held in abeyance. We would have these conversations ahead of time and figure out how we were going to go forward with the zoning. I was told that once we sit the reset, then we would come back and have these conversations after that reset was done. That reset has just happened, and I was trying to figure out what exactly does it mean to move forward so that as we walk out of this room here today, for the folks that wanted a reset, they of course got that reset. For the folks that wanted to see changes, that at least there is some way forward on which they would see those changes. We're not voting on changes here today. Nothing I proposed is a change. It's just saying staff review this, and we create a process where people can submit proposals to us, and then we would then have a joint meeting with the city plan board to discuss things that we would be in favor of in comprehensive plan amendments, the update to our comprehensive plan, which is something that the city plan board has been requesting for quite a bit now.
Okay, I just want to go on record. It's very troubling. It's very troubling what you're saying, because it seems to me you're trying to go back to October and we're trying to move forward in June. That's how it sounds. That's one. Now, does the city commission regularly or once a year or some point have a joint meeting, Andrew, with the city plan board? I was in another meeting the other day where I thought this occurred, but I was told by another commissioner that the city doesn't meet jointly with the plan board.
No, it's been traditionally ad hoc. We've had some meetings, some joint meetings where, particularly after the city's code was rewritten in 2017, there was still some things left on the table that both plan board and city commission wanted to address. So there were a couple of joint meetings then to sort of discuss, these are some additional code amendments that both boards wanted to be made, but there's nothing regular. To Commissioner Eastman's point, I think the plan board had indicated that they wanted to meet with the commission in a joint meeting to discuss principally the comprehensive plan.
We need to direct it if it's going to happen.
I see.
Yeah, but
I
you all
see.
have to agree, basically.
I see. All right.
Thank you. And if I could just respond, nothing I'm proposing is going back to, I guess you're saying that I seem to be putting on the table what was just voted on or what was just reversed. Is that what you're? No. So all that is in the backup, it's just, as I said, 2 kind of process questions, and the third one being the proposal I put forward before that would protect single-family zoning in all the existing areas, but just allow homes to be built on smaller lots. It is not, it is single-family zone criteria. I didn't want to add anything new into there. It was simply, the presentation I made back in February, the same proposal.
All right. Thank you.
We've got one more here. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Bullets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman, for bringing up this conversation. As I said earlier, this is something I've been interested in ever since I think it was February where you brought up a proposed, amendment to these recension ordinances. And I think this is exactly the kind of thing that there's perhaps more consensus or more opinions from different parts of our community who might want to weigh in on this. Something that's smaller and more concrete and discrete for them to wrap their head around, particularly when the vast and utter majority of people who've spoken and written about these issues are people who live in single family as opposed to people who actually live in multifamily. And so this is something that the fear of the unknown of multifamily versus the more familiarity with single family zoning, previous that they lived in or have lived in or are familiar with. This is really about how we build, what we allow in single family zonings. And so this makes sense. And some of this is frankly about creating quainter neighborhoods to some degree. I'll use the word quaint because houses closer together, smaller, allow some variety of different shapes also on smaller lots, whether those are, I don't think yours mentioned flagged lots, but I'm always interested in flagged lots. And then the cottage neighborhoods is part of that idea. And I think there's some interest, and I think this is the beginning of those conversations. I'm a little less interested in the create a way for people to give feedback. I'm a little less, feedback is great, but this idea of whatever, because a lot of these things, these exist in the planning world. Our planners, our staff know these ideas are popping around other cities. So I'm a little less interested in some sort of, we have feedback mechanisms. We have this plan board, we have email, all those about basic ideas. But I'm open to it if that's helpful to have those conversations. Because some of this may be new because we didn't really dig into it. We didn't dig into cottage neighborhoods per se over the last year, even though in the past there's been conversations. The counties had conversations. So maybe this is that opportunity for people to start kicking around some of these new ideas. Some of it will come from kind of our general public, and some of it will come from professionals who already are aware of these and start that conversation. I look forward to it. I look forward to being able to say, hey, look at the cottage neighborhood proposed by the county on Williston Road, or proposed in the county on Williston Road, so that some people get they can look at a literal example right then and there, start looking at it, start looking at, what's the Gainesville co-housing, is that what it's called? That's in the county. I think that also is more or less a cottage neighborhood. It's a variation on cottage neighborhood, and so that people can start looking at it. I think it's a good time. Have people start looking at it right now. Don't wait until. I just think we can't let the grass grow underneath us on this. We got to move on and start looking at it. So thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
I'll let Ed, I was going to make the motion that I just put on the table, so I'll let Commissioner Book speak before I put that on there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This really was this may be getting one step ahead of us, but if we do anything as we move forward in any ways and processes, I would avoid us adding any special meetings, workshops, GPCs, and city commission, because we're already putting an incredible demand on city staff right now for stuff, and we are in the budget process. So we cannot add additional hours where we're have staff have to come and prepare. So I would avoid that entirely, regardless of whether it's an agenda item, and avoid any additional scheduling as it relates to the next few months, so we can kind of concentrate on these core concepts. Housing is a core concept, so I agree 100%. But we're going to have to, if we do have those conversations, we're going to have to build them into our existing framework and not anything else. Because again, look around and look at the citizens are coming at different times, different hours on a city commission day. We have 3 different sessions. We have a morning, afternoon, and night. And if we want to make sure that we're getting full community input, they've got to be able to come. They're not going to be able to come to all these things that we have. So that would just be more, as we look forward, being more mindful of the demand on staff and the demand on the community, regardless of the agenda items. Thanks for letting me go.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I'd like to motion to direct staff to create and promote a process to receive and review ideas from residents on potential reforms to land use and zoning, to schedule a meeting with the city plan board to discuss our upcoming comprehensive plan amendments and how we move forward with land use, and present an application reviewing the changes previously proposed that is in the backup that protects single-family zoning while reducing lot sizes for those single-family homes and allows cottage neighborhoods.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, so motion and a second. I don't see any of the lights, so let me say this. I'm going to split that into 3. I don't support the first piece because there are two ways that our neighbors can bring ideas forward. Number one is to pay for the process. Number two is to advocate to commissioners to bring it forward. If we create a third path, what that is likely to do is get people who would otherwise have paid to go through another process that gets around having to advocate. And I don't want to do that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with a second, I literally wrote that maybe in the middle of this meeting. I think I wrote it 5 minutes before this meeting, so I'm not super bought into that. If it's okay with a second, I'll just pull that first one out of there. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Wallace? Great.
Okay. The third part, I would like us to take a half a breath before we put a land use and zoning amendment on the table again. I love the idea of getting with the planning board. I think that's important. And I want to talk about what you put on the table before. Absolutely. I just want to take a half a breath before I do it. So I'm good with the second piece, not so much the first two. But so you want to go ahead with the second and third one? Okay, I'm going to split those. But we need to hear from the public on that. It's on the fly, so I don't expect people to fill out a form. Okay. Public comment, come on up. Yep. Welcome, Ms. Fraser.
Hello again. Okay. We need to pause for just a second. I mean, come on. The problem with the previous process was not engaging the community. And we're right about to start the same thing. An idea being brought forward to already start, and there's no talk about community again. I mean, the ideas aren't bad, but they're bad for everywhere with nobody being able to talk about it first. GNV is trying to schedule talks for the community as well as the commissioners. Can we at least pause and let some of that happen? The community engagement is what this battle was really about. The community wasn't brought along. It was 4 commissioners basically trying to enforce their will. At least that's how the community received it. And so now it feels like one person who just wants to move forward without talking to anybody. And can we just breathe for a minute? I mean, yeah. Whatever we do, the community engagement process has got to be key. There's got to be proper notification to everybody who this could affect. And these ideas need to be vetted out, and you really got to hear the concerns, because there will be unintended consequences for everything. You know, one person cannot think of all the ideas and all the ramifications that might happen. And so that's why it's important to talk to the people in that area, because they have a knowledge that you don't have. You have a knowledge that I don't have. But when we talk about it, then we can be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, I learned something from you today. And then we can make the plan better for everybody. And so I just really, really need for y'all to just bring the community along, and can we just breathe for just a minute? I mean, part of the healing process, you got to have time for that scab to heal over. This vote, just like the mayor said, everybody's not going to be happy about it. But can we at least let the community just heal for a little bit before we start trying to do something else? That's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Welcome, Ms. Tanzer.
Thank you. I support pausing for a moment as well. I want to bring up a couple of things, and they really all have to do with understanding what we have in our city at this point. We have a lot of multifamily housing all over the city in different, 2 to 10 units, 11 plus units. And Commissioner Willits, you haven't been on the commission perhaps long enough to know that, or maybe driving around, but it's all over the place. I'm not saying we don't need more or whatever. It's not just in your district. It's all over the place. And the fact that you all are not aware of that is a problem when you start making decision. Whatever we do, you have to start with knowledge. And that is not obvious at this point, that folks just know where we have things. We have learned recently that the city does not know what's in its planned developments, which are 7% of the city's land. Many of those are multifamily. And again, we just don't know where they are, which ones. That's work that the city staff has to do. And because you can't push a button to find it, it's going to be laborious to do. And you need to know that before you start. In addition, there are many neighborhoods that have restrictive covenants of some sort that might have minimum lot sizes and things like that. You don't know where they are, we don't, and that too is laborious. So even if you were to move forward with Commissioner Eastman's proposal, you might be eliminating almost all of what's now RSF1 zoning, because those are the newer neighborhoods and they more likely have intact covenants. Until you know those kind of things, and what classic definitions are, the neighborhood that you referenced in the county, which is a sweet neighborhood, is not a cottage neighborhood. The neighborhood on Williston Road got a lot of pushback from neighbors, and the county has now changed its ordinance based on that pushback. And I don't know where it goes or what's happening next. But all of those things need to be understood by everybody before you start asking for proposals from random citizens like me to move forward. I mean, I don't know where those things are either. I might be very persuadable that there should be more, smaller lots in this area. But until all of us know what we have, we can't make good decisions moving forward. Thank you. So please wait.
Thank you. Mr. Shepard and then Mr. Ross, just by proximity. This is why we can try to get people to sign up. Mr. Shepard, if you want to speak, that is the time.
Yes, Don Shepard, People's Representative. This is something that I echo exactly what she's saying, because this is the problem towards our codes department making moves, our zoning department making moves, and keeping the peace in a neighborhood. These big projects. I live in a trailer park, and you can't live nothing in your small 1/4 or 1/6 acre lot out front, whatever that is, to take and feel safe. You go out your door, you have to worry about dogs attacking you, being shot. These are the things a small lot will combine. People need to have places for the kids to run around, not a small area like this. What's a kid gonna do? I have a neighbor that has two little grandchildren, and she's complaining, my kids don't have no place to play. And if you weren't out here watching the kids or me, it wouldn't be safe, because the dogs run up and attack the kids. And so this is a problem, ours moving down to smaller acres. Tower Road is a good example of it. Look at the houses there. That is an insult to our city, having to let that contractor build those houses so close. Fire codes have been begging the city not to have the houses 14 feet or 14 inches apart. Some of those houses down there, that's exactly what you got. And so I like to go back to the reset button and review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ross?
Chuck Ross. The first thing is, in respect to what Commissioner Book suggested, staff needs time to devote to balancing this budget. And the commission's been spending a tremendous amount of time at a number of meetings. You need to focus on getting the budget solved first. Second of all, The items that you suggested should be put on an agenda so everybody's aware, so it's a public notice, and it has transparency. This lacks transparency. And I agree completely with what the other speakers said as far as we need to take a step back, reevaluate, and unfortunately, some people up here aren't as educated as they think they are about the situation. And just speaking, I live in a single-family house. I live on my street is single-family. Up and down my street are multifamily housing. It's not strictly a single-family neighborhood where I live, and I live in the northwest section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Peggy Carr, and first let me thank you for the previous votes. Very gratifying. I wanted to bring up the fact that the city is going to have to revise its comprehensive plan. I think we have some time in which that can be done because of the letter that was secured by the city not too long ago. Isn't that right, Andrew? So there is some time for that to be done. But I think one of the really critical pieces for starting with the various pieces that we have for the comp plan, the equitable development ideas that Commissioner Duncan Walker is advocating, as well as the drafts that were done by the consultant that are posted on the website as the draft of the comp plan. But we know that there are missing elements based on the required statute at the state level. And I think particularly when I taught environmental policy and we talked about the strategies at the local government for managing land use, the comprehensive plan is really the key, and it is a place where the community can come together and set the big, broad blueprint for how it wants to move forward. And I think it's essential that we engage the community, as Ms. Frazier said, and that we use the comprehensive plan as our tool to move things forward. And specifically, I do want to mention, as Ms. Tanzer mentioned as well, a former colleague, that we are really in desperate need of better data about land use in the community, in our city. We requested some data from the planning staff and have looked at it and reviewed it, and there are just big gaps in it. She mentioned the plan development piece. Another piece is most cities, it is known that, 10, 15, 20% of the city is actually in rights of way. And in the data that we got from the city staff, only about 0.5% was actually indicated to be in dedicated right of way. And so there clearly are missing gaps about our base knowledge of what our city looks like. And I think that using the comp plan and community engagement in developing a new comp plan for the city is really the way to go. And I do hope that we will pause with these sort of specific notions at this moment and try to find a way to tie it all together. So thank you for the chance to speak.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else. Let me say something before we go around. The way we get things on the agenda is by making a motion. One of the ways we get things on an agenda is by making a motion at a meeting so that the discussion can be had. I would prefer to not do it exactly the same day, pushed up against each other. But that's how we get stuff on an agenda. So the idea that it's not transparent to make a motion to put something on a future agenda, there's no other way to do it. Or that is the most transparent way to do it. I'd like to talk about this. Can we put it on a future agenda? That's the process. We did have a conversation about this specific thing some weeks or months ago, and there was general agreement that we thought it was a pretty good idea. A way to have the community talk about something is for it to appear from up here. Not saying it's the only way to do it, but a way is to put an idea out there from the dais and say, let's have a conversation about this. I want to be careful that we don't say, okay, we didn't do this big bunch of ideas, So we're not going to do anything until the next big bunch of ideas comes along. Commissioner Hutchinson used to call the difference between these different ways of doing things as clumpers and splitters. I'm a splitter. I like individual things. I feel like it's we can learn more about a specific idea one at a time than everything at once. I don't like to clump all the stuff together. I like to split them out, have the conversations. I'm not going to support that part of the motion today, but I do think that having discussions a piece at a time is a good way to do it. Sometimes those bubble up over a series of community meetings, but that's been rare in my experience. Very rare. But if something gets tossed out into the community as an idea and says, let's talk about this with good intentions, then we can have that discussion and it kind of kickstarts the process. Again, I'm not voting for it today, but that is a way to start the discussion about a specific item. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that the maker of the motion could slowly, because the audio's hit or miss, could slowly repeat the motion, all parts that we are keeping.
Sure. It's a schedule a meeting with the city plan board to discuss our upcoming comprehensive plan updates and how we move forward with land use, and then present an application reviewing the changes previously proposed that is in backup that protects single-family zoning while reducing lot sizes for those single-family homes and allows cottage neighborhoods. So it's just essentially just sending it to staff for review and then to the city plan board to review, not passing it today, but just having it go to staff for review and then for the city plan board to review.
So it was cottage neighborhoods and what else?
The lot split, using residential, it's in the backup, it's using the residential conservation.
I saw it, okay.
Yeah.
So to have staff analyze that?
Have staff analyze it and the city plan board to analyze it, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I
Danny, can you type that out?
don't oppose.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sacco. I was just trying to get it up on screen.
I don't oppose either of the options. I think your proposal was one of those things that was talked about of once we had a clean slate that folks would be interested in exploring or at least open to the conversation. And I think as the mayor said, this is how those conversations starts because we can't just try to figure this out on our own in the back office. So I would hesitate to have either of those meetings prior to October 1st, just because staff does have a lot on their plate right now. But as part of their regular duties, I'd be fine with them beginning that process either through our sustainable development staff or through our research department, just to at least start looking at what it looks like and have some basic information for us to review and have that conversation. But otherwise, I'm not opposed to it so long as staff understands that we are deferring to their timeline given budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to just make the point. I'm glad Commissioner Sacco asked that. I mean, all I am asking is that we take that first step in the same way that Desmond Duncan Walker made a request recently to have staff review changes to buffers related to cemeteries nearby. That just that we are asking for reviews of various things. I think but I wanted to make that we are looking at real affirmative steps to move forward with something that will be a reform to these things, because I think I hear what people are saying. I understand people wanting to take a breath after all of this. I also know that there are many people that are not in this room that are upset about the decision that we made here today. And I want to make sure that we have something that says we are trying to find some solutions to move forward. I know, and we have been willing to move forward with things. At my very first meeting, I was presented with, well, at first, a number of updates, code updates that were supposed to be put into the code. Later reversed to say we're going to be completely rescinding the previous ordinance. I was at my very first meeting. I hadn't been in office for an hour at that point. In February, I proposed this. I was told, well, you have to wait. You got to wait. We're in the middle of these discussions, even though we all kind of knew where the votes were going to go. Didn't matter. We had to wait. We wanted to do a clean reset. Now I'm told that that we need to wait for us to get through the budget. We need to wait for healing. We need to wait for data because apparently the Schimberg Center data and having every parcel in the city of Gainesville or all the census data that we just received in 2020, I believe it was, is not adequate for that data. So we need to get data. We need to make sure we heal. We need to make sure we go through the budgets. We need to have a series of community meetings. And I do think at some point we need to say, well, when are we going to take that same first step that we took at that meeting, my very first meeting, when I came onto the city commission that said, okay, this is something that we would like staff to review and to come back to us and to have those reviews within the city plan board. I think if you wanted to vote against these later, that is totally your right, just like anyone else who would have voted for it back then, or with the cemetery vote from the first time that Commissioner Duncan Walker put forward. But I think just having where are we going to have that first step, and let's have staff review this, and let's have, let's look at potential solutions. And I want people to know that we are looking at potential solutions. I think it is important that people know out there in the community that solutions are a part of it, and we are going to take it seriously. Though I'm very sympathetic to people that say, geez, I mean, we just made this big vote here today, but that is why I have the motion on the table, and this is not a vote in favor of this in its entirety. We still need to hear from the community. We still need to kind of negotiate and budget and figure out where we are going with this in the future. But I wanted to have something physically on the table for those other folks that are not in this room here today that do care about having something, some solution, because they cannot find housing. They are watching housing values go up, and they want to see this commission come forward with some kind of proposals that will alleviate that pain that they are feeling. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understood this to be really kind of the start of conversations going forward. Inclusionary zoning is something that we set up process or became a process for, is it a full year now? I think inclusionary zoning has been talked about because it was kind of separated out from exclusionary, couple years. Is there an actual task force? If not, I don't think there is, but it has gone. We have public meetings, and we're not immediately bringing that up here. It wasn't part of the fall ordinances. It's not an ordinance we've heard yet. We've continued some conversations. We've made a lot of references to that process and that conversation in other pieces of affordable housing because we know it's out there. We know those conversations are happening with advocates in the community, with staff, with the larger group of neighbors we've invited to different meetings. So I envisioned it a little more like that, that this is the beginning of the conversations. I have a problem with delay because housing delayed is housing denied. There's just no way around that. There are literal homeless people, though our unhoused population probably isn't who we're looking at building a brand new, single family dwelling on a 1/10 of an acre lot. But the need for housing doesn't go away because some people want to breathe in our community, and some people want to pause, and some people want to celebrate their victory. The need does not go away, and that's why I say we just can't we got to keep on moving. And I think this is the beginning of those conversations, so that staff is aware we have some interest and they can bring back knowledge. Our plan board is highly knowledgeable. They're not. I mean, some of them are probably kind of average neighbors of ours, but they're city planners and they're engineers and they're people with long history of being in our city and understanding how city land use works. Getting them activated and thinking about it as well, because sometimes we just get information back from them, right? So I imagine it a lot more like that, where we're just starting this process, getting it rolling. And so I'm always a little, particularly in an academic city like Gainesville, though I have utmost respect for knowledge and science, spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which is a propaganda tactic of we can't possibly move forward because we don't know everything, is a propaganda tactic in politics to stop progress of something you don't particularly want, but that may be popular because you can spread doubt about it. And I understand there's all kinds of numbers and data to understand. We have a lot of data. We understand a lot. There's data on what kind of houses can be built where because of existing regulations on lot size and setbacks. And I think we can continue to move forward, particularly just having these conversations, getting people thinking about if a solution proposed that went forward was we're gonna be able to provide different types of housing in a quadplex format, and that's what everyone spent their time thinking of. Yet people had to ask on Facebook, where are there any quadplexes? People in this room who just accused me of not knowing where apartments are in this city, even though I have knocked on more campaign doors just all over the community. I can tell you where the multifamily housing is. Had to ask, well, where are these quadplexes? I know, I've knocked on their doors. So the data is out there to a large degree. I love nuanced data, particularly love GIS data, where we can start to really see and say, where are these people who live in multifamily housing and where do they live close to parks and all those kind of things. Right, I've expressed that. But I think we just have to continue moving on. I apologize for not remembering. It's Imagine GNV, is that correct? That is our update, our current update to the comprehensive plan. I always forget it. Imagine GNV, they have the nice pretty logo. That is just an update, is not a brand new comp plan. It is an update what we're doing. There's arguments for a brand new comp plan. If we want to talk about breathing for a minute, I do think we need to get through our current Imagine GNV. But I think we need to continue having this conversation, moving it along. And this is a conversation I imagine taking a while, but it has to kind of get started now, the same way inclusionary zoning started. And we didn't move on that last fall, the previous commission, and we're not moving on it desperately right now. That's been a very long conversation. I imagine I don't want this to be as long of a conversation because I don't think it is as foreign as an idea. It's about just changing a couple of numbers. To some degree, it's just changing numbers in a chart. So I don't think it's as foreign, and I think we can continue. I imagined it, and I will support it as a beginning of that conversation and alerting City Plan Board and AHAC, and that this is something that we have some interest in or interest in opening the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willetts. I've got 3 lights here, but when those are done, I'm going to offer an alternative idea to you that helps maybe move things forward a little bit.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, at whatever point is appropriate, because staff really is going to be responsible for the work, I'll need to have something to say.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chestnut.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion because I'm very, very uncomfortable with it. And here's why. All of you were in campaigns last year, and all your campaign, 90% of the time you appeared before any group, it was to discuss your position on exclusionary zoning. So it wasn't a new concept. You talked about it for a year. I talked about it for a year when I campaigned. And I came on just a little before you all. But so that discussion was had. This discussion is put upon us now and this afternoon. And before sending it to the plan board or somewhere else, I think it needs to come through our general policy. We need to sit down and discuss and talk about, share our ideas. I'm just not comfortable because when you throw it out to the plan board and you throw it out to this group and that group, it gives the impression that this is something that you want to do now. And so I don't think it's following the proper process, in my opinion. It's not. There's been no fleshing out of this from the commission. You fleshed out exclusionary zoning. You knew every nuance, everything about it because you had to discuss it on the campaign trail. This is coming to me, and I say this, it's coming to me now, and I just feel in my gut that it has something to do with rescinding, beginning to rescind what we've already done. And I'm not ready to do that. I need time to digest where we are, but I don't think it's time to get rid of exclusionary zoning and then throw something else another wrench right out there immediately afterwards. That's one. 2 is staff time. You're getting ready to involve the same staff on, and that's going to take a lot of time to look at this, to do it. The third thing is this commission has worked together very well. We've been able to get things done because there is a spirit of camaraderie. That did not exist with that last commission. I don't want to see us rescind that. I don't want to go back to that atmosphere. So I'm just very troubled by this at this point. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have a number of concerns, and I really, one of the first things that my mind went to was staff time, and I'm eager to hear from the city manager with regards to her comments on that. Mr. Mayor, can we hear from her at this time?
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm not reminding you because several of you were probably here, but this is a more new commission. As I speak to Andrew, I think staff has been engaged on this for more than 3 years, and then maybe there was GNV Rise. I wasn't around during this time. But they've been rolling on this for a while. I'm sure they could appreciate a break, but it's not a break to take a break. It is a break that still involves a lot of things going on. We have feasibility studies that require staff, require attention. We can't be at all of those meetings, but we try to do our best to cover those meetings with existing staff. We have staff that is going to be impacted in the recommendations and some of the proposals that have come to this commission. Some of that staff actually is in the Office of Sustainable Development. I'm just saying these things because I want us to think about the capacity. And so I think that it is important now, knowing that we are going through the budget. It's taking a lot of time to actually go through that budget with some deliberation and some cross-checking and this person checking the other person, just trying to make sure that we are all together. It is across the city. It includes the Office of Sustainable Development and their staff. Andrew's time, he is spread across the city relative to his capacity right now, and we really need to concentrate on the budget. And for those of you who don't know, we have been asked to advance the review of the State Auditor General's findings by a month. So as opposed to them coming in July, they're here June 1. And so we have a lot to focus on right now, and we want to do the best that we can with what we have before us. We will do what we are directed to do relative to the phase 2 of exclusionary zoning, whatever that looks like. I probably shouldn't use that, but phase 2 of this housing program. But we do need to step back. I would say any expectation about community engagement prior to October 1 is probably not going to be done to the best of its ability if the staff that I have right now has to engage in that.
All right. Thank you, Manager Curry, for that. And that was kind of what I thought you were going to say. I'm remembering getting the memo with regards to the deadline being moved up a month, and that sent a shiver up my spine, so I can only imagine what it has done to staff. The other thing that I wanted to offer is that equitable development went through the GPC process. So for me, who does not have the planning background that you do, Commissioner Eastman, but who could benefit greatly from learning more, but also for members of the community who would have a chance also to learn more, to hear more as well, and be a part of that conversation. That, I think, is a possible avenue. I think we really have to consider where we are. And then I have a question, because I remember mentioning cemeteries, but I don't remember staff being assigned to work on that. Is staff, Madam Curry, bringing anything back about cemeteries? If they are,
Want to
great.
step up? I believe they are.
Are you?
Want to clarify? Either you or Frank.
Well, great. When are you coming back with cemetery stuff?
What is it?
What is the stuff you're bringing?
Well, now I'm going to defer to Forrest on that.
Yay!
Yes, we have been working on it.
Thank you.
Working with across a couple of our specialists, Jason Simmons, who was the historic preservation officer for a long time, Kathleen Kaufman now, of course, who is the historic preservation. And we're looking at the adjacent land uses and seeing what could have those impacts or effects on the cemetery.
Good.
As directed by you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure.
Forrest. So, I love that when that happens. Need a little reminder every now and then. A lot of stuff we do. But I'm really, I am concerned with where we are. Commissioner Eastman, I wonder if you would consider GPCing it. I understand your passion. I've seen it. And you're very, I think, very thoughtful about the way that you, about your ideas. Yeah, interestingly enough, I was told mine had to go through GPC, which I think is something else that we need to discuss. What goes when and how. But I'm gonna just kind of conclude there and say, I'm looking at staff time, I'm looking at our processes, and I'm looking at the ability to be able to have a good, robust conversation about how we do this, how we do move forward. And yeah, I would like to exhale, to be honest. This entire last year has been a lot, and while we don't need to delay, I need to exhale. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been breathing the entire time we've been up here today. I don't know about everybody else. I have been doing that. Mayor Pro Tem, I had to laugh a little bit when you said you weren't sure that you had directed staff, because I'm not sure when I'm directing staff sometime either, because we're doing so many things. And every week there's more votes, and you realize, what have we accomplished? And we've accomplished some things. So, you know, it's been roughly, I know we were supposed to be on a break about an hour ago, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, it was basically an hour ago that we just dealt with some piece of this. So this zoning application, along with the plan board to protect single-family zoning, that's what we just did. We were just protecting single-family zoning, and I think you might have said it, Commissioner Chestnut, we were basically preserving neighborhoods. So I don't think we need to address that. What Commissioner Sacco said about the, I think it's been echoed here also, about demand on staff and what we have to prioritize is correct. That October 1 date is a big date, and it's got many steps that are leading up to it. And really the three-legged stool, I think I talked about 2 or 3 months ago, that we have to prioritize is budget looms over everything. And it's what we have to do our best work at. Sometimes government moves a little slow. In this budget process, we're having to do many things relatively quickly and still be efficient. There is some bureaucracy to this process of moving forward with motions. But I think that the three-legged stool is budget first, and we've started to allude to it here. The second part is the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan actually informs everything that goes forward, as we know. So the comprehensive plan comes before we start meeting with the city plan board and talking about specific aspects, because the comprehensive plan will also allow us to review these in pieces. And then the last piece is exactly what's here up on the screen, which is land use and zoning. And I think that's the order that we take things, and we kind of keep our mind and our eyes kind of on the big picture. And, you know, I'm mindful that I'm just not prepared, is what I am. I just do not have the expertise to vote on this today and say, let's move forward on something, and then know that it's going to impact staff and community members who are going to attempt to say, wait a minute, what were they even speaking about? I would prefer, Commissioner Eastman did, there's good things up here, but I would prefer that maybe you place that on a future agenda. People see it in advance. They start to ask questions about what it is. But we also don't generate that discussion to lead to more staff projects at this moment. I mean, that would be my thoughts. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So not seeing any more lights here, my suggestion would be that we place an item on the July 27th general policy meeting, which is the next uncommitted general policy meeting, to talk about, for us to bring ideas, specific ideas like this, to each other and have a conversation about which items we want to then put out to staff to start working on and to the community to start thinking about. That would be my preference, and I would absolutely vote to create that agenda item on the July 27th General Policy Committee. Now, I say that I picked that one because we really don't have a lot between now and then. I mean, we just don't have a lot of meeting opportunities between now and then. What that does is, I assume that from that meeting on July 27th, we would then set staff to work to know what we're going to expect back, knowing that that isn't going to come back to us until the fall at that point, realistically. And then, which then puts us past the budget season. And knowing that when we get into the fall, then the fall proper, we are having real discussions about ordinances based on the ideas that we discuss in July. That gives everybody a chance to think about what they want to bring to the table, to talk with the community and to have individual conversations, or more than individual conversations if we choose to. Any of us can call up groups and say, let's talk about this as individual commissioners. I would like to see us do that. As a matter of fact, I probably will just put that item on the general policy agenda for July 27th, and I would love to see this be a part of that. I do think that we need to schedule a joint meeting with the planning board. It has been a good long while since we did that. And as critical as our budget discussions are, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. And I'm not saying we have to have that joint meeting next week or next month, but we need to get it in process so that it actually happens. It takes us 2 or 3 months once we say to have a meeting for it to actually show up as a reality. If we wait until after September 30 to talk about what we're going to do next, those next things are in the middle of the next budget season before you know it. So we have to talk about what's next now without necessarily making decisions on those next items. We have to get them rolling now, even in the middle of budget season. So I will vote for the first part of this. I don't like the second one as it exists, but I would love to have a conversation about it on July 27th at General Policy. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'd love to talk about it on July 27th. I think I'm still going to leave it on as a motion.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to have that conversation about all of our ideas at the table at the end of July GPC. I will ask if it's possible. I think when we had our crash course on land use and zoning, I believe that was recorded, Madam Manager, or yes. Madam Clerk. It was recorded. Well, since not all of the commissioners attended, I think it'd be worthwhile to share that with the whole commission as a refresher just before we have those conversations on land use and zoning issues, so that everyone is well educated on the topic, at least at that basic level. I think it'd be very helpful for those who didn't attend.
We can get that on our own.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else?
Nope, just that request. Thank you.
All right, so that is certainly available for anyone to peruse at their leisure. Staff is always willing to fill in gaps. Staff is more than happy to help out with questions, has been my experience. To be clear, this July 27th General Policy meeting I'm talking, we're not going to make a decision about what's going to change. We're going to put things on the table about what we'd like to discuss. Just to be clear on that. All right, let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor of scheduling a joint meeting with the Commission and the Plan Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so Madam Clerk, if you would get that in process, please.
Will do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Second part, use the residential have staff review and analyze the land use zoning application along with the City Plan Board, protect single-family zoning and review cottage neighborhoods and land split residential communities.
It's not really the motion. I was wondering,
Restate that part of the motion.
Commissioner, you're right, Commissioner Book. That was it was, hold on, reviewing the, have staff review and analyze land use application presented on in the February. Yeah, it was what was presented at the, I want to say, February 27th meeting. Anyway, it is in backup. The proposals that are in backup under 2023-167. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
Okay, all in favor? Go ahead, Commissioner Book. I'm sorry, you had your light on.
We have to see it up here before I know what I'm voting on. I mean, I need to see the exact language. I think that would be critical, and also so that it's in the record accurately. Can we put the entire motion up there?
Let me find it.
I'm
looking for backup.
Yeah,
167 is in this meeting's. 167K is the specific.
2023-167K, permitting smaller committing smaller lot sizes within single-family residential
And cottage.
and cottage neighborhoods.
While you're kind of getting it up there on the screen, I would say, since we just voted for this joint meeting, if we have a GPC on July 27th, would there be any objection to us just inviting the Sandy Plan Board to the July 27th GPC? Would that be I'm not sure if that would be a process problem. I just don't have enough knowledge there.
It is not, there's no policy reason not to do it, no existing policy reason not to do it, but I won't support that.
We don't know what we're talking about
Right,
ourselves.
yeah. They have things they wanted to bring to us that they wanted to bring to us months and months ago, and that's been building up, and we kind of owe them a conversation.
Yeah, so they have some topics and other items that may not be germane here that they really want to discuss with us as a joint body.
And it is just healthy for us to have a joint conversation with our plan board on a fairly regular basis, and it's been a couple of years since we've done it.
I support that. I just want to, reiterate that if we all can put that within our existing framework somewhere and it still follows process, we should do that as opposed to put additional meetings on, which is going to require staff and the community to come because they're going to want to, rightfully so, have input about what we're talking about.
It has not been our commission's habit to schedule joint meetings at the same time as our regular meetings.
I understand. Maybe we should change that.
Just to add, the city plan board meets usually after work, so a lot of them are they work 9 to 5, and so their meetings will start at 6 o'clock in a way that this is our job. So we start ours usually at 1 o'clock. I don't know if many of them would be able to attend if we were doing it during a traditional meeting.
No, we definitely would want to do it at the convenience of the plan board also. I mean, we want them there. If we want a joint meeting, I want to see and speak to the plan board so we want it convenient at their time, just like ours. So maybe that would be an evening session for a city commission. It's a conversation for a different day, Mr. Mayor. I just strongly feel that we have to really reduce the demands that we're currently placing on staff and the community. And we have so many different meetings right now in the budget cycle that anything we can do to combine things and still follow process is probably the right thing to do.
To be clear, this is unlikely to happen during the heat of the budget process, just schedule-wise.
Thank you.
I'm as the maker of the motion, I was not expecting this to happen with next week or next month or anything like that. I mean, it's at the discretion of staff when we bring that forward.
Okay, this is not going to be productive as part of the motion.
Okay.
What would you like, Mr. Mayor?
Well, why don't,
Yes, ma'am.
I think we have the essence of what you want. Why don't we just go with what the mayor is saying and schedule a discussion July 27th? That time we'll have the opportunity to get a clear picture of what's in the record. That was your previous motion that you said you made in February. But I can't vote on what's up there because it's not really clear. However, I think if you refer this, I would suggest that you refer your proposal, this proposal before us, to the GPC for discussion July 27th. Because at this point, it's not clear what we are voting on.
So what is clear is that this is probably not going to pass. But if you want us on record to vote for that,
I think it is.
to take
It's
that
clear.
vote, then we can do that. And we will just, without objection, schedule that agenda item for July 27th anyway. I'm going to call for a voice vote on the second piece. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well, I'm sorry, I did not mean to vote aye.
Ooh, Mr. Mayor.
So there, all opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right.
No.
All right, so that fails 4-3 with Willits and Eastman in dissent. Willits and Eastman in support, and it failed.
Was it five? Was she nay?
Okay.
Yes.
Was nay.
It's 2-5, sorry, yeah, it's 2-5. All right. So we're going to have an agenda item on the July 27th general policy meeting to bring ideas to each other to decide how we want to refer those to staff and to the community. And I strongly suggest that anybody who has ideas, take those ideas to the community over the next 2 months as we go through that and bring clear ideas and clear backup back to each other for that. All right, we are going to take a break until 4:35 and we'll come back and finish out the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
refocus and get through the rest of this agenda.
Mr. Mayor, or whenever you're ready.
Madam Clerk, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is our resolutions by roll call for the afternoon. The first is 2023-287, resolution for a grant agreement for Northwest 45th Avenue Shared Use Path, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the resolution which authorizes the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and any other necessary documents with FDOT pertaining to the Northwest 45th Avenue Shared Use Path project, subject to approval by the city attorney or designee as to form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, do you want to?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that we are asked to put the money out front. We'll get reimbursed from FDOT. It's for the design and construction of 45th Ave. Mr. Mann is here for any more details. On that.
Does anyone have any questions about this? If not, we'll go straight to public comment. Mr. Mann, did you have anything you wanted to add? Or?
No, if you don't have any questions, I'm good.
Okay. All right, do we have anyone signed up for public comment on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Book.
Just go ahead and kind of put this up. This is the map of where the use is. I thought it might be helpful just to take a look at it. Could we put that up? Thank you, sir. And this is, thank you, sir, because you printed it for us. My comment would be, this is in District 2. I looked, this is reimbursement. The fund's coming. It's a multi-use trail. It's exactly the kind of things we do with pedestrian and bicycle and, you know, maybe even micromodal. I'm not sure, but you can look at it up in the Northwest Gainesville by Sherwood Trace, and I just don't see a downside, but if there is, we need to know.
Okay. All right, do you want to make a motion while we have the floor then?
I move 2023-287 resolution for grant agreement for Northwest 45th Avenue Shared Use Path.
I'll second that.
All right, motion and second. Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Sacco.
We're good, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
I had this on to make the motion, but I will say that my mother-in-law lives over here. I ride my bike over here frequently, and that multi-use path is quite nice. It'll be really nice to connect that to another area. It's a fairly dense area that connects to, that would be able to connect through over into Walmart and a number of commercial properties over there, and so it's a great extension.
Very good, thank you. All right, seeing no further lights, this is roll call.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
Aye.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is our business discussions for the afternoon. The sole item is 2023-546, consolidation of the city clerk's office under the city manager's office, with the recommendation that the city commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Madam Manager, do you want to lead on this?
Well, Mr. Mayor, at a previous meeting, I was asked by Commissioner Duncan Walker, actually, and supported by the commission, for me to give this some thought and come back with a proposal. This is not necessarily a proposal. If what is currently in place works for the commission, clearly I'm here to support. Aside from that, in terms of taking a look at it, I did not meet with clerk staff. This is just basically a take on how it might work going forward. The opportunities in this are operational efficiencies. It's streamlining the administrative functions across all clerk business processes and functions and with the manager's office. It is better coordination between all departments and the clerk function. And it's an opportunity for consistently addressing constituent needs, because now we can seamlessly marry the resources that are in our communications and marketing office, as well as in our government affairs and community relations office, with clerk staff, in that they are working now with the manager's staff. They are now a part of the manager's staff. The challenges, and the challenges are real. It's city commission transition. You've not had this set up before. It's a transition, and it's real. It's a real transition for staff as well. And as it relates to the manager's office, it's just an expansion and oversight. I would look at this as a division of the manager's office as opposed to a separate department, because I would want to maintain some oversight and coordination, just working with the commission staff. If you take a look at the backup inside, the clerk's office has several areas of responsibility. Of course, clerk operations, agenda coordination, records management, policy research, and the commission administrative support. The opportunity to merge all of that in with potentially the Office of Management and Budget, particularly on the management consulting side with your policy research, would be streamlining. The opportunity to address your constituent services, working, as I had mentioned before, more with the government affairs and community relations and the communications and marketing offices, as indicated here, is clearly a streamlining. In terms of fitting the puzzle together, of course, constituent services along with the policy research piece fits really a little bit more naturally into what we currently have. It enhances the resources. Again, is what you currently have working? It is. Am I being critical of it? I am not. The commission was looking for some streamlining, some operational efficiencies, and with the merging of staff, we clearly can accomplish that. I did not look at it in terms of reducing staff one way or the other at this point in time. I didn't think it was appropriate. I will say to you, though, if in fact it is merged with the manager's office, just being transparent, I would see no need to have a clerk and a deputy clerk, because you would have all the support underneath from the manager's staff, from my office to the EAs, et cetera. And so immediately there would be an efficiency and a savings right there. And of course, a savings, I think, in terms of a search. But with that, it is the commission's decision, and whatever you decide, I will abide.
All right. Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Manager, for your presentation and the overview you did on short notice. So my current feelings on this really relate to a conversation we had about an hour ago, where it comes to staff timing, and I think the manager alluded to it when it comes to the transition period. I don't particularly dislike the concept. I think 4 months before we're supposed to start a fiscal year is not the time to start that conversation, because prior to approving any of these changes, I think I would want a deeper dive into detail, which would require staff time out of the manager's office. And I don't know if we can do that, or if it would be fair to ask that of them. My suggestion at this point would be to move forward with the interim selection. I think we have 3 candidates from what I've seen. So we could pick an interim, and as we finish up the budget conversation, we can continue the conversation as to whether to find a permanent replacement for the clerk, or if we want to move forward with that transition. But that would give management and frankly the clerk's office that time to have further conversation, and for us to see the finer details of how that would work. So I think to summarize my point is I don't mind looking at this going forward. I don't think right now is the time to do a transition overhaul, purely because staff will find a way to have the time. I don't think it's fair to ask staff to also crunch the transition into something we can ask. I have no problem exploring it later, but I don't think moving to that today or next week is the best choice here right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I think that what the manager is proposing here, you would you would inherit an interim clerk. Let's say if we did this now. But I suppose, or if I were you, I would want the opportunity to hire my own person. So that's one, as the clerk here. I think that we're looking for efficiencies. Someone was going to get us some information on Florida and whether or not, how many governments have this as a charter office and how many do not. I think the majority of the cities do not have a clerk as a charter officer. I think I'm just going from memory. I would look forward to the efficiency here in really consolidating the area. We could select an interim person or continue with the interim person we have and then leave that hiring up to the manager in terms of hiring somebody for that department. I'm looking at page 2, if you all look at that page, which is the puzzle piece with the clerk operations and then the agenda coordination. I really like items 4, 7, and 8. I think items 4, 7, and 8, policy research, 7, government affairs and community relations, really gets, and communications and marketing. I think all of that gets to the core of what we are trying to do in terms of constituent services and getting information out most effectively to our constituents. Anytime a constituent calls me, I have to then call the manager's office, then wait for the manager's office to call the department, and then wait for the department to get that back to us. I think if we can streamline that process and have it so that it flows better in terms of being able to answer constituents, I would really like that. I like the proposed operational efficiencies. I think that this is the time that we should look at trying to make this move if we are going to look for an efficient operation. So I would support adopting this proposal today, keeping the interim as we have it, and then let the manager decide later on who she's going to hire.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And I'll remind everyone that we want to go through and hear from folks, and we want to hear from the public, and then we'll come back for a motion. So, yeah. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is, I mean, obviously if we wanted to do this for the next budget year, we would have to move very fast, I think. I'm interested in the efficiencies. Commissioner Chestnut, I think you nailed it on some of those items you said where there would be some streamlining, particularly for how commission our jobs. And I just thought of, I'm sure we all have great executive assistants who are able to go communicate with city managers, people in city managers. Sometimes I feel a little awkward because sometimes you're right. You just start with the city manager or her assistant, and then it kind of comes back to us, as opposed to, I mean, in a situation that's a little different, our executive assistants would probably be a little more hands-on, and they would have all their fingers in all the pots, and we would work through our executive assistant up. That would be our chain up to some degree. I could imagine that, a little different. So I think there's some real opportunities. I fear that this kind of shuffle and change this year is going to be a little too much too fast, but I absolutely think that we should be talking about this now, because if this is even a next fiscal year idea, because the budget cuts we're looking at this year feel like a one-time thing, but when we start to have new demands in the next year, we go back and go, oh, we were wrong for cutting this. Something fell apart that we need to re-back invest in. We're going to have to look somewhere else in the organization to find those savings. Because if it's something we cut, bus route 3, whatever it is, right? We can be like, no, we got to go back and do that. So I appreciate it. I'm still concerned. The idea of having an independent, I think there's probably some real benefits too, for making sure that to some degree having our own clerk, the clerk of the commission, so that the commission drives meetings, drives agendas. We have a little more control over that. And it's really where though we lean on the city manager for so much, it's one point where we really get to, we're in charge, we drive meetings, we drive agendas, and those kind of things. So I appreciate that. And I think that's all I have to say, besides the finding of efficiencies, and if it would save us some money. If it's not something this year, I can particularly see us having something potentially in our quiver for next year. Should we barely, we get to our budget cuts for this year, but we know that the next year we would rather do something else. I think even by October 1st, we will have said, we're going to do something and be like, oh, we wish we didn't have to. So that next year we may say, no, we've got to, because we need to bring back whatever, $150,000 into a different pot, fare free for under 18 and over 65. I just use that as an example, as a dollar amount. We could probably save that here in some staff where they're going to be duplicated. So I offer that as a thought and suggestion that it may be right, it may be the wrong time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Wiltz for pointing that it is true that this would take some more staff time. I also point out, there's a lot of things that we're asking for staff, and none of us asked for any of those things on staff. It was put upon us by the state of Florida, saying that we need to make cuts, and not just cuts, but make them much more rapidly than makes sense for any organization, particularly one like government, which needs to be very thoughtful and deliberative about every step it takes. We're going to have to make a lot of changes between now and the fiscal year, particularly if we're talking about reshuffling around the city and GRU and how we work on that. I think that so I think that this is the right time to move forward with it, and partially because by our charter we can always move it right back into being a charter officer that goes directly to us. I mean, what I proposed when I first brought this up is that potentially just having it for one fiscal year and then looking at the end of 2024 of that fiscal year and saying, does this make sense for us? Did this work out the way that we wanted it to, or would it make more sense to bring this back into being a charter officer that answers to us? But I think we are making very drastic changes in other areas of our city government, and I think that this is just one of a number of changes that we're going to, in a moment of kind of shuffling and moving things around, if we're talking about efficiencies, as we're talking about finding ways that this could potentially work better with the city. I agree with you, Commissioner Willis. There's I think a benefit to them being independent, but I think there's also a benefit to the Office of Sustainable Development being independent. I think there is a certain amount of independence that the city manager grants to them that says, we're going to come forward and give our professional opinion on this or that. I would never want to feel as though what's going on the agenda or what is being given to us is somehow influenced by some other factors other than what we are directing our staff as our executive assistants to do, and what needs to be put on the agendas and at what time. So I would expect that our city manager would give that deference to the professional staff that would be within the clerk's office, the same way they do with all of their other agencies and departments. Or what did you refer to it as? You said this wouldn't necessarily be a department. This would be a
division.
If I might, it would be a part of the city manager's office. It would be a division in the city manager's office.
Right. And so that would be my expectation within all of this. And so I think that in this time of shuffling around, I think it makes sense for us to move forward with it. And then I think it's something that we should reassess in future budget cycle to see if this worked out the way that we wanted it to, or if we would like to move it back into the way that it was before. That is totally at our discretion as per our charter. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Oh, thank you.
You haven't gotten there yet. But,
No, I did not. Okay, but I'll take it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been doing a lot of thinking about this since, Madam Curry, I asked you to bring us back something. And one of the things that occurred to me was that I asked you to do something and I didn't ask the city clerks to do anything. And I'm the kind of person that I like a little balance when it's possible. And so in that, I did a little bit of research. I did a little bit of talking. And it turns out that I'm not particularly on board with doing this right now. And there are a few reasons. I found something interesting. It's a chart that is at burbankca.gov. I apologize, I didn't print it out, or present it for any one of you, but it's very easily accessible. And it talks about public service, a balanced triangle. At the very top of the triangle, it has city council, and underneath it, it has policy. City council equals policy. They establish vision and direction for the community's future. On the bottom portion, left apex of the triangle, it has city manager equals product. The city manager provides services to the taxpayer that the taxpayer cannot or will not provide for themselves. And to the right of that, it has city clerk, process. The city clerk ensures that the decision-making process is transparent to the public, complies with federal, state, and local regulations, and is properly recorded. I started thinking about the value in having the city clerk, or Commissioner Willits, as you referred, the clerk of the commission still be independent. And I think there's some value in that. I got concerned that the clerks had not had a voice in this, and so I talked to a few of them just to get insight, and it was devoid of any type of personal anything, but more so professional. And I heard a number of things. But I think for me, some of the things that kind of rose to the top were, there are some specializations that several of these individuals bring to the table. There is a level of access that right now we have as commissioners to them that I kind of fear we may lose, or that may get diluted in this process. I get concerned with any EAs that may have to assume additional responsibilities and possibly not be able to respond to the 7 of us like we need them to respond right now. Some of us have things that are ongoing. Some of us are demanding. I think I'm easy to get along with.
Of course.
But nonetheless, I think that there are a number of things that really could be unintended consequences. I could see how this could be seen as streamlining processes, but I'm really more concerned about the level of stress that we could potentially be. I mean, what, Manager Curry, I guess I have not, maybe I can ask you, because we're pulling them into an existing office setting and structure, they would be taking on some additional responsibilities out of your office, or only clerking, only doing what they were doing here?
That's kind of difficult to say, because, I mean, I haven't given it that kind of a deep dive, but if the office is emerging, there could be some taking on of additional responsibility or shifting based on skill set. There's a different leader looking at the organization at that point. And so for me to make a call when I haven't interviewed anyone is premature.
Gotcha. So I would need a deeper dive in order for me to make a decision. And I also think for me, just as I asked for you to bring back how it would, function under you, I would also like to hear from the clerks.
Right, and I can appreciate that, and like I said, when I was asked,
No, I know you, no, absolutely, and I thank you for this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that for me, the balanced approach to this is really to hear the other side of the coin.
Right, and I want to also add, Commissioner, is I think the context that this was brought up as we were looking at our budget and we were looking at each charter, trying to see if each charter had in fact done the zero-based approach of just taking a look at where are the efficiencies. The clerk's office was a part of that discussion, and in that, I was asked to take a look.
For sure.
And so, as I stated a few moments or so ago, if I just took a quick look at it, if the clerk's office moved into the manager's office, from my perspective, there would be no need to have a clerk and a deputy clerk. So immediately, I would see an efficiency of probably the higher level of that salary, which right now is approximately 170, and a search, which is another 30. So immediately, I would see a $200,000 savings right there.
How long have we had a deputy clerk?
I don't know.
Can anyone, do we know?
The clerk is here.
I asked this question recently of the deputy clerk. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Michelle Natil Williams, City Clerk. We've had a deputy clerk position. I created that position about a year or two into me being here, so I would say at least 3 years, 3 to 4 years. We've had the deputy city clerk position, and that was simply because our office was growing, the demands were growing, and I spent a considerable amount of time in meetings, and then having to have a day-to-day manager, especially with all the technology upgrades and project management duties that were necessary, led to the creation of that position.
Thank you very much.
You're
Good to
welcome.
see you.
Good to see you as well.
I'm so sorry I didn't see that.
No, I didn't see her either. But that's I think, important, because perhaps there are things within the city clerk's office itself that could be streamlined or reorganized to, maybe there are ways to not need that position, perhaps. But for me right now, I lean towards keeping the city clerk because I think it keeps a balance that's needed for me. I certainly would love a deeper dive into this. I looked around at different places throughout the state, and Commissioner Chestnut, I did find a number that still do have clerks.
I have
Yeah,
it now.
yeah. So and just because I've never been that kind of person that just because someone is doing a thing that we have to do it. But I think there's much to be said about those that are holding on to it, but I'd be curious to know, how people are operating who don't. So I think that is part of a deeper dive and more information. And I wonder, without belaboring the point too much, the clerk is here, and perhaps, she can speak to a couple of things in this regard.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Michelle Natil Williams, City Clerk. So I've been in this position for the last 5 or 6 years, and coming into this office, we were a very small team. Over the years, our responsibilities and levels of responsibility have grown. I did speak briefly with the manager about the potential consolidation of both offices, and I do, just being very transparent here, there are many clerk's offices throughout the state of Florida that do report directly to the city manager. There are also several cities across the state of Florida that are independent charter offices. I do think there is a great deal of autonomy with our current structure, but I know the commission has long stated the frustration with having the number of charter officers as we currently do. I will say that our offices do work very closely together, as you know from the presentation and also from our day-to-day operations. The majority of what we do currently, our work product does involve day-to-day engagement with the city manager's office. As the head of the general government side of the house. And then I think we're also in a unique position right now with the city potentially losing the control of GRU, and what that looks like in the future I can't speak to today. But we do have citywide reach. And so the size of our office has to keep up with the demand as our city grows, as responsibilities across the city have grown. One of the things that I think it's important to consider with the consolidation, yes, it will be a great opportunity to streamline efficiencies and processes across the city manager's office in particular. But as you stated earlier, I think it would also have an unintended consequence that the commission may not be considering, and that's just the access piece. Without knowing the fine details of what Manager Curry would put in place, right now, if you need something, you go up to your EA, you go up to the policy research administrator, or come to myself or the deputy city clerk, and you get it done. In the future, if this department is kind of down a few layers, in full respect for whatever management structure is set in the city manager's office, that could likely change. So that is something that I think you all should consider. I think there are also other processes in the city clerk's office that we manage, such as your elections. That would also change, especially coming up into 2024 when we are moving into the qualifying by petition method. In addition to elections assessment, these are things that we are already preparing for right now. So I think there is prudence in potentially looking at this a little bit further to see the effects and impacts that would have. I also think that in looking at this, you cannot look at this from a personality perspective and the people that are in these roles right now. You must absolutely look at this from a functional perspective. 5 years down the road, what is this going to look like? And hopefully this never happens. Hopefully Ms. Curry stays around for a long time. But if you get another manager in the seat that is not the same quality of manager as Ms. Curry is to the city of Gainesville, then what will this interaction look like? So I think we have to remove ourselves of our own individual opinions of people and their work product at this time in terms of functionality and looking at the processes and how they flow and kind of address things from that perspective. Because if we look at the individuals that are in the seats today, you could make a decision that you're going to regret tomorrow. I do think there's always room for improvement, as we have stated, and probably beat the dead horse that efficiencies at this time is most wanted. And I think it's also fair to maybe ask a question of the commission, and that is, are you willing to work with a reduced level of service? As it relates to the budget that was presented by our office, we already had a lean budget. We don't have a lot of programmatic departments such as, maybe GRU and the other portions of general government. So if y'all didn't realize it, even in the last year with us switching from Granicus to East Scribe, we returned over $30,000 to the general fund. So we are always looking for ways that we can be better cost efficient with our budget. So there really was not a whole lot to cut in terms of, shedding off what is not there unless you all want impacts to your level of service at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Omi. So we mentioned efficiencies, but Ms. Gainey mentioned another word that's really, really critical, and that is functionality. And so for me, that takes me right back to that balance that I started talking back at the top. I'd be interested in more of a deeper dive before I made a decision on this. So I really am hoping we don't move to, wow, we're in a tight position. We're kind of in a tough spot. But I prefer the balance. I prefer the city clerk staying in place for the balance, and I think the functionality. Yeah, I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to hear Commissioner Book, then I'm going to weigh in, and then we'll go to Commissioner Sacco, and then Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Book?
I'm up?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm kind of in a similar space in that I'm balancing the advantages and the disadvantages of ruling the clerk's office under the city manager's office. And I see kind of some of the things very, very helpful, Madam Clerk, because you and I had not spoke, but like the Mayor Pro Tem, I've spoken to some of the other staff just to get some insight on what are the positives and the negatives. And really it's balancing budget, some streamlining, versus things like autonomy and access. I don't like to use the term control because that's really not a good term for us as a commission, but also the ability to get information. I thought, Madam Manager, are you comfortable talking about kind of your vision as it relates to access and autonomy in there? I know we're not there yet, but okay, no padlocks. We got that. You kind of tell us, do you have anything to relate to kind of philosophy about the access or what you've thought there?
For this to work, there really could not be any change that is drastic from what is happening now. That's why when I placed in the first slide that you took a look at, under challenges, where I said city commission transition, staff transition, there is some transition there because of the reporting relationship, but because of the working relationship that has been established over the years, it would be very difficult for anyone coming in who is trying to continue to make this work change that in a way that it makes the commission uncomfortable. What we're trying to do here is take advantage of the resources that we have in the greater organization to help make what you do more effective, more efficient, more transparent as it relates to sharing information with the public, your town hall meetings, et cetera, et cetera. This is more about streamlining. This is more about operational efficiency, not about control, power, access.
Yeah, and nothing that we should do, Madam Manager, should ever be about control and power. So I like that response. And the other thing, when I heard Commissioner Eastman talking about kind of the function and operation, an idea that I thought was very, very good is we're not fundamentally changing the charter at this point because that's a different discussion and we probably don't have time for it. But I think really what you alluded to there was essentially a sunsetting or an extensive review at some time certain that allows us to say, how did it work potentially past that October 1 deadline? Is that, so I'm just kind of passing that question, Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Eastman. Is that what I kind of heard you speaking about?
As I kind of alluded to with the roads earlier, I like the idea of government doing things and then taking a hard set time where we say, did that work, did that not work, not just letting things continue indefinitely. So if we tried this, I would want there to be either prior to the 2025 fiscal year, though it's hard, with the budget, or right after that, but like to actually have a discussion, how did this work, how did this not work, we'll weigh out the pros and cons and figure out if we wanted to go back to the older system. I think having a time for us to review, and I think that's true in the private sector, the nonprofit sector, all of those, like having a time to say, we tried this, let's re-review and see where we are with it.
And we have applicants in the pool that appear, just from looking at resumes and paper data, that are highly qualified. So we have people that can do the job in there, and that's something that often we don't have the luxury when we're filling positions. You look and you say, we need to reach out further or for a longer period of time. So there's no issue with the competence level and the skill sets that are currently in that office. So that's a good problem. That's a good thing. I don't know where I stand on this. I think it's a close one. It's close. There's some real balances here. Very much what it does appeal to me as that whatever we do, that we're prepared to come back in some set time past this fiscal year and really review probably the charter structure as a whole, really. And that's a bigger conversation. I'm not trying to get us off on a tangent today, Mr. Mayor, but well, I'll conclude there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So you bring up what to me is at the crux of this, the number of charter officers we have, the structure of charter officers. If we had a triangle, I would totally agree with you. But we don't have a triangle. We have a commission and 6 charters. And that's imbalanced.
One of them is shorter. One of those legs is shorter, I
There's a couple of charters who manage a whole lot of people, and then there are 4 charters who don't manage as many people. And that creates, to be honest, over the years, I've watched that create imbalances that nobody means to create. It has nothing to do with the individuals in the positions. It is, if you went out and said, I'm going to write a system I'm going to start over with a system for how we would manage a city, I dare say nobody would come up with 7 elected officials managing 6 people who manage 2,400 people, all in public. You wouldn't write that system. It just evolved this way. The charter gives us, the people over the years have given the commission the choice of saying, no choice of saying, you got 4 of these and you just have to have them. But these other 2, you have a choice, commission. We are not going to probably, when we have a permanent clerk, we are probably not going to say, we like you, you're fine, but we're going to change the system. If we choose a permanent clerk, we are probably going to be in this 6 charter system, depending on what happens with GRU, for the foreseeable future, beyond the foreseeable future, because the clerk before our current clerk was here for 25 years. And our current clerk has been here longer than any of our other charters. So we are likely to be with, if we choose a permanent clerk, we are likely to be with that clerk for a very long time, longer than we are all up here together. This is an opportunity that is not going to come along regularly. It does not happen with the change of fiscal years. This is something that we have an opportunity to make a choice now. And several people have said that it is not about individuals, and it should not be about individuals at all. Is this an optimal system? I don't think it's an optimal system. I think having 6 charter officers, And I'll say, the 6 charter officers we have right now get along better than any group of charter officers I have seen together. But that has been the exception and not the rule over my 6 years. I absolutely lean toward moving this under the manager's office, not because of any individuals, but because I just believe it makes a more streamlined system and a more manageable system for our community. But I also don't want to, I would hate for this to happen on a 4-3 vote either way. And I don't think that's a healthy thing either. So what I'm thinking is, before we go around for another round here, maybe we go through the interim process, pick an interim, and then the first meeting in October, when we're in the new fiscal year, after some months of giving it thought and as deep a dive as we possibly could, then have a conversation about how do we want to move forward from there. That gives us a few months to really think it through without a permanent charter. It's kind of a middle ground. I find myself in the middle ground a lot more than I ever thought I would these days. So that is kind of where I lean. Pick an interim over at the next meeting, and then beginning of October, before we hire a permanent, rethink the process. That said, Commissioner Sacco, you're up next, and then Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I think, Mr. Mayor, that your suggestion is the one I am most comfortable with at the moment. That way, we do actually establish an interim. We said earlier we should keep our interim. We don't have an interim. We have a deputy clerk, and I personally would worry about our legality of directing staff that we're not allowed to direct, since that's technically the clerk. Or an interim clerk, but not staff below that position. So I think establishing an interim, letting the next couple months finish out, and either the first or that second meeting in October, having that discussion. I think just earlier we talked about how more robust conversations need to happen before we make some sweeping changes. I think this is an example of that, especially since the manager said she hasn't given it that deep a dive. And when we have questions and move forward with this kind of decision, there are, as you said, 7 bosses who would want answers to very specific considerations and questions. And without having those, I don't think it's fair to the public or staff to move forward with any permanent decisions today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also like this kind of middle ground proposal, particularly because we're in the process of hiring of deciding on an interim. This would allow us to have an interim, look ahead, then that would possibly, though I think this suggestion would also mean that perhaps we don't start a search for a permanent clerk until after October, until we start those conversations. Maybe this all lines up very well. And I do want to make mention, I'm surprised the city attorney did not correct me. I said clerk of the court or clerk of the commission to emphasize kind of the role they play, but yes, our charter amendment in 2020 did change it to city clerk. That's why we call it city clerk. But there's still, I think, it doesn't say that I don't think in the charter amendment, it didn't say this person no longer is the kind of the clerk of the commission, like kind of small c clerk of the commission. But that role of, it's the clerk of the commission, that's the role it fills. But yes, the title is city clerk. And the voters changed that in a charter amendment. And I should have remembered, because I know I was on at least one committee that private committee overheard it, made a recommendation to go on a ballot slate card. It was a small change, but yes, it's the not the clerk of the commission, but the city clerk. I like this middle ground proposal. I still like the idea that if it's that next year, we also have to find some savings, because I do think there are some potential for staff savings in a consolidation, that maybe that is something that we have in our back pocket for next year. Though if it is that if the current look at the budget was just like, we cannot make it work this year, then to Commissioner Eastman's point, I see the idea of doing a 1 year. But I'm hoping that all of our city staff will help us get to a budget this year, and this is something we could look at into the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman, and then we're going to go to the public.
So I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I guess what the real benefit I saw in all of this, one is that we are entering a period of a lot of uncertainty, where we are particularly, it's sad to me that we don't actually know whether or not half of our city government is going to be cleaved off from the other half of city government, because then we would have some concept of how to move forward. But at this point, it hasn't even been sent to the governor last I checked, so we're not sure. But having a period of having some certainty within that, and having one person who can kind of be nimble and move forward with things as we are trying to respond to changes and shifts, which is not common for government to do, and I think for good reason. We're supposed to be the government's deliberative, it's using taxpayer dollars, but in this period, we kind of have to move quickly and sometimes pull off Band-Aids. We're going to have to make quick decisions about whether our golf course is around. We had to make quick decisions about Reichert House. We had to make quick decisions about a lot of things, which is not, I think, within the DNA of government, as I mentioned, for good reason, but I think that we're kind of in a period as it relates to structures where you either pull the Band-Aid off, or you leave the Band-Aid on, or this is probably the wrong metaphor at this point, but you either go a direction or you don't go a direction, right? And so that it gives certainty to staff as to where we're going from there, but also because we're going to have a budget coming up in October. And so if we do go this direction, we would want to see if there's potential decrements that would be taken from that. But I mean, there's a benefit to that streamlining ahead of our very serious budget cuts that are going to have to go into that next fiscal year. And so with this middle ground, which I'm all in favor of trying to find ways that everyone can work together. It's why I put forward the single family zoning thing from before, which I thought was a good middle ground. But I mean, in this case, sometimes the middle ground is just kind of splitting the baby, which doesn't leave a baby in a good place. And I think that might be one of the ways that we're coming for this. Is I kind of want to see that certainty. I want to give staff that certainty, and then I want to have those savings as we go into the next fiscal year. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody from the public to
go first?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Book.
Two terrible analogies by Commissioner Eastman. Terrible for city government, which does need to be deliberate and intentional, but I understood what you said. This slide is pretty important that we happen to have on there, and thinking about the advantages and disadvantages. So it appears, I may be just asking this question and see if it be answered. If we went in the route that's currently being discussed, we probably save in the neighborhood right now of 150 to 170,000, because we have an interim clerk that fills a position, leaving another one vacant for some period of time. If we roll the clerk's office into the city manager's office, we're probably in the neighborhood of 150,000 to 200,000, because we also then save a potential search process and a position gets eliminated. So there's
approximately 200 right off the bat. Yes.
Okay. So that's a good problem to be in. In other words, that we have the capability in either way that we're going to save some significant dollars and still be able to move forward.
That could happen right away.
What's that, Madam Manager?
That could happen immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we don't have to make a decision on either way today. I mean, we can just continue to move forward with the interim process, which I believe should come back to us on the 15th, correct? Okay. So we do have to make a decision by then, although we could just choose an interim and let it float. Again, I think my preference at this point would be to choose an interim on the 15th and then make a decision in October about whether or not we want to pursue a permanent, or whether we want to roll it into the manager's office. And I also think we should probably not think about it in terms of budgetary savings, but rather structural integrity. You know, does it make more sense to have this position or to roll it into the manager's office? I think that's the right framework. As tempting as it is to save $200,000, we don't want to save $200,000 for the wrong reason. So unless I hear a strong need to make a choice today, I think we move forward to June 15th when we pick an interim and then move forward from there. Does that? No. Okay.
So this will be an agenda item? Will this be a separate agenda item? I'm trying to understand how this conversation works.
So let's make an agenda item for June 15th, Madam Clerk, that is the clerk's office. And under that agenda item, we will pick an interim. We will first decide if we're going to move forward, and then we'll pick an interim, assuming that we're going to move forward. Yes.
Correct. Mayor and Commissioners, Laura Gratz, HR Director. I just wanted to clarify as part of the process and how we navigate this for you all. Certainly, you have the applications of the interim city clerk candidates. Did you all want to conduct interviews? Do you want to do that during the meeting on the 15th? That's something we had not talked about in terms of process.
I got to tell you, I feel like we are all in proximity to the applicants. I don't know why we couldn't, since it's an interim, it is not a permanent choice. Scheduling, if we do that, it's gonna be later in the month before we make a decision.
Correct. Correct.
And frankly, this is a decision that we need to get made, and we don't have a lot of time in front of us to do it. So my inclination would be, y'all reach out and have meetings, and then have the applicants be available on the 15th at the agenda item. That would be my inclination, unless somebody has a different thought.
And then we will make a selection on the 15th.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we all have a big change of heart. Yes. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Book, yeah.
You actually, Director, you can stay, that's precisely what I was just about to ask you. I don't have the knowledge to know how that process would move forward. And are there any boundaries or things that you would advise us, knowing that we're potentially making a decision on June 15th, so we do things in a very equitable, straightforward way and don't create any problems with the process? Really, if you have any direction, I know I could certainly use it.
Certainly, Mayor, Commissioners, there's a couple of ways we can go about it. I'm happy to provide a set of questions that you all might want to use as a guide as you talk with the different candidates, so that you all can focus on, obviously you want to focus on the candidate's experience, their education. These are really high-level guidelines. We don't talk about personal issues, family, things of that nature. I don't know how many people have interviewed folks or not, so I'm putting some what might seem like very basic tips out there, but something to keep in mind. But I'm happy to provide to you all, I can email to you all a list of questions that may be helpful as you talk with each of the candidates.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you would just please provide a basic tip sheet
Absolutely.
out for us. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That would be great. Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a plan going forward on that one. Madam Clerk. You wanna-
Thank you. Michelle Natil Williams, City Clerk. I do just want to remind the Commission that my last day is June 30th. So delaying this decision another 2 weeks really does not give very much time to infuse a few more things that need to be downloaded to whomever's going to be in this role. So I do want to bring that to your attention, that you may want to consider expediting that decision prior to the 15th.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be the 15th. We're not going to be able to move it quicker than that, I don't think, given our schedules ahead of us.
We don't have another meeting.
Correct. We have a GPC and we have a budget meeting on the 14th. We're full. So yeah, the 15th is what we had been looking toward, and I think that's where we're going to have to be.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. So on the 15th agenda, we're also discussing Ironwood?
We do have an Ironwood
On
agenda item on there.
that agenda, okay.
We have pretty much everything the city could possibly do on the 15th. Because that's our last meeting until the 20th, so.
Okay, so we've got a
until
lot.
July 20,
Okay.
so it will be a long
Okay,
day.
so thank you.
Mr. Shepherd, I had already asked for public comment, but come on up if you got something you need to weigh in on. Go ahead. Yeah. But do try to be quick. Yeah.
What I'd like to see is that, why couldn't we cut the security job? I don't know how much that pays, instead of cutting the clerk's office job. That was something that came on after they took and became our clerks. That's what I'm thinking would have been a better step forward. But that's not up to me to say. That's up to you, Mayor. Paul.
So the answer to that is that the security officers are not charter officers, and that's the decision that's in front of us. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Buck.
Just so interesting, and Mr. Shepherd brought it up, I'll just say that just from my standpoint, I'm totally comfortable. This is a manager decision with who we have here, whether it's 1, 2, or 0 officers. And I don't know if that was a dynamic that went back some time, but again, that's a manager decision. But the feeling of safety, I feel quite safe up here, and I just hope that they'll jump up here in front of me if something were to occur. But thank you.
Thank you. So toward that end, I would say that we can feel safe all we want, but we have, I don't want to call any of your families and apologize that we didn't have security in the building. That's bottom line. All right, so no further discussion on this one. We will make a choice for an interim on June 15th and make a more firm choice on exactly what our timeline looks like going forward from there. Member comment. I've got a couple things, but if anybody else has got something, let's go. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of community events that are coming up. You might find this one exciting. Eastside High School. You wouldn't have been there back during this time, but the 50-year reunion.
I was but a child.
You were but a child? But I've been invited to come out and celebrate with them Friday, 6:00 p.m. at Eastside. Then also there is the We Wear Orange event for gun violence. And for anyone who is interested in that, I believe that's happening 2 nights. I'm sorry Kristen went because I know she could have given it Friday and Saturday from what I understand. I think Friday is 7, something like that. I'm going to be out there around 7:45. But 2 nights, and I really encourage people to come out and support those who have survived and support those who are waging the war against gun violence. Please come out and join us.
Can you repeat that, Mayor?
Yes, We Wear Orange. And
Tomorrow
you know
night,
what?
right?
Tomorrow night and also Saturday, I've got some friends and members of Moms Demand Action who want me to read that information, and I would have to find it again, but I will. I don't have a problem with sending it to you. Here it is. Ta-da! Found it quickly. So We Wear Orange. Let's see. Friday, June 2nd. We Wear Orange proclamation and lighting. 7 to 8 p.m. at the Martin Luther King Multi-Purpose Center. Then on Saturday, June 3rd, they are going to be from 12 to 4 p.m. out at the Porters Community Center. So they're asking that everybody come out and enjoy and participate in a panel discussion with Tyler Pearson, who's a survivor, Pastor Milford Griner, who's a community activist, Janice Harvey, Amanda Goldsmith, Darlene and Latanya Burkett, who are survivors, Kali Blunt, Nod Law, Robin Lilly, and Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker. And also Dietrich Howard of Moms Demand Action. So there's going to be a panel discussion, and we want everybody to come out who can. That would be wonderful. Also, I did want to mention that I received some information as we were in the meeting. There was a gentleman who came up and mentioned to us that out at Tiger Bay, there was the issue with the bus shelter, and I was glad to hear from Andrew that the city is replacing the old metal shelters that were falling apart. It was a safety issue. They're going to be replaced with new ones, and they are speeding that one up at that particular location. So I wanted that to go on the record. I wanted anyone who was still watching who heard that to have a chance to know that that is in the process now of being expedited through that office. So we're really, really grateful for that. I wanted to bring this up as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for mentioning that there is going to be the Ironwood discussion on the 15th. So once again, we know that there are people who are very interested in that conversation. I don't know what the appetite is amongst you all to create a space for particularly the individual who wanted to purchase Ironwood to have a little more than 3 minutes to talk. If there are individuals that are coming, because this is not a separate meeting. You see, this is just a line item. This is an agenda item on this particular meeting. I don't know that he would be able to articulate to us what his desires are, or that we would have enough time to ask him questions in that 3-minute time frame. I wanted to throw that out there. It is my understanding that he is going to try to be here. It is also, and I feel this is important to put on the record, Madam Curry, has he reached out to you?
Your call at your request, he did call, and Andrew and I are trying to set up a meeting with him. His name is Mr. Markham. I think it's, yeah, Mr. Markham.
So he's been back in contact with me, and I just wanted to make sure that we all had a chance to hear from him before we made any types of decisions. I think the city manager is going to bring us something back, but that's going to be a discussion on the 15th. Let's see, and then my final thoughts were this. We heard since the Cultural Arts Center presentation from a number of people here today, and I even got a couple of texts and calls while I was out at lunch just about the concerns around the conversation that happened last night, Madam Curry. So I would like to ask that you make sure that the consultants are not deviating from the language in the RFP, because I think you did a great job of making it very clear what we were looking for. And if that's being deviated from, they just need a gentle reminder.
Yes, ma'am. I was not at that meeting last night, and so I got calls last night as well. I've already spoken with Roxy Gonzalez and Andrew Persons about meeting with the consultant before they go out again for another community meeting. So.
And you know, are you going to be a part of that meeting?
Well, I'm not sure, but I will make sure that the right direction is taken at that meeting.
I hope so. And if you can't be a part, please make sure that she understands what she needs to say.
Understood.
Okay, because it came to us that that did not happen.
Understood.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to be clear, because as you know, that's a major project. That's not just a building. No, that's an opportunity for transformation. And so it has to be done right from the beginning. So I thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. And regarding the Ironwood discussion, there are a whole lot of other folks who have come forward with ideas in many, many directions. We need to have a discussion with information from the manager's office and then figure out what road we want to go down. And if people have unsolicited proposals, they should put those proposals together just like other folks have done with other things. And we'll have conversations for all of them. And I expect the Ironwood conversation to be a not something that is finished on one day.
For sure. Yeah, and it should be.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham.
So, Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt commission comment. I hit my button when I didn't see other lights, but I do have two quick announcements. So just two quick things. City manager and I haven't discussed this, but both of our areas of responsibility prepare all year long for hurricane season. And so today is the first day of hurricane season, so our staffs are ready and prepared for that. I just want to make an announcement for customers or other people that are watching. You can go to GRU.com, Storm Central. There's there's web pages on the city website to get information to just be prepared for that. So staff is ready and prepared for that, but our neighbors should be prepared as well. And then the second one is, if you haven't seen it yet, this is a really monumentous event or occasion, which is we won the Merrill Challenge for water conservation. So we have been a part of this for years and years and years, and we have never won before. So this year we did win, and it's a commitment from our neighbors to conserve water and to show that commitment, and we got first place in the size city that we are. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Mayor Ward gets a win in his column there.
Thank you. And a note to everybody watching, we have the tax holiday for hurricane preparedness, so you can go out and save 7.5%. All right, Commissioner Book.
I would not have brought up Ironwood, but since it came up, somebody was calling and is probably contacting you all also that was interested in a leasing option. So I simply say that so that if we have these different individuals in the community or outside the community that are looking to make a presentation on that June 14th? 15th. On that June 15th date, it would behoove them to provide us the backup and get that so the public could see that before they come up, because it's going to be so much information. I see.
I'm listening to all of the input, and there is no process in place.
Right.
We have no unsolicited proposal process because it's sunsetted in November. And for anyone who is coming forward with a presentation on the 15th, I'm suggesting that it just be a presentation on the 15th as the mayor allows it in the agenda. We are not reviewing any packages, not making any calls or any recommendations. Nothing like that will be coming from staff.
So that would be the cleaner way to handle it, is what you're telling me, I think.
Here's what I want to see on that day. If people have a proposal, because we're talking about a multi-million-dollar sort of thing, don't come try to make a multi-million-dollar proposal of the elector. I would prefer for us to use that meeting that day to put a process together for what we see, get advice from the manager for what our diverging paths are and what processes would look like, so that we don't just get people randomly coming and starting a bidding war on it. I want to be really careful about that. This is not the sort of thing that comes up often, but it could go off the rails really quickly. So I would prefer that we hear on that agenda a presentation from the manager's office, and then we can pick what we would like a process to look like moving forward, such that any process is necessary. We may decide we like it just the way it is, but if that gives us a process to work through, rather than people just coming up and saying, well, I'm going to offer you 2.3 and I'm going to offer you 6.4. And I don't want us to get into that situation. So
that's a good point. I respect that. I was actually just trying to think from a standpoint that we're going to have so much information coming that day from people that we didn't know, that potentially having the opportunity to review it. But now I understand, and thinking about it from a standpoint of procurement and process and bidding, believe me, I support the fact that anybody's going to have to go through a process in a formalized way. So thank you for that suggestion. I will say that one of the speakers at Ironwood that came before us, related to Ironwood, has put together some figures and some cost comparisons. So in the interest of transparency, and that speaker sent it to me. So I'm simply going to put that and send that to the clerk's office as a backup and say, this is information from a speaker about other costs and what things are doing, and potentially some recommendations. So we're going to see that as a backup item.
I hate to just react, but I'm just saying, I do recall a speaker coming the last time. She did have some information that she provided, but she is not a member of Park, Recreation, Cultural Affairs, or our finance department. So whatever those figures are, we would obviously need to review them and confirm or not what is being presented.
Understood. I think this is probably going to be something where I simply send it to the clerk. This is information I received about costs in our region, and just, we can vet it, look at it, determine it's not credible or not, but at least it gives us some comparison data. So I appreciate that. My last comment just dealt with kudos. We had the Evergreen Memorial Day ceremony, and the city manager was there, and the communications director was there. But we also had a Parks and Recreation staff member from, I think, Sweetwater Park, that was driving the cart, which sounds like a minor thing, for all the people that had to go from the beginning of Evergreen quite a distance to get to where the memorial site is. And number one, she was extremely professional, but number two is she was basically giving an Evergreen cemetery historian perspective of what we were doing, and it was outstanding. So it provided, I think, a lot more context, and it just was a good foot forward for the city. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Buck, thank you for attending that. I normally do attend. I did not this year. Our parks operation, we have huge turnout from our park staff who help put out flags the day or two prior and put a whole lot of sweat equity into that event every year. Even though it's not our event, it's a city cemetery, and we provide that that level of effort, and then the county goes up to the microphone.
Well, the preparation showed by all the staff. This is one example of what the preparation led to.
Yes.
And it was the most visible example, but you're right. The flags were out there, the grounds looked great, the parking was handled, and it was just, so for whatever city staff were up there, and they were probably planning it all week leading up to that particular event, they did a very good job.
Right. Our park staff, our historic preservation staff, just a variety of folks from general government really work really hard to do that. So thank you again for representing the city at that event. Okay. Mr. Eastman.
Thank you. And just briefly, speaking on events, I just wanted to say how delighted I am to see and point out that this Sunday at Oakview Park near my house is the History of the Seminole Nation, the Office of Equity and Inclusion is doing, which might seem like a funny thing to have for the Juneteenth celebration, but it's actually, I think, it's a really fascinating part of our history that people don't give enough credit to. The Second Seminole War was the largest Native American war fought in the history of the United States of America. Who will be joining them is Mr. Anthony Dixon, who wrote a book called The Negro War, who makes a strong argument that that war was the largest slave uprising in the history of the United States of America, because the Seminole were a group of Creek Indians mixed with sort of freed African slaves that came here during the Spanish period. When America purchased Florida, they started fighting in order to bring them back into slavery. It is a fascinating part of our story. It was primarily fought in Alachua County, started to move south at the second part of that war. I wish we talked about it more because it's just this very important part of our history that happened kind of prior to the time that we talk about of American history here in Florida. But it's a central part of African American history, a central part of Native American history, and I was really delighted to see that the Office of Equity and Inclusion was doing that, and to have an author who's written a really good book about some of that history told from the perspective of those freed slaves. And I'd encourage everyone to come out on Sunday at 6 p.m. and learn about it yourself. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request, and I'll throw it to the charter officers to see who can pull it together or come back with it. We have about 64 neighborhood organizations, or associations. Sustainable Development has a list, the police department has a list, and the clerk's office has a list. All three of them, I think, are incomplete because they have some information that has not been updated since COVID. If someone could come together and get one correct list together of the neighborhood organizations, it would be most appreciated. Thank you.
I think that's a great thing to put together. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Last time, shameless plug once again for the Cultural Arts Center. Commissioner Eastman, thank you very much for that information, because that is part of the function of the Cultural Arts Center. Good night.
All right, and Commissioner Duncan Walker, thank you for attending the Wear Orange event tomorrow. I will not be in town, and I appreciate you going to reading the proclamation. I will be wearing an orange tie elsewhere. So it is a national event, so if you're anywhere within the sound of my voice, show your support for gun violence survivors by wearing orange tomorrow, please. A couple things I wanted to bring up. First of all, this coming Tuesday, which I believe is the 6th, the Gainesville Housing Authority, as you all may remember, asked us to participate in an application for their Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant, and that is due on the 6th, so send your best thoughts along with that. I do believe that that would be transformative for our community should we receive at least the planning grant. That puts us in a better position to receive the full Choices Grant, Neighborhood Choices Grant, and everybody who I have talked to has participated in that process in other cities, has had nothing but tremendous things to say about the good that it did for their community. So keep your fingers crossed on that. And we do not have, as a city, any cash responsibilities for that application. We do have staff resources committed depending on whether we win or not. But again, keep your fingers crossed because that could be a huge deal for our community. Second, I wanted to point out that I believe it's June 20th, which is right around the corner, is groundbreaking for the UF Health urgent care site on Hawthorne Road at our E-Heady site. I want to say that's 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's probably on our calendars. If not, it'll get there. But I wanted everybody to be aware of that. That's the first tangible piece of the E-Heady project, the Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative. The next piece, of course, with that would be the RTS Transfer Center and some real honest-to-goodness economic development opportunities presented by the city of Gainesville through the GCRA. That's a big deal. It's a really, really big deal. Just having it out there as a concept is a big deal, but seeing that groundbreaking and knowing what our concrete plans are for the Hawthorne Road corridor is something that has been a dream for folks for decades, generations. And to see it actually coming to fruition is a big deal. We have about 15 acres set aside for between city property, UF property. There's about 15 acres total for the E-Heady site. A very, very, very small portion of that, less than half an acre, is under some review for its status. We contend that it is a man-made wetland. It's been called a low-quality wetland by the Water Management District. I have full faith that we will be able to move forward with the project. I have heard folks say, well, don't worry about that piece of it, just build a little less, do a little less economic development. And my contention, my response to that would be that we have done a little less for the Hawthorne Road corridor for a very long time, and it's time to offer the full amount of economic development for East Gainesville at this point. So I have full confidence that all the agencies we are working with, including the county, will agree and will want to move forward with the E-Heady site. So, Commissioner Sacco? No? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yes. 21st. Sorry. Okay. June 21st at 10 a.m. All right. Very good. So check your schedules. We'll get it on all of them. Anything else anybody wants to offer? Thank you for a very productive day, and get ready for some more very productive days over the next few weeks. We are adjourned.